Look at it right here. Damage, 2,600 damage. Kills, 20, as I was saying. Knockouts. I love that he only has 13 because he's getting those easy points as well from other people. He's maybe stealing those kills. And hey, it doesn't matter how you get it, as long as you get it. Bishop has been able to perform well as well. You can see 1,200 damage there for him, 9 kills. And then we go to Chico, 6 kills, 7 knocks, being able to output there. More knocks, that's good. And then Alucard. We saw it yesterday, that highlight grenade. By the way, Alucard, I'm a little bit mad, man. You gotta post that on your Twitter. I went to check it. It wasn't there. Not sure what was going on there, but we do kind of want to show you some highlights here of the Knights as well. Overall, Glitter, this was definitely a huge surprise to me. With Coops, this is a new player on a team that right now is performing well. And the one thing that I'm scared of, Glitter, is what's going to happen if Coops falls off? Is somebody else from that team going to be able to pick it up for them?
Right. I mean, you kind of said it a little bit here, Seven. Knights in general are performing insanely well here in Americas, right? Now, what we need to take into consideration is how they got here too, because is Coops that determining factor for that success? Going back to regular season of PMPL NA, they have consistently improved from stage of every season to where we've gotten here today. You talked about 3 wins in just one day. They literally had 3 wins in the entirety of NA finals, which was an 18-game situation. All right, and then before that, they qualified into finals in 11th place. We're now looking at them as our top squad here for the PMPL Americas Championship. Talk about a glow up. Are you kidding me? And when you look at their stats for all of yesterday, they only had 2 games where they weren't either winning it or in second place. And honestly, looking back at that final game where that was their 15th place finish, at first I was kind of looking at the stats being like, do we need to worry about a yo-yo effect? Looking at their consistency. However, looking at that play where they did go out in the final Erangel match, that's where they were sandwiched between B4 and I believe it was Isuris on the other side. And I really feel like looking at Knights and how they played, that they were just trying to gatekeep whoever was around them to prevent them from getting points, knowing that they were in a really solid position. So right now, Knights is just untouchable in my mind.
Right. Knights has now solidified themselves as the #1 team, but coming into it, we had the best from each region, including the region champions. So we're looking at the region champions, Ghost Gaming from North America, A7 from Brazil, and Team Queso from LATAM. And we wanted to see their performances and how they mixed up, because right now you got a team at the top when you talk about those 3 teams, a team in the middle when you talk about those 3 teams, and a team that's been struggling a little bit there when you talk about those 3 teams, and you're looking at the Erangel performance. One of these things doesn't look like the other, Glitter.
just a little. There's a smidge of a difference. Now, however, somehow Alpha 7 is still holding on to the lead here in average damage, but you can see Ghost is just barely ousting them in those average kills and the survival time. How close Ghost and A7 are on Erangel right now is very, very impressive, and obviously that has a lot to do with the fact that Alpha 7 kind of started super strong and then fell off a little bit, whereas Ghost started a little bit slower, and then they picked it up towards the end of the day. This, like you were saying though, Degon, the standout there is Queso. This is the one map where across the entire weekend they're going to be seeing it the most. So if this happens to be the map that Team Queso is struggling on, that could really hurt them for the entire weekend.
In tournaments past, I feel like it's been Sandhawk, the one where we've seen Queso make some standout plays. Seven, what's plaguing this team right now, the LATAM champions?
Honestly, it's just Queso doing Queso things. Yesterday, we kind of see, these are 3 players now that have been playing with each other for a long time. Last time that we kind of saw them here for the English speakers, they added Nitsu, and Nitsu started performing well. And guess what? In regards to Sandhawk, Queso, that was their best map. The only problem is that today we're only going to be playing it 1 time. Now, I do want to highlight Alpha 7 as well. Remember, they had that first engagement with 19 Esports. They decided to back off, and it kind of backfired as well. They lost the engagement with 19 Esports, and then on the second Sandhawk, they kind of messed up as well again. So I'm wondering how they're going to play that out today. And in regards to Ghost, I mean, Ghost started waking up. And something that I kind of wanted to point out in the Erangel stats too is that Ghost started the day in 3rd place and ended the day in 3rd place series as well. So I am looking forward to see what they do in Erangel. Now, another map that we're going to be playing a little bit more here today, and I know a lot of the Brazilian fans are going to be happy about here, Glitter, is Miramar. Because Alpha 7 performed just so much better yesterday on Miramar than anybody else.
Listen, it's not just the Brazilian fans that are excited. I am excited. I love watching Miramar matches, okay? They have gotten better and better with every season where we've done this, and you can see the stats for Alpha 7 are insane. Now, granted, like you were saying, they only played it once yesterday, so this is just after that one match where you can see that obviously Ghost and Queso didn't do as well as Alpha 7 did in that situation, but we're going to be playing it twice today, so that could really open up the door for Alpha 7. If they can have a performance like that every time they play a Miramar, that's terrifying.
Yeah, it feels like the powers that be were like, hey, we want to see teams on Erangel the most, so each day we'll be playing Erangel 3 times with the rotating 2 from one of the maps and then 1 from the other. So it'll equal out after 4 days for those secondary maps, but Erangel is the one that we're hitting a lot. And, you know, players that perform on every single map are rare, but we've got 2 standing out from some of those top teams. From A7, it's the former Loops man Carrillo, and from Ghost Gaming, the former Tempo Storm, Team Totality man Tensa. These 2 players have stood out the most to us, 7.
Yeah, and it's the battle, right? Brazil versus NA. We're always wondering, Mustache Dave wants to know which one's going to be better. Is it going to be Brazil or is it going to be NA? Well, guess what? NA's kind of doing a little bit better right now. In regards to players, Brazil's doing better because Carrillo, right now, I mean, look at the stats. He's being able to pull up 16 kills, 15 knocks, the damage just a lot more. But something that I do want to kind of point out in Tensa is that he was able to put up such a great performance yesterday on the first Erangel and kind of set the tone a little bit there for his team. And even on the other matches as well, we kind of just saw Tensa, and then we started seeing some of the other players, right? We started seeing Spec, we started seeing HH24 show up, same with Beowulf. Overall, I think Carrillo's now in the zone, no distractions. He's wanting to shut some mouths on Twitter and everybody on Instagram as well. And I'm loving what I'm seeing here from Carrillo. We're seeing a confident Carrillo. We're seeing a Carrillo that's just not afraid to take fights. And I feel like he might be worthy of an MVP at the end of this tournament, Glitter.
Oh, easily. I mean, and this was one of the plays that, you know, we were all getting really, really hyped when we were watching was the mechanical ability and the movement that we were watching when he was in that battle against icuCi. That was just insane. I believe it was Swagging that was on the other side getting an off angle for him in those final moments of that game. And that was one of those things where we were watching it and we were like, that is the Carrillo that we know. Like, that is just, he's so unmatched in that area. But Tensa is just, he has this clutch factor that so many other players just don't have. Like you were saying, a 1v4 in the very first game against B4. Like, and that's just how he plays all of those situations. How many times have we seen Tensa, I mean, as well as Carrillo, but both of them in these MVP situations because they're just that good. I mean, there's not enough good things to be said about either of these players. At this point, it's going to kind of just be a battle to see who can one-up the other by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I think you said it there. They both have this fearlessness there, and almost any other player that would try some of the plays that they try would be known as reckless. But these 2 are able to come through multiple times, and that's why we find their scores on the leaderboards for their teams all the way near the top. Obviously, Knights has been doing work with the 3 chicken dinners, 97 points. Then you got a close little 2 there with Lazarus and Alpha 7. Haven't touched a lot on Lazarus, but there's Ghost. And remember, at the beginning of the day yesterday, we were wondering like, hey, Ghost, when are you gonna wake up? We're finding you at the bottom of the leaderboard. You can't be doing with that type of roster. Then Tensa stepping up, igniting Spec for a big play on Erangel, and then the rest is history. Ghost find themselves in 4th place, 7.
Yeah, and then we have a surprise from Latin. The only team that's performing well for Latin. Come on, people. What are we doing here? eStorm Gaming, 61 points. That's great to see. We have the name as well there with 60 points. And then we see a bit of a drop-off there in 10 points. icuCi with 50. And then a bigger drop-off to Influence Rage there with 37 points. And something that I kind of want to note here. In the top 5 teams, we had 3 teams from NA. I thought Brazil was going to show up like Fast and the Furious Vin Diesel and say, this is Brazil. But guess what? Right now it's not working. So hopefully they're able to do that here today. On the second page, we have Israel with 34 points, tied with 19 Esports. We kind of saw 19 Esports. I don't know, Glitter, how I'm feeling about 19 Esports. Hopefully they can improve it. And something that I do want to point out that Brazil is doing is that they're being a lot more aggressive. You can see them in 12th place. Even though the placement points are there, the kill points are just off the charts there for them, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that not only reflected in IM's playstyle, but also in A7's. I mean, from the very beginning, we saw how aggressive they were with their 2-2 split and how successful it was for them throughout the majority of their games. For me, I think what I'm going to be watching now that we kind of get to see that entire leaderboard is, one, will A7, or I guess anybody in 3rd or 4th place, really be able to close that gap? Because right now, Knights still have a 26-point lead over A7, and obviously it's only going to continue to grow if Knights have more successful games today. And then we also need to take into consideration those teams that are in the bottom half. We touched on it a little bit yesterday, but 90s, we're talking about the 90s, okay, for 1st place, and then you look down at 16th place, and we're just barely into double digits, like just barely. We're talking teens, all right? So that is that's a scary gap going into day 2. So will any of those teams change their play style up coming into today to try to accommodate for that?
Yeah, and I think, you know, if we're looking at the makeup of those 3 teams, one from each region, you got Furious Gaming down there. They were a happy to be here kind of team. You've got Passion Fruit, the final qualifier from NA. But B4 was the 2nd place qualifier there, and they're now starting to struggle a little bit. You know, we expected more from Dudu and Co, and they haven't been able to put it together yet, Seven.
Well, it's kind of the same with Furious Gaming. They did end up 2nd place out of their region as well. So they should be performing well. So right now we have 2 teams that ended up 2nd place out of the region in Brazil and Latin, with B4 and Furious Gaming in 14th and 15th place. So hopefully they can improve on that, and I'm pretty sure they will be able to. I enjoyed the gameplay style that we saw yesterday out of B4. Something that you and I were talking about, Glitter, is just that certain things weren't working out for them. Their team chemistry, I'm not sure what was happening there. It just wasn't working. Overall, their rotations were good, but when it came to fighting, it just wasn't there.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll be able to figure it out very, very soon, because, again, very tough to see some of these veteran squads, veteran organizations not be able to put it together. When we pulled up the leaderboard near the top, I found it very interesting that, hey, look, okay, we could talk about Knights. You know, they've been the cream of the crop so far. You could talk about A7, Carrillo running amok there, Swagween as well. But then you go to Laz, and Laz has been, Lazarus is up there as well. So we'll get to see if they will be able to work their way on through it. All right, so we got ourselves our top 3. That sets the table for the rest of the day. Let's take a look at the schedule to see which maps they will be playing on for the day. As we said earlier, this tournament is all about Erangel, so we're gonna have lots of Erangels, but this time it'll be double Miramar for matches 2 and 5, with Sandhawk the only one that would be playing for the day at match number 3. And Glitter, I kind of wanted to get your thoughts real quick. Very, very quick final thought here. Sandhawk once, how does that change and bode for the Miramar teams? Because I know how much you love Miramar.
Oh, I mean, you thought Sandhawk was the most chaotic. You just weren't prepared for double Miramar. It's going to get a little bit crazy for those Miramar teams.
All right, hey, y'all, thank you so much for setting the table for today's action. We'll be back to break down match number 1. Now coming on in to get us into matches number 1, it's, of course, Hadjux and Zute.
USA! USA! USA, baby! Let's go! I'm going to chant. I'm going to be as happy as I possibly can, because we got an NA team on top, baby. I don't know if it's going to last the whole tournament, but I got to enjoy it while it's here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I gotta agree with you. It's great seeing NA on top, but it's just been one day so far, right? And we got a few NA teams. So even if one NA team falls off, we got some others, you know, rising in the ranks. But day number 1 was exciting, but we still got 3 more days, and each day could bring in like a whole slew of different like teams rising to the top.
Y'all, I mean, don't you know anything about Jinx in it? It's an early lead, y'all, from a team that we didn't expect to even be there. But I guess we'll see. All right, Jinx, you're leading the cheer squad again with your 3 years of sniper veterancy and whatever you said yesterday. That was the funniest thing. All right, Zoo, hey, who's been your biggest surprise of the day so far?
Biggest surprise, I mean,
Of the tournament so far.
we got of the tournament so far, like the Knights, and I'm gonna be surprised if they can hold a top 3 position after the end of the day. I'm not sold on them yet. I'm sold on Coops though. Coops, that guy, always been fragging like on various teams. So I'm sold on Coops, but the Knights, still not sold on them yet.
All right, Hot Jukes, get us into the game while you tell us who your prediction is for day number 2.
Well, my prediction is gonna be that we're gonna have a great day of games here, Zute, because I honestly, it's hard to pick a squad. It really is. I mean, one thing, if I had to really pick a team, I think I gotta go with Ghost, because they got hot finally towards the end of the day yesterday, and I think we're gonna really start seeing them pop off here at the start. That's what my thought is. What do you think, Zoo?
I gotta agree with you. Like Ghost Gaming, casting them throughout the whole entirety of PMPL North America, they start off slow. And I remember I was making fun of them. They ended up in like 5th or 4th place overall on day 1 during PMPL North America, right? And I was like, yeah, you guys are doing great and all, but you guys haven't gotten a single chicken dinner. And now this time around for PMPL Americas, they're in the top 5 right now with no chicken dinners. This is looking exactly like their performance in PMPL North America. So I'm expecting them to start ramping things up and grabbing those chicken dinners. And once these do start hitting those chicken dinners, Hot Jukes, oh, it's gonna be Ghost Gaming on top.
Hey, never doubt the Beowulf. You know that guy's been putting in tons of hours studying, getting the lab to make sure that he's ready and prepared for today. We'll have to see if all that prep is going to come to fruition. First zone goes on up. Zute, tell us all about it.
First zone down to the southeast, pretty centralized around the main parts of the island. I don't think we're going to go shifting into that military base. Then again, I am casting, and it is the first game. And from what I remember, the first game of the day usually, throws us up in a loop. And speaking about loop, it looks like 19E, looks like they 3-manned that just to secure the car. But was there a car spawn? The camera panned through the garage and I didn't see it. There is a buggy, so somebody's gonna have to stay.
I didn't see it either, but I wonder if this is a set play, if they realize that they have one player from INTZ take a vehicle. Yeah, I think they're doing that. I think they're gonna rush him right now and take a kill. A great spot, but 19E catches him. I gotta let that camera swap. Got me a little confused there for a second. I thought something else was going on. But yeah, 19E doing that. So that looks like looks like 19E did their research, able to get a free kill off that.
Yeah, they were prepared. They 3-man stacked the garage compound, which is not very typical. But if you come in dropping here, expecting a team to also go there, you 3-man drop that. You saw that one player got scared, went off somewhere else. And I don't know if this is 19E rotating on the buggy to go loot or setting up to finish off the rest of INT's. Oh, this is kind of risky, Hot Jukes. I don't know about this.
That's a scary rotation. All it takes is 2 bullets on those tires. And they are completely stuck out in the open. Carnage. I mean, Blissey got all his rock climbing skills. Putting that buggy into 4-wheel drive to climb that mountain, but a nice little safe rotation. Very good driving there from Carnage.
Yeah,
that's super risky.
Not just the rock climbing skills, but Carnage is legitimately testing his friendship with Sam L. With that, it's legit. Sam L, how much do you trust me? How much do you trust me, Sam? Sam is literally just on that back of the buggy, like just. Fingers crossed, butts clenched.
But you know what it's like, right? So you know for a fact that Sam back there, right? He's just like the whole time, he's just telling Carnage, "I knew this was a bad idea. I knew this was bad." And then as soon as they made it past, Carnage was like, "I told you we were safe. I told you."
It's like they don't call me the 3 times for nothing.
Woo!
I know what I'm doing. But on it, I like taking a step back. Not sure why they drove that way, but it worked out, and they got a kill point so far. So great to see. Good start from 19E. Speaking about 19E, they were one of the teams that kind of fell short of my expectations. Like, I know it's only been 1 day, but I expected them on the first page, at least, right? I don't think they're even in the first page yet. So starting off the first game with 1 kill, and not just any 1 kill. That was a planned, decisive play, push, kill. Fast, quick, in and out. That's really good to see.
I mean, it's super smart. If they're able to go ahead and realize, all right, iNTZ is split looting. They have one person secure that garage compound. Why don't we send the whole squad? We'll 4v1 him, get an easy kill, loot up, and then we can deal with iNTZ after they picked up all the crate loots in a 3v4. Very, very smart play. And this is what we see at the highest level. You know, we'll see little plays like that that make all the difference pretty much going into the start of the day.
Yeah, great teamwork too, by the way. Like Carnage, you know, popping off that drop shot, and then you got Sam right behind him standing up. It's like just being hit from 2 angles, but from the same angle. One down low, one standing up. I mean, that one player had no chance, right? Now, taking a look at the rest of the map, we haven't even spoke on the rotations yet. Meanwhile, you know, we saw that little quick scrap between 19E and iNTZ. Teams have been rotating in, getting in quick on the zone, just like we've seen in day 1. So I don't think the pacing has slowed down any at all.
You know, just to be clear, that play, you know, we're praising that play from 19E. I will say, though, that rotation was a coin flip. You know what I'm saying? In my eyes.
It was.
That could have gone either way. You know, that's one of those ones that, like, you look like a genius if it works out, or, you know, you look like the other thing if it doesn't. But fortunately for them, it did. You know, so we'll see how they fare for the rest of the game. Looks like they did end up going to South Georgia and looting that up. We're looking right now at all the rest of the squads, nice and early. I mean, this is what we've seen when we started casting yesterday, right? Just a slow start, everybody just getting prepped for late game.
Yeah, slow start, but the rotations are fast. I mean, we see here on the screen right now, 2 teams right next to each other, that being of icuCi and Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming rotating out from Pachinki, making their first rotation to the compound right here next to the beach side, and icuCi is quite aware of them. You see King Asta scoping in right there, but no action yet, just a lot of rotations.
Yeah, one thing I really noticed is like how much farm has really become, and I want your thoughts on this, how much farm has become like a central loot location. And I think that's because of Bigatron, right? We saw them, that's their drop spot and their dominance, and now we just see tons of teams. I mean, yeah, the zone is in this area, but still, I think we've definitely seen this spot highlighted a lot in recent tournaments.
Yeah, teams like BTR and Nova, right? Nova also does somewhat of a farm split, more towards the west side. But top teams like this, utilizing these little split drop looting, has really popularized the whole meta of looting quick and rotating quick. Because when you don't have much to loot, once you're done, you're out. But if you're looting a place like, you know, North George Pool, South George Pool, there's so much loot. Sometimes it's just like, do we really need to rotate now? I mean, zone is so far away. I could get maybe a level 3 helmet if I just keep looking a bit more, get some more first aids. So it's like, it's 2 different complete metas just based on where you drop, right? And yeah, farm teams have been winning with those fast rotations, little loot. And Beowulf knocked in the head by that DP. icuCi and Ghost Gaming don't expect to push, but that's a moment for things to come, maybe.
I mean, I think that the big omen that we're going to see a lot is that use of that DP. That DP is hella meta now. I mean, that thing is the thing to use. DP 4X, the 4 burst. I mean, as soon as I've seen some montages of just people just bursting that DP, it's like instant knock city from 300-400 meters away like it's nothing.
Yeah, shout outs to Paraboy, the one who really put the DP on the map for the world to see. Like, I mean, I remember when I was competing still, like years back, I got knocked by Paraboy, the DP, and let me tell you, I was like, I've never been knocked faster in my life before.
I was about to say insta knock, right? Like it's just instant. You just hit one bullet down. Yeah, it's crazy.
Like the DP is insane. Let's see, speaking about insane, do we get an insane circle shift? Do we swap towards the military? I don't know, we do not. Centers up a little bit. Ghost Gaming, you know, that rotation definitely paying off. And
real quick,
all the
though,
other teams from the
look at 19E. This is the second time in a row we've seen them first match rotate very late. They're the only squad in the blue zone right now. What do you think about that?
I mean, I was talking about it earlier, right? When you have so much loot to loot, and when the circle's so far away, is there really a rush to break into the first circle? Not really. Second circle? I don't think so. I think by the time the third circle hits around, you need to be in a position to get ready to rotate on a potential third circle hard shift. But the first 2 circles, like, I mean, we've seen so many rotations, but barely any fighting. So it's just a rotation game still. And so 19E rotating a little bit later I don't think it'll impact too much.
Speaking of that, I know we missed it. You guys didn't see it on the map, but if you rewind the tape a little bit, you'll notice that on the right side of the map, we see 4 squads doing the exact same rotation, trying to come in through the north. Lazarus, ESG, Alpha 7 as well, all just trying to wrap around that Mansion Yasnaya area, trying to come in through the top because they think that Shelter and Milt is taken, but it's wide open.
Yeah, it's a funny thing when you get players of the high level all playing in the same lobby, they all tend to think the same way. It's like, oh, we'll do a wrapping rotation. This will be clear for me. And the team behind them, we'll also do a wrapping, and they just end up running into each other. Speaking about running into each other, the Knights, the #1 team coming into today, they're chilling at that compound, taking some shots at Boca Juniors Gaming. It looks like they will be okay, but look at that. The Knights, 4 players at a compound, holding it strong right now.
Yeah, and I think the Knights really need to start off strong. I think they do. You know, they had a great day yesterday. They have a ton of confidence. I don't want to see them comfortable, if you know what I'm talking about. I don't want them to see like, oh, we got a lead. We can afford to play a bad game. Nah, they need to come out swinging, make another big statement and say, hey, we're here. Don't mess with us. That's what I think I want. That's what I definitely want to see from the Knights.
I 100% agree with you. And the thing is, like, the Knights... Oh, hold on. Pause.
Snake.
Axel.
Oh, Telly.
Bus up. Oh, Telly
Chan.
gets shot. Is he going to get that thirst in, though? Immediately switches targets to Gabby, so no thirst, but you see the rest of Team Queso angling up. This could be the very first 4v4 team fight we see in day #1. Or day #2, match #1.
That's right. You can see Gabby just over there. Gabby G3. Yeah, just on that other side, getting that McLaren pieced up a little bit. Looks like they're trying to put some suppressive fire down, trying to make something happen. But man, this is risky. This is going to be a really risky res for Lazarus.
And yeah, you see Team Queso playing it smart. They're not, you know, going for that thirst. They're just angling up everywhere they can to make sure they can't get that revive. However, on the eastern side, I think we saw Fate trying to do a wide wrap. This is going to be the breaking point if we continue on watching this fight. Pan forced to back up a little bit, and I think it all comes down to Fate on that eastern wrap. And he has been spotted out. If Fate goes down here, Fate does not. The headshots out of Fate. He will get that thirst too. This is going to change the fight completely around Fate with the opening.
Oh, straight turned on Ayala right there. Did get pieced up. The blue zone's starting to hit him. He needs to get this first aid off fast. He's actually going to use a bandage a little bit quicker. Ends up working out for a second, but Marco shutting that down, getting the revenge. So, yeah, they did end up getting a point, but it looks like they're going to lose 2 players in the process. So, again, not the, you know, the best start for Lazarus. They're currently in 3rd place, though, so we can kind of give them a little bit of a little breathing room. But, you know, still 5 more matches left to go. They're going to have to make sure they definitely pop off. And the game's not over yet.
I got to chime in here on that play we just saw, because I've been watching a lot of PUBG Mobile in the China, right? We all know that the Chinese teams are much more advanced. What I just saw there from Fate was great, but if it was even better, we'd see a chess match. Fate moves up. We saw TQ do that flank. Then we see another flank out of Lazarus, but we're just not at that level just yet. But great heads-up play by Fate. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 team, we're definitely keeping an eye on. Revo knocked right now. Is he able to get revived? Kind of in the open here. TU pinning down Alpha 7 on their rotation.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see some people try to catch up here. Oh yeah, the other day just trying to run over him and get that kill. There's that dip that's right above school that's, I don't think they have fully secured. I'm surprised we didn't see Alpha 7 just kind of go for that dip. That would have been a really strong position. But it looks like they're going to be on the drive, just trying to find another spot that's free.
Alpha 7 swagging. Oh, wheel popped out on that US on the back. Still chugging right along, taking some more shots. I think that is from a different team. Lazarus taking shots at Alpha 7 here now. We're centering back onto the map. This is the middle, somewhat the middle, off-center middle. Teams just chilling at the compound. Juancho with that card 9 knock onto a B4 player.
Got our eyes right on Potato Hill here as all these teams just turned a long-range chess match trying to secure their locations. But you're now just playing basically keep away. If you're Isurus, you don't want any team pushing up on you for free. So they got a nice split going, keeping eyes in all directions. trying to get some shots downfield. Looks like Team Kessel, again, in a little bit of trouble. Nitsu's down. Marco and Axel are still up on the side. Got that DP6X spraying a little bit. Look at that. Just the slightest little peek instantly gets pieced up. And from both ends, so he's in really big trouble. He's completely pinched.
Yeah, completely pinched and out of zone. Same with Alpha 7, not yet in zone. Team Queso not yet in zone. And I haven't even touched on the zone ending right now. This next shift, like, no matter where it goes, it's gonna be a crazy ending. We got compounds, we got elevation differences. Like, take a look at the minimap on your top right. Like, we have the mountains on top, all the compounds down low, and then there's so many dips in this area and shacks too. Like, it's gonna be a crazy game.
Yeah, we're starting to see that movement now. I think this is a desperation rotation. Just through the blue zone, trying to find a spot. Next zone, gonna go down to the farm area. Look how many squads we have to get rotating right now.
Yeah, I see one thing, Ghost Gaming. This is how Ghost Gaming makes their comebacks. They pray a little bit to circle gods, get some good circle shifts, and then after that, it is all over. Like, calling it now. Ghost Gaming's gonna be top 3 in this match.
Okay.
I may have just jinxed it, but I'm calling. I trust in them.
All right, we'll see. We'll see. They got a darn good spot here. If they're able to just kind of hold it down, shouldn't be a problem. Look at all the teams, though, rotating right in this direction, and they are full sending it. Influence Rage, one of those squads. Sleepless, he's just staying in a shack, trying to keep it quiet for now. icuCi, remember I was talking about them earlier, trying to make sure that no team pushes up on them. It's so difficult when you have so many squads heading in this direction. Look at all these McLarens. Everybody all set up here. Final end zone.
And it's definitely the meta. And we got these shacks that I'm talking about. Alpha 7 in Alpha 7 fashion, they don't go for a shack. They want a stronger position. Crashing straight in. Carrillo already knocked. That's not a good start for Alpha 7, but it is Alpha 7 versus icuCi. icuCi a little bit separated on their split defense, but doing a great job holding.
They're trying to do the best they can. Isuru's got only one up here. The rest of them have to come and try to help him out. And he's gonna have to hold the top of the stairs as they start pushing. Swagin getting knocked. Carrillo still on his knees. Senatexa is down to 1 HP. And man, what a great hold down. Oh, but he snuck it down. He didn't move a muscle. Has to switch guns. Not able to do it in time. And there goes Alpha 7. First team out here in match number 1.
That is unfortunate to see. I mean, Alpha 7, they go out first, but at least they did it in Alpha 7 fashion, right? They went down taking a fight. They weren't just, you know, hiding in some shack. But that Uzi, that's why the Tommy gun is better than Uzi. The 50 clip versus that 35, if he had a Tommy gun in hand, he gets both of them right there.
Hey, you got to give a huge shout out there to Isurus because that was basically, what, a 3v2? 3v2, they held down that shack. I mean, that was very well executed by them. Great support. And not just, I mean, just take out pretty much one of the best teams in the lobby was absolutely huge. And you know the rest of the squads, they were staring at the kill feed. They got to realize Alpha 7's gone. Here's our chance to start passing them up. Teams definitely need to start putting in work now.
Ooh, 19E, look at that. Their rotation, are they? Oh, okay, it looks like they stopped. 19E stopped at a shack. It looked like they were going straight for the Rage team, but TU taking some shots at Lazarus. Lazarus finding one.
Oh, the turn!
The turn on by Telly.
Yeah. That was disgusting. Fame boys. I mean, Telly does get knocked by one of his teammates, but that was still really, really nice shooting there from Telly. Rest of Lazarus trying to hang on. The Unnamed have a really good position on the top of that hill. The Knights, they're set up well. They're going to have to creep down into the circle. And it looks like after seeing all those smokes, they're going to use that to buy some time and head on over right towards the center. And a solid rotation from the Pittsburgh Knights.
Ooh, I love that. I love that. They took their time. You saw all the other teams just rush into zone, find whatever shack they can, right? But the Knights, they're showing signs of versatility. They came in slow, out on the top, put out a suppressive fire, and Coops give this man the DP, man.
Oh,
that's the second one. Oh, Coops is so good. Racking up 3 kills already for Coops. He came in today with 20. He's at 23. Hot Jukes.
Hey, you know who rocks 23 on their back? The GOAT, man. And I'm telling you, Coops, he's coming to play. The Unnamed out of here. And that's the squad that was in 6th place. So the Pittsburgh Knights doing so good. And like you mentioned, yeah, we're seeing teams rotate really quickly. But you look at the Knights, very calculated with their spots. Alcar trying to get to the shack, jumps out. Able to just barely make it there from King shots.
Nice rotations. Yeah, so we saw that rotation earlier by the Knights, right? They took it slow. They had the high ground. This
Oh my
one, they changed it
goodness.
up. It's a hard shift down south. They know there's some shacks in play. And Alucard with the fast rotation this time around. Like, the Knights playing so well right now. Speaking of which, Ghost Gaming, by the way, they got that circle bless. I'm telling you, Hot Jukes, this is it. This is their time to shine.
Let's see it, but I got to give it again to the Knights, recognizing that switch. Before we get to there, look at this huge fight between 19E and Passion Fruits. Steve-O trying to hold the shack down, not able to do so, but it looks like Sleepless, the last one up, able to hold the shack down. Ghost realized this. I wonder if they're going to start pressing into the situation. Looks like not. There's just still so many fights going on. Here comes E-Storm, getting a shot. Gets run over? Ran over. Wow. From Irma's Matrala. I mean, all the crazy plays are happening here in game number 1.
Oh man, what a way to start off the game, and we're not even done yet. We still got 37 alive. We still got all these teams and like various hard covers being shacks, dips. Well, dip's not a hard cover, but we're gonna have a lot of teams alive even after this circle closes. Some teams that haven't yet moved yet, Isurus and Rage, they're fighting out on the northern edge, still trying to find a way into the next zone. Actually, Isurus does have zone at this compound. They're fully focused on gatekeeping Influence Rage now.
Yeah, they definitely have to, because that's going to be the top edge of the circle. They got to look the way in as well, because the zone can shift to any certain direction. B4 trying to hold it against Boca. Right on top, going to get the thirst on one of them. There goes Scream, and they are going to eliminate B4. So Boca, this is their chance to really push up into the leaderboards. They're currently in 11th place, and they are holding the beach for the best they possibly can as we move over. I mean, there's just fights going on all over here.
Yeah, all over. Just quick look at the minimap. Take a notice how Coops is playing away from the rest of the team at a huge off angle. This might come in huge for the Knights as far as kill points go for the rest of this match.
Not to mention the Knights, they're on top, so all they gotta do is maintain their points. They just want a good, solid placement, get some nice kills. That'll set them up really, really well. The rest of the squads are gonna have to put in some work though, like Influence Rage. We're looking at Isurus as well. Next zone, about to pop.
4v4.
They're gonna have to fight it out. Yep, they're gonna have to fight it out because this zone just shifted on them.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those 4v4s. There is no disengage. One team's got to go out. We got, 3 members in a shack right here. If Isurus could just somehow get one nade bounce, and King Asta's got a good angle for it, but they already smoke it out. Oh, we see Ken coming up close. Grenade in hand. Is it gonna be good, does it? Oh, it does not thread through the smoke into the doorway, but Rage, Influence Rage, they've got to push out now, or else they will get molly and naded to death.
Or blue zone, because guess what? They got 15 seconds left. 15 seconds, and this zone is gonna hurt. They have to finish this fight now. They are pressing into the building.
Shooting the toes.
Trying to hold it down, trying to find the tiniest little anger. Down goes Fear. Poppy coming off the top ropes, trying to get another knock, another finish, and it looks like Isurus is really on top of this Rage. Influence Rage, 1 minute left, and that's it, they're done. But I don't think they can go for these reses. This zone's coming.
Zone is coming, and I think I just heard gunshots for 40 seconds straight right there. That was
crazy.
Elongated fight. We saw Dadine shooting like the toes, literally the toes of the players beneath that UAS. But Isurus Gaming comes out on top. Next circle does shift further down south. Ghost Gaming once again with the zone. I'm telling you, man, Ghost Gaming now gatekeeping INTZ and Passion Fruit. The Knights in zone, and Boca also in zone.
I'll tell you, one of the last teams you want to have zone priority is Ghost Gaming. You know they're gonna put in work. Coops, oh, he's getting shot from all directions. That tree just not thick enough. And now Chico gonna head on over to his teammate. So down goes Coops. There goes Isurus. They are down as well. 6 teams remaining. Passion Fruits still into this. They have 3 kills. Putting some shots with that DP. They're gonna blow up that McLaren and just hold the edge of this circle as the Knights, oh, they gotta hope that a nade doesn't thread the needle into that shack. But it does!
Yeah,
one more.
Oh, they do have one more. This one, though, the smoke is down. It's going to be a little bit harder to thread. Oh, bounces right over the top. Chico getting revived right now by Alucard. Here comes some more nades. Now, Boca, they can't press it either, because if they press over it towards the Knights, they're running over in the open, and this is why. You got HH looking their way with that DP. Ghost Gaming right now with only 1 kill, but they're set to pick up that chicken dinner and that top 3 placement points.
Dude, HH24, that's almost like an anime, right? He's like, hey, what are you looking at? Your fight is with me. you know? Putting on shots from the other side, you know, like, why are you paying attention to them for? I'm right here. Ghost still putting in a bunch of shots and just causing chaos for all the rest of these squads. They're all trying to work on each other, and you got Ghost just shooting at you from across the field.
And we're going to get another circle shift, and it does shift further south. Everybody has to go into the open, though. Nobody has hard cover.
Goodness.
The only team with the zone is Boca. We're going to see all these teams press in at like the same time. Passion Fruit's probably going to take a fight with either Ghost or PK. PK's 2 up. What are your predictions?
I mean, I said Boca's got the zone, and I'm going to put that in air quotes because he got just the slightest edge of it. I mean, Ghost have to push out. I think they have a vehicle in... They most likely have a vehicle in that warehouse, so they're probably going to go ahead and send it out, blow it up, and try to make some makeshift cover. But this push right now is massive between Passion Fruits versus the Knights. They're going to thread a needle in there. I don't think the Knights are going to stand a chance. They're just going to hold in that shack for as long as they can.
Yeah, Chico just sticking the revive all the way through. Like, he's not even gonna pull out his gun. But Passion Fruit makes the first move into working their way into zone. That kind of opens it up for Ghost. So Ghost no longer have to, you know, take that engagement next to Passion Fruit, and that lets them sneak on in potentially.
Works out for them. Here come the smokes. Ghost Gaming so good at using that utility to be able to get them into the right position. Passion Fruit versus Boca on the other end. And it looks like they did catch one of the members from INTZ with one remaining member. I mean, he is just laying down full snake mode, trying to get some extra positioning points.
I don't think he's fired off a shot. I don't think anybody knows about this lone INTZ player just, you know, making his way slowly in. Now, Passion Fruit has really great sightlines onto Ghost. They have that ridge right there. That puts Ghost Gaming at a huge disadvantage if they just keep snaking their way in. Once those smokes are gone, it's free pickings. And INTZ, Netzos, makes a play with the nade, gets a squad wipe. That's huge for him.
And not to mention, he threw a nade, so it didn't give away his position. Passion Fruit got now a beautiful angle onto Boca, and Ghost, they are so happy with this. So like, yeah, you guys fight it out. We'll deal with y'all later. And you can just see Spec does go down up on the front side. Other 3 are behind. But this INTZ member, he is the X factor here, without a doubt.
Definitely. And he's still laying low. I think he's just watching the kill feed. Oh, he's got more grenades. Oh, that one. Oh, so close for Ghost Gaming. But Ghost Gaming managed to pick up one of the Passion Fruit players. If they kept all 4 up here, right here on this ridge, Passion Fruit would be in such a good position. But now it's a 4v3, v2, v1.
You could see Netos there on the other side. You know he's throwing those nades because he doesn't want to give away his position. I'm not sure if Scream recognizes where he is just yet. He's got that little bit of bush cover. That's the only thing that he has going for him. But Ghost, they have no clue that he's behind him. Oh, he does get caught, though. Scream catch him for the other end, but that gives away his position. Boca taking huge advantage of it and finishing it. Now with those shots, that gives an opportunity for Spec to push up a little bit more. Oh, and he's got a nade. This could be it.
4v3. Ghost Gaming pressing onto Passion Fruit. Passion Fruits no longer has advantage because Ghost Gaming has pressed up onto the ridge. CiisLive DLC snaking up close to the res. It all lies on him. If he could get the opening knock for Passion Fruits, this might turn it back around to Passion Fruits' favor. But we're at another standstill. Spec had that nade, but no connection. And Tensa checking his sides, checking his corners. Always a great awareness-minded player.
I guarantee you, if any of these members from Ghost had a nade, they would be throwing it right now, but they must be all out of utility. They're gonna have to do this with the guns on their back. And I believe they definitely have the advantage positioning-wise here right now, but you're right, CiisLive, he is the X factor, gets a nice initial knock. That's gonna even up the fight. So now it is a 3v3 between these 2 teams.
2v3, 2v3.
2v3.
Spec got the knock with that peek, and now it's a 2v2.
Gosh.
Feo and HH versus Juancho and DLC.
What is going to happen? It can go either way. You can see Bayo going for the res behind that rock. But now Passion Fruit have the hill. Juancho, you're going to get hit by that blue zone. Don't get touched. No! Juancho! Oh, but that is so brutal. The play zone knocked him. And now it's just CiisLive. Yeah, 3v1. Not going to be able to do it. Ghost Gaming, baby. What did I say? You know, first game, that's going to be the squad to come in hot, and they get a chicken dinner right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, I predicted it like, what, the second circle in? I was like, oh, look.
You did?
Gaming got
you said, oh, top 3? How about first place?
I mean, okay, I saw them get one zone blast on like maybe the fourth circle, and when I saw that one, I'm just like, when things go a little bit in favor for Ghost Gaming is a team to not mess around with getting, you know, advantages or blesses. Like, they closed that one out, and it wasn't the easiest closing fight either. It looked a little bit, you know, scary with passion fruit and whatnot, but they took it home, and this is Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming's time to shine.
They're just so ridiculously calm and collected in these kind of end game situations. Even when they realize, okay, we don't have any cover at all, hey, throw some smokes, let's just snake our way in and just use our gun skill and use our comms to push through and just bully the rest of the teams into submission. And that's what they think they're so good at. And they're so hard to kill because of all that teamwork, all that synergy, all that utility. The second you knock one of them, it's like the rest of the team just gets pissed off and just starts like shooting like crazy, throwing smokes down. They get them right back up and back into the fight. I mean, Ghost, here they come, baby. Here they come.
Yeah, the teamwork, 1000% the teamwork. You can knock one player, there's still 3 up, but those 3 are immediately, like you said, utility, cover fire, positioning, pressuring, reviving. Like, it's not an easy fight with Ghost ever.
Not at all. And you can see as we look into the highlights here, we saw 19E a little bit earlier. Here comes Team Kessel. Nice shot there onto Telly from Lazarus. And this game, I mean, definitely with these kind of rotations, it picked up really quickly in my opinion.
It was a bunch of rotations, and then it just sped right up. It also has to do with like the area that the zone ended. I love it when the zones end down there. It adds so much dynamic play. We saw those full out shed crashes, right? Full out, you know, fast rotations to the shacks. You have those few compounds left. And oh yeah, ISG, that defense. You mentioned it. It was like a 2v3 defense, and they pulled it off beautifully.
Against one of the top, against pretty much the top fragging team in the lobby and one of the top fragging teams in the world, Alpha 7. So that is a really big highlight moment for them. You know that they got to be extra hyped after that. This was a beautiful fight between 19E. 19E almost had this, but there was one remaining member. They did end up getting the finish on them. And look at this run over. I mean, this game had it all.
Yeah, it literally had everything except for a team nade, maybe.
Oh yeah, team nade would have been sick.
Yeah, it literally had everything else. Ghost Gaming holding this compound down, not playing quiet though, getting knocks here and there. And here's that 40-second fight. Just ISG. Oh, so ISG took down Alpha 7 and Influence Rage. So, you know, looking good. Maybe they're starting to have their comeback day too.
I mean, after that, I mean, being able to show that you have that kind of skill in the up close, that was a beautiful nade there from HH24. That one almost threaded the needle. Only one more, unfortunately, not able to get it for them. And then HH24 from the other side. I mean, definitely Isurus is going to be a squad I'm going to look at for the rest of the day after you see them doing these kind of plays in up-close battle.
Now, what do you think about the Knights' performance this game? We saw them go out a little bit early, but they had the kills, and we saw them have nice rotations, nice strategy. Do you think this is like a good game for them in the sense that they're going to keep the momentum going forward?
I think it was solid. I just don't want to see them get a little, get a little too cheeky with their play style, because now that they have a point-ahead system, I don't want it to get into their minds of, oh, all we have to do is do decent. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just go ahead and put some points on the board, because when you change to that play style, it's going to adjust how you play. And that's not what I want to see. I want to still see that pure aggression. Because that's what got them there. That's what got them to first place. If they start changing their play style, we're going to start seeing them go down the leaderboards little by little. What do you think?
I got to agree with that 100%, Hotchix.
All right, well, hey, we'll see how everything's going to turn out here, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for game number 1. We'll be right back after this break and a wonderful interview with Ghost Gaming themselves.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my God, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
This feels really good.
And Hyper Touch basically makes response time on this thing when you're gaming next to instant.
What's going on, everybody? It is Mustache Dave, joined with Ghost Gaming, Beowulf in the house. We are getting ready for the finals here. Bale, first of all, how you feeling, my man?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm very excited to play, and I think it's going to be a great tournament.
All right, so talking about the tournament, we had a couple weeks off between you guys qualifying, and now, what has the team been doing as far as training goes?
Yeah, we've been playing pretty much every day, and we've started practicing against the South American teams with the entire lobby that we're going to be playing in now. So we've been learning the rotations and kind of the strategies of a lot of the new teams that we haven't played against before, and we've learned a lot, and we're ready to use it in the tournament.
So during your training, like, what type of hurdles do you think the team has kind of faced in trying to overcome them?
Yeah, there's a lot of different strategies that we haven't seen before. Some teams like Team Queso do a lot of things that North American teams would never do, and it's very different, and we have to learn how to combat those things.
All right, do you think you guys are ready for this?
Yeah, we're definitely ready, and we've been practicing a lot, so I think we're good to go.
All right, well, there you heard it from Bayo. He was doing a pretty good dang job in map number 1, and I'm sure he's using a great piece of hardware, the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro. It provides you at home your best shot to climb the leaderboards with flagship performance and immersive 120 hertz screen. Plus technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch. You can play faster and better than ever before. Make sure to check out the OnePlus 9 series for your best shot. Look at that, Seven. I see you staring right there at it. You know, it's got all that tech in there. I'm sure you would you would frag out on it too, right?
Yeah. Sonia told me I'll be getting mine in the email pretty soon, so it's all good.
What?
It's all good.
You're getting one? Come on, man. All right, Sonia. If you're gonna give him one, then you can let him host it. Show the scoreboard. Yeah, scoreboard now from that last map. Yeah, let's do it. All right, yeah, Ghost ended up taking that one, being blessed not only by the circle gods, but Zute, the prediction god himself as well. He called this one with all 16 teams still on up. But surprise, surprise, although they won the map, Passion Fruit, with the mixture of the kills and the placement points, take the lion's share of the points in this first map, Glitter.
Yeah, and what's also impressive too is Boca Juniors ties Ghost Gaming with 20 points. I mean, this was a very different game that we've seen in the past. I mean, Passion Fruit just completely decided to turn on the Jets today. I mean, 9KP, and we saw how aggressive they were playing, but 10 on Boca Juniors, 10 on Isurus. Where did these teams come from? The fact that they're in 4th place right now, and all of their KP is the majority of their points. Do you see that? They only had 2 placement points, 7. So they had so much early and mid-game aggression to get to that point.
You know, something else that I'm really enjoying is 6th place and 7th place. With Irmaus Ventrala, we talked about how many kill points they had. Well, guess what? On this first game, they decided to switch it up. They actually ended up with more points, just regular points. And I'm enjoying that too. And with Knights, we were actually wondering what was going to happen there. We kind of saw Ludus go away. They didn't really have to rotate into like the 4th circle, but they were still able to manage at least 5 kill points, and that is huge for them. Here on the second page, we have Lazarus with 4 points. One of the teams that was at the top at the start of the day, wondering what's going to happen there. E-Storm here with 3 points. Team Queso, and this is 2 of the teams that we were talking about earlier. Team Queso and B4 there with 2 points and 1 point. And what's really a big surprise for me, it's if we kind of scroll down, we have 19 esports, and that first point that they got, that point they got at the beginning of the match. After that, they really weren't able to do anything. With Alpha 7 esports, their rotation was just off. We saw them kind of crash in. It backfired for them. I'm kind of more, at least from what we saw yesterday, we're kind of more used to seeing them play that edge of the circle. It didn't work out for them, so I'm wondering if maybe they're going to go back to that here on Sandhawk coming up.
Yeah, and if you could see this here, a lot of damage coming from teams not in the top half when you take a look at icuCi Gaming and Boca Juniors, the proud Argentinian organization. They find themselves on top of the leaderboards in terms of damage. We know that Ghost Gaming, again, they didn't have to move that much, but a lot of that damage coming from the last couple set of circles there, Glitter.
I just love that we're seeing a lot of those teams that we had kind of touched on at the beginning of the show, those teams that were on the second page that needed to maybe really step it up here today to start chipping away at the lead and really push themselves to get some points on the board. That's exactly what happened here in our first match. So if that continues, it's going to close that gap. It'll jumble up the standings. I mean, it's going to get real interesting.
Yeah, and we got to take a look at some of our top performers so far from that very first map here. We get to see some less familiar names. Scream there for Boca Juniors and Ken for icuCi. And yeah, that DLC XVI guy looks pretty familiar, and he has the perfect amount of damage, doesn't he, Seven?
Yeah, he does. You know what? We'll talk about him in a little bit later. We're actually going to dive into him later on. Coops. I mean, Coops went out early in the match too, and for him to be able to put up those numbers, that was one of the big questions that we kind of had at the beginning of the show. Is Coops still going to be able to perform today? Guess what? He is. He did die a little bit earlier, but some of the other teams were able to stay alive and at least get those extra placement points. And with the other players, he had 1,000 damage. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of damage coming out of Coops, but I think this whole first round has to be about passion fruit. They were a bottom feeder coming into the day. As you said, Glitter, barely hitting double digits in the scoreboard, now find themselves getting the most points after map number 1.
But look at that difference. This is what I was talking about when they say they've just managed to really turn everything around. They were averaging 383 damage across their games from yesterday, and now we're up to almost 1,800 here in the first game. I mean, the kills are insane. Obviously, significantly more survival time. The points, under 2 points per game, because we saw how low they were. And now 21 points here in the first match. This is the performance that we were hoping for out of them from the very beginning. This is the performance they need to now continue throughout the rest of today if they want to be in a solid place at the end of it.
Yeah, it's expected when you have a player of CiisLive's caliber to be doing something like that. And of course, we had some thoughts on CiisLive there, Seven.
Yes, we do. And I'm a big guy in regards to players, and a player having a star, especially if the team, let's just say, if the team's sucking, they're going to need somebody to just kind of wake them up. And I feel like CiisLive was a huge part of this for this team on this first match. I mean, look at him, 666 damage. If only he didn't have a typo on his name, this will be a perfect screenshot for a profile picture on Twitter. He did end up with 5 kills, knockouts 4. Now, heals as well. 343 so far. This is what you want to see out of a team that's at the bottom, right? You want somebody to rally behind. CiisLive was one of those players. Now, I do want to get some credit as well to Juancho. Juancho ended up with just 1 kill, but he was able to put up 629 damage as well for that team. So it's good to see that it's just not one player. We just kind of wanted to highlight CiisLive a little bit more since they have the better stats overall. But Juancho as well pulling up some great numbers for that team.
Yeah, CiisLive was the last one left alive against Ghost in the final circle there, and we could pull up Ghost stats. I think we hit on it on the broadcast. We've talked about it here in the analyst desk. Less of a struggle in terms of this one, blessed by the zone, but you can see the team stats here from the squad. Seven, what jumps out at you from this victory for Ghost Gaming?
Beowulf. That's the main one that kind of jumps out for me. We kind of saw yesterday Spec, right? Spec still had an amazing performance. I mean, we can kind of see their stats right there. I just want to talk about the players a little bit more. With Beowulf, he had also 600-something damage in this game, and we kind of saw more of a passive gameplay there from Ghost Gaming. You heard Sute say they might end up in third place with the compound that they ended up with, and it was a great compound, and on top of that, getting blessed by the zone. But at the end, they did have to push, and then they had to showcase those skills that we know Ghost Gaming has. So it's great that they were able to step up to the team. Now, on Miramar, so some of the other teams that I want to see step up, it's Alpha 7. That was a rough start to the day. Come on, Alpha 7. What you doing?
Glitter, who's stepping up?
I mean, I would love for it to be Alpha 7, especially when we take into consideration how insane their stats were from yesterday when we go into Miramar. However, I also like to keep things interesting, so if those bottom teams want to keep having these insane performances, I wouldn't be mad about it.
Well, a lot of these bottom teams have the opportunity to bounce back and try to get some points on Miramar, and you at home have the opportunity to get some pretty cool swag. It's the watch party as the PMPL America's Championship will watch together. 50,000, 70,000, and 100,000 concurrent viewer milestones all throughout the tournament. Log on in, get your PMPL finished. The PMPL Perk Crate and the Pro League Top respectively. Obviously, you can get each one of those based off of how many viewers we get. Make sure to log on in and collect yours over at the event center. 7, Glitter, thank you for breaking down game number 1. To bring us into game number 2, back to the hype man of North America and the magician, I guess the fortune teller, it's Jukes and Zute. Oh, no, it's Jukes and Dave. Sorry.
That's right. You said...
Zute's got that mustache.
Yeah, but the thing is that you said the crystal ball. And I'll tell you what, the originator
I don't have it.
of the crystal ball is the mustache Dave right here, man. The legend.
Hey, you didn't see that face?
I mean,
dude, come on, Degon. That's the trademark face, the pose right there. Yeah, but Zute's right, you know, Ghost Gaming coming out strong here today. That is exactly what they needed. Hot Jukes, will they have another huge performance this game? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get right into it.
Let's get it, baby. Miramar, taking it over to the desert. And that's right, we got the OG pair back to bring you the action, man. The Jukes Dave podcast to start things off. Dave, I miss you, buddy. You ready?
Hey, ever since they took out for Kennedy, bro, you know, you and I, just not the same, man. Hey, bring back for Kennedy, all right? I need those 50% water circles. But in all seriousness, huge game 1. Ghost Gaming, Zute called it that, a huge position, definitely favoring them. I spoke to HH24 and I asked them, yo, what happened yesterday? And HH is like, hey, we played our game. We played our game to the T. We did exactly what we needed to do. It's just we didn't get any zone luck at all. And look, game 1, they get that zone luck, and look at those results that they get.
I mean, that's what you have to see in a championship team. I think that you look at a squad to have success and actually be a team that ends up number 1 on the leaderboards. There's going to be some times where you get those unfavorable positions. Those squads, though, they still put up points regardless. They still put up consistent points. And I think that's what we saw Ghost do yesterday. They didn't put up major points that we would expect them to see, but you know, regardless, they put themselves on the board. When they get the chance though, when they get that one game where that zone does go to them and they get that favorable position, holy heck do they capitalize. And we just saw that in the last game. I mean, now they've jumped up to 2nd place just like that.
Yeah, and Ghost, they're one of those teams, they're always within striking distance, you know, within that first place spot, regardless of the day. And I was kind of thinking about this last night, you know, I had a dream. I was like, is it easier to maintain that first place position, or is it easier to chase down that first place position? I have my own opinions on that, but Hot Jukes, like, what do you think about that?
Bro, I'd love to be in first place. That's all I'll say. You know what I'm saying? I'd much love
maintaining it, though. I feel like it's harder.
With a nice little lead and able to maintain it versus having to catch it. I mean, if you're in that it feels worse. That's for sure. Because if you're in first place early on and you get passed up, it has an effect on your team, as opposed to a squad that's almost right there and is able to pass you up in that kind of mid-game area. So there's definitely some mind games when it comes to where you want to sit yourself, either at the top or at the bottom.
I also feel like first place, at least for me, it kind of paints a target on your back if you have first place real early on, like day 1 hot out the gates. You know, all these teams are obviously going to watch the VODs, the footage, and they're going to be like, hey, what are the Knights doing? What did they do correctly on day number 1? Rotations, drop spots, maybe even the team fights or the teams that they ended up fighting, for example. And then some of these teams might take advantage of that. So that is why I kind of thought it's a little harder to maintain first place if you get it early on compared to chasing it down when you know exactly what you need to do every single game to get that spot.
That makes sense. I think that's something definitely that you got to consider. Because if you go and you put, and especially if you have like a really insane first day, every team's going to be looking at you. They're going to be like, what the heck did they do? Let's study these guys. And when they have all that intel on you, it's a little bit harder to perform. I will say this, though. I think that is much more prevalent when it's a long-form tournament, right? When it's like 2-3 weeks.
True.
Because it's harder, but since it's only 4 days, I think you gotta come out the gate hot regardless. You know, you just gotta put up big points on the board at the start. That's, I mean, yeah, that's what I gotta think about it.
Hey, that is very true. I agree. But if I had to counter that, all right, more specifically for our team here, and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the Hot Dave, Hot Jukes podcast out here.
It's tradition.
Welcome to the show, tradition. But when we look at our first place team, the Knights, I feel like you can't ignore Coops, right? 50% of the kill points they won. Last game, they had, what, 5 kills total? He had 4 of those kills. If Coops is having an off day, how is that going to affect the team, right? Like, I don't know. That's something that we might see here.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was kind of telling Zute in the game number 1. I don't want to see. First of all, look at this. The Golden Murado, baby, showing up. INTZ. Oh, nice little drift there. Beautifully played. There's only one of those in the game, ladies and gentlemen. That's at Hacienda, and he happens to have the one itself. But, you know, going back to that, this is what I was saying. I don't want to see the Knights say, hey, you know, we're in first place. Like, right now, they have a 23-point lead. Let's just get some points on the board, you know? Let's just go, okay. And if they play like that, they're going to always have a very small gap. And then guess what? What happens when day 3 or day 4 Coops has a bad day?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see them. Yeah, they tank. So while they're ahead, I want them to act like they're in 7th place. Like they're chasing first place. You know what I'm saying? I want them to play super aggressive, get some major points, and turn that 20-point lead into a, you know, 50, 60, 70-point lead.
Jukes knows. You know, invest your 20 points into Jukes. He'll flip that overnight, make that 50 points. Hit him up, baby.
The move.
Hit him up. Baby. So we'll see. Yeah, if I am the Knights right now, whatever Coops needs or wants, I'm going to be making sure that he gets it. Just because, you know, when a player's doing hot, you want to help them. You want to help them continue doing hot. Nothing's wrong with having one player just pop off and have, like, the games of their life. Like, it happens, you know, Coops fragging out right now. So we'll see. We'll see what the Knights can accomplish. But first place winners of game number 1, we saw Ghost Gaming. They were strolling up on the passion fruit. They were holding this hilltop. Passion fruit recognizing that push, moving downhill into those compounds.
Yeah, that's the one thing when it comes to Ghost is a squad. I mean, what are their off days? You know what I'm saying? Like, when they're having an off day, they're still putting pretty decent points on the board. And then when they're having an on day, they put up massive points. And they started this one off with a chicken dinner. So, I mean, all these teams in the top of the leaderboards, definitely, they can't get comfortable. They got to come in hot. They got to do it good. I mean, it's crazy to see that now that we're 6 games into this tournament, top 3 teams, Dave, all North American squads.
Hey, you ain't lying.
USA.
Hey, you ain't lying. Let's go USA. Okay, but for the sake of, you know, just being that dude, I'm going to be an Alpha 7 fanboy, all right? Because we got too many NA fanboys. You got, what, Ghost Gaming, we got Lazarus out here, we got the Knights. I'm going with Alpha 7, man. I think Alpha 7, after watching last night's 2v4 against INTZ, hey, if they got 4 up, there's nothing stopping them.
I mean, we're getting into that. Yeah, look at this fight. Yeah, look at this fight as we get into this really quick. This is a big one. This is the Pittsburgh Knights, top team in the lobby, and they are pretty separate in a kind of a 2v3 from what it looks like. Rest of the team does look to be driving on up towards them. Alucard trying to buy himself some time with that nade up front, and now the full squad's here. So here we go, full Knights in action. Cardazin, though, from IM across the way, getting a nice knock. And the up-close battle continues. Bishop gonna go for the res. Gotta be very careful, though. One nade could do it.
Yeah, they're definitely getting sandwiched over there. Meanwhile, Chico playing that off angle from the cover. I don't know how much they can help from over there because these grenades are just landing right on top of the dip that the Knights are holding down. And there goes 3 of the Knights just bleeding on out on their knees as Trap cooking that grenade, tossing that grenade, and should be it for at least 3 members of the Knights.
Gone. Just like that, done and dusted. Now it's just Chico up. I mean, this is what we're talking about, Dave. This is what we're talking about, you know? And I guarantee you, all the teams in the leaderboards, I mean, every team in the game, they're gonna look and see 3 players from the Knights are gone this early. Time to start putting in some work.
They're loving it, man. And you know who's loving this the most? Ghost Gaming. Right? They're there. They're in striking distance. Now they have somewhat of a point gap to catch up to, but one more chicken dinner. The couple kills, hey, they're going to be right on top of them for that first place position. Looking at positions from teams this time around. Oh, hold up. I'll have to get back to that because Chico not pulling up to the right neighborhood right here. Yeah.
Go in trouble. Oh, goes for the shot. Gets a knock. I don't think he's going to be able to secure this point, though. Yeah, done. Pittsburgh Knights. That is what we like to call in the business a goose egg, ladies and gentlemen. Putting up 0 points on the board. So, Ghost Gaming, if they get a first place finish here, back-to-back chicken dinners, they're going to pass up the Knights. That's for sure.
The golden goose egg. So, looking at the positions right now, Team Queso all the way out there on that west-hand side. They have a pretty big chunk to call their own when it comes to the zone. We got the unnamed wrapping around El Pozo in the north. They are definitely going to run into Alpha 7, but Telly Lazarus trying to connect these shots on Vitu.
That Marauder's going so fast across the way. Just going to see if we can find another angle. No way. Oh, please. Oh, I wanted to see Telly trying to do a carbide shot out that car. I would have gone nuts. Yeah, putting some more shots with that M4. Oh, they do catch one of his tires. Okay. But you got to catch out one of those back tires if you really want to see that spin out. But he'll be able to control it for now. Oh, getting some nice shots is Gabby. He's got that laser. He's going to lay down as well. He can hit these. Oh, but he only had a few bullets. Reload?
This is interesting, though. Like, before, they had one squad mate drive this road just a second ago, got peppered, got shot up. Why did the other squad mates take the same route, though? They had a little bit of an options. They could have used the other side of that mountain for cover. Might have been able to keep some of these tires alive, but the more of the story, they're all alive. They made it into the zone safe and sound. Let's see if they group up with Doo-Doo now in that compound.
That's safe and sound-ish. I mean, they definitely got a little ways more to go. Yeah, we'll see right now. Speaking of, you know, safe and sound-ish, this Trap, he just drove right into one, and Rivas catching another one. So Irmaos Metrala, aka the Machine Gun Brothers, getting a nice squad wipe. Now they got 2. Now they only got 1 remaining member left. Tough break for them.
The Machine Gun Brothers down to just 1 brother in the dip, in the smokes with 4 members of E-Storm right on top of them. And there goes the Machine Gun Brothers. They didn't have much time on their side regardless because Boca Juniors Club also strolling up in the general area. You would have assumed they would hear those shots and try to third party that one. So we'll have to get back to that fight as checking in with our Alpha 7 crew and the unnamed.
Yeah, here they go. So Alpha 7 getting some eyes onto them, just playing this very, very carefully. And this is crazy, Dave. This is only zone number 2, and we've already seen 2 squads go out. So, I mean, the rotations being really difficult here for these squads. Really surprised. You got to make sure that you do your good scouting and get to moving real carefully, but it's definitely tough. Look at the spread Alpha 7 has, making it pretty much a trap for any team trying to drive down this road.
Yeah, and I think Bucky realizing that they are pretty much stuck in this corner with the blue zone towards their back, opting to pull out, actually go back into the blue and try to wrap around and avoid this. The thing is, though, the unnamed, if you look on the western side, that cliff face, you can't use it. So they really don't have a lot of room to navigate to avoid Alpha 7 over here. Alpha 7, talk about getting the unnamed a nice little pinch, a roadblock. This is it.
Yep, that little hill on the side might as well be water. Now, you cannot get up on top of it, so it's unusable. You can see Carrillo looking down more at the unnamed, trying to pop some shots off, but at some point, yeah, he's going to have to disengage and realize, because the zone hard shifted away from them, but it ended up centering up into this next circle. Passion Fruit, Steve-O getting one on the Doo-Doo. They're going to be both rocking 3-mans, and everyone's just getting ready for this next zone. Got to get moving.
Dudu catching a big surprise right there, rolling into that compound as Pedro. And a nice little bolty on DLC. Now, I was talking to Telly. Telly told me Alpha 7, we should call them the zone cleaners, the zone sweepers, because they're always on the outskirts of the zone, and they're always racking up some points. And, you know, just kind of rewinding back to that unnamed fight, that right there is a prime example. So I'm looking forward to see what they can do with that, as it does look like we got a lot of teams, dead center, kind of just, you know, in a hold-off right here.
And I kind of want to see how that works out for Alpha 7 in the long run of this tournament, because I think that strategy is really good in earlier stages, because you'll see a lot of teams that are struggling, or I'm going to put in air quotes, right, weaker teams. They like to hold the edge, right? They don't want to go and head dead center. They hold edge and just kind of move in little by little. And Alpha 7, if they're at the edge, they're a monster team. They're just cleaning up all those squads like it's nothing. The problem is here, I mean, this is the PMPL Americas, baby. These are the top squads from pretty much every single region. So, you know, there's no easy fights here. No matter who you're fighting, whether it's first place or 16th, you got to make sure that you play it perfectly, or they're going to take one of your members out or the whole squad, just like that.
And you can kind of see the edge sweeper playing out in the leaderboards, right? Because they have 39 total kills. If you had to compare them to, like, the next highest one, that would be 45 kills from the Knights in first place. And Alpha 7, they're in 4th place. So they're in 4th place with the 2nd most kills in the lobby. And I believe that kind of goes back to just the strategy that they're playing here.
I mean, look what happened to them in the last game, right? They had a nice rotation, full send onto Isurus. And you got to, I mean, I think that if they were to try to pick a team, they would pick like a team like Isurus or some of the teams that are on the lower end of the leaderboards. But they wiped them. They wiped them out early.
That's true.
So that's what I was talking about. I mean, any one of these teams are going to put up a heck of a fight. They all want a piece of this prize pool. So if you're Alpha 7, yeah, it's a good strategy, high risk. But, you know, it could also prove to not be rewardful if you get taken out super early. Next zone, about to pop on over. Dave, where do you think it's going? Crystal ball, Dave.
Going north. North,
going north.
North on
Instant.
that thick road.
No hesitation.
Hey, you know who's happy right now? 19 Esports,
yes,
all
sir.
Right? Finally getting some zones in their favor. They are dead center. They got some nice high ground to work with as well, as Boca Jr. is going to be catching Alpha in the back end right here.
That's what Alpha's so good at. Like, the second they get one player getting shot at, there's always shots in return to kind of help cover them instantly. And that did help buy them sometimes. So Boca Juniors going to get some shots off, but they're going to have to prioritize zone here. They're on the south side of the circle, going to have to push it north. It looks like they do have a pathway in, so it shouldn't be too difficult for them. Alpha 7 in the same boat necessarily, but there's a lot of teams that have a really tough drive to try to make it into this next circle.
Ooh, Influence Rage just going for that YOLO send, pulling up with that McLaren out here, trying to claim some type of area as their own. 19E, they had the opportunity to try to inflict some damage on this pull-up. They did get some, but Xenox right there taking a lot in return, but this is that third party from Alpha 7.
From way up top, the laydown shot, Sam, oh man, he felt that nade, and that forced him to put that pin right back in. Can he hit this nade here? He's trying to find the spot through, does find a window, gets some damage onto Little Boy. He needs the rest of his squad to push this. Like, they all have to just clear that building together. It looks like they're just trying to separate and buy some time for each other, though. And Sam getting knocked to Senna Dexa is devastating for 19E in this position.
Yeah, I mean, Senna up here with that mini just tapping away. You see an enemy out there in the open, tap, 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 hit them shots, and 19E, they're so focused on taking out this member of Influence Rage in this little cubby right in front of them. Kind of losing sight that, hey, there's other teams around here, other teams with a advantage on you as well, so you can only risk so much in this situation.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it was their full focus, though. It was only really Sam, the one that was pressing that. The rest of the teams were focusing on everybody else, and that just ended up buying some time for that last remaining member. A good thing for them, though, is they were able to get the res, and they did bully them out the building. So now they have this area re-secured, which is really good, but they cannot afford to let something like that happen again from a different team.
They did give away all their positions, though, at least when we look at Alpha 7. We saw right there, they were zooming in on Carnage's high ground little church tower spot right there. So if Carnage does peek that again, it's going to be very dangerous. So we'll need to keep that in the back of their minds.
How they're going to opt to play that as we move on over to eStorm. They're just holding this shack, and they are just straight chilling right now at the edge of this zone, popping in their McLaren. Well, they wish they had a McLaren. So they found Tonka getting shot in the back, popping on out as we move on over. The unnamed, looking at them rotate on over. Kill feed is popping off.
Tonka.
Looks like, yeah, eStorm and Passion Fruit are
caught.
into it.
Tonka got caught. As we do see Jason pulling on up. Was not able to get behind the cover that their squad mates are currently holding down. It looks like Team CiisLive kind of split, little split going on right now, trying to collapse on top of the unnamed.
That was some nice angles right there. That was a nice little set trap that they put up. They need to press this, and to be honest with you, they need some kills because they're in 14th place with only 29 points. Just to give you a reference, oh, some nice nades. Yep, there it is. Nice little wipe onto the unnamed. 2 kills. Ooh, big shots though from up top. Nice little duck. Able to buy some little more time for Nitsu, but man, Team CiisLive need a pop-off match.
And they get the next zone as well. So they were able to take out the unnamed, get a couple points underneath their belt, and now they're going to be able to pump the brakes just a little bit as we check in with Lazarus versus eStorm.
We'll see how they end up playing off. They definitely need a pop-off match. Influence Rage going down there, 13th place. 12 teams still remaining. Either way, if you go out right now, 1 point, Dave. 1 point in placement. So none of these squads are trying to do that. Lazarus, they're going to start pressing this, pushing into the smoke. Fate up top with a Tommy gun, trying to find that off angle. Telly with the sprays through the smoke, trying to catch him. Gets knocked. He's going to need some help from the rest of his teammates. Here comes Fate, trying to clear him out. And it looks like they are able to for the most part, and they're having to send it away straight to get into this next circle.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they did come out on top between that chaotic battle. And while that fight was happening, Alpha 7, they were pushing up onto Boca Juniors and definitely getting caught off guard, as it did look like 2 members of Alpha 7, they were pressing it while the other 2 squad mates were trying to reposition. So they're kind of getting scattered right here.
And whoo, that was a last-second lay down there from Senatexa, able to barely survive. Big heads-up play. Oh, Swaggin.
Run him over.
With the BM run over from Boca. Saying, hey, I don't care who you are on the leaderboards. We're going to come and take you out either way. Steve-O going to go down. Isurus, hey, these guys, 2 down. Still in the late game. There goes Alpha 7 again.
Wow, okay. Alpha 7, we're looking for a huge come up if you're a fan of them and you're a fan of Brazil in the chat. So we'll have to see what they could do in these next coming games. But right now, Boca Juniors, they got DLC right behind them, taking some shots at them. DLC will be connecting onto one, definitely giving away their position, but Boca Juniors, seems like right now they're in full retreat, full reposition mode, and they're just gonna let that one slide.
Oh, the ultimate Snake himself. He loves running into the open.
Another?
This is his favorite thing to do. This is when he hits those shots. Oh, my goodness! That was so sick! Next list! Finishing off Boca in style, baby! I mean, 2 points.
He knew he was there!
2 points! He said, your fight's with me! Your fight's with me! Where are you going? What a play.
That there's an enemy right behind them. Like, their teammates definitely calling that one out. So for them not to prioritize that snake behind them, that backstab right there, hey, they learned their lesson the hard way. They got taken out.
And you can't lie, man. That is, if there's any way to go out, that's the way to do it right there in the blaze of glory. Beautiful shots there. Still 7 teams remaining. B4 goes out. INTZ on the edge trying to get some sight lines onto Ghost Gaming. INTZ, they have all the zone positioning here. So they're going to be playing gatekeep for the rest of the game. That's for sure.
So right now, something to keep an eye on. How will 19E rotate into zone? And looking at this, Isurus looking to push on top of Lazarus, as Lazarus down to just a solo pan. They got that buggy for cover for the time being. This trench also to keep the sight lines blocked from Ghost Gaming behind them. But regardless, this is going to be a huge challenging fight if Pan wants to come out on top.
Oh man, Pan, he's stuck. I mean, in between a rock and a hard place. You got Isurus on the other side. I think he did get the knock. He's gonna have to go for the second one though. Yeah, focused on the thirst. I think he did. No, he didn't get the thirst either. So it's going to be a tough break for him. 19E are going to be using those shots as an opportunity to try to take advantage and capitalize onto it. Ghost are going to have some angles there up top as well. Look at that nade onto Fear. Beautifully executed. And now icuCi are just in full recovery mode, trying to survive.
That's good. That was a long grenade too. So 19E, they're going to be pulling up right behind this, taking shots on icuCi and Ghost Gaming as they try to just steamroll their way into this next zone.
19E, man, they are crushing up top. Xenox bringing it in big. MVP himself. I mean, we saw him pull some of the biggest plays we've seen in competitive PUBG Mobile, all on his lonesome. Gonna try to find some angles here to take out icuCi, which is a squad that's been playing very strong to start off day number 2. As you can see, Poppy, another legendary player. He could definitely make something happen on his own, that's for sure.
The IGL as well on the team just got picked up about 2 weeks ago, so the pressure is there. Xenox looking to wrap around that trench. Tommy gun in hand, taking shots on the King. It's up to Poppy now. Pro in the smokes. Xenox still with that Tommy gun, is gonna go for that hip fire, trying to connect them.
Reload!
Oh, the reload, like you said. Gonna be taking them out.
1 HP, it's up to Carnage. Carnage has to take him out, and he does. But Poppy took out Acer, Xenox, I mean, all by himself. What a last stand there for Poppy.
Always a challenge, right? Inside those smokes, you really have to rely on what you can hear and try to aim, you know, that pre-fire through the smokes and just hope that you're hitting them shots, man. It is a challenge. And getting back to this game, though, Furious Gaming. Talk about the smokes. Yes, Furious Gaming getting some shots through those smokes. They're going to find themselves in a top 4 situation.
And she wiped out that last player from 19E right through the smoke. Carnage taking them out quickly. Here goes Furious again, just getting some nice shots at the top. They have beautiful sight lines on the TK, so yeah, they didn't stand a chance there. That was like shooting fish in a barrel. And now Furious Gaming, 7 kills. This is a good game. This is the, by the way, Furious Gaming, 16th place, Dave. 16 points in total before going into this game. And they are doing great. 7 kills, that's more than, I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, they're doubling their points in this game that they had all day yesterday. But what stands out to me, Ghost Gaming, hey, welcome to the party. Once again, chicken dinner last game, top 3 situation. This game, they still got 3 up.
Now it's just duck from INTZ to really hold off the entire squad of Furious Gaming. Throws out a Molotov, a little too far. These are really hard to throw with this much pillage. It's gonna be pretty difficult. Pigu, she's got that nade loaded, and she get it. It looks nice. Oh, pieces him up pretty good. He's at half HP. One more, and that's all it's gonna take. Does she have it though? Doesn't look like, so it looks like they're gonna go ahead and rotate on over. Meanwhile, Ghost, I mean, doing what Ghost does, right? They are ready.
They're ready. They are ready to get this dub. And I saw one of the members from INTZ getting taken out to the blue zone, so that's a big oof in the chat right there. They only got 1 up. Ghost looking to press up just a little bit. They have the intel onto Furious Gaming. They know where a couple of these enemies might be lurking, as we do see some mollies already on the playing field.
Very good, doing a great job at trying to push them away, play keep away, because the zone is in their favor. Ghosts are going to have to push into them. Ghosts using all the utility they have, but they're going to have to do some shots here to really make something happen. Just did Duck get spotted?
Backpack.
Oh!
The backpack.
Edge.
Got him.
And Tensa. Oh! That coin. Tensa picks up another. Butro getting down. Oh, but it looks like Furious Gaming were able to hold it down and get the chicken dinner, the last place squad. Dave, pull it up with a massive win, one that they desperately needed, and then you had Ghost Gaming as well. Another strong finish.
Started from the bottom, now they're here. That's what they're saying after that one game. A bunch of kills, first place, winner, chicken dinner. Now, a chicken dinner at this level of competitive play, like in this lobby, I can only imagine that pressure that it relieves. Now you have some cold, hard facts, like, okay, we can win. We could definitely beat our opponents in this lobby. So I'm curious to see what this squad can do moving forward. But we have to call it what it is, though. Ghost Gaming, once again, another strong performance here, Hot Jukes.
Huge, another huge one. So after this, they're gonna definitely fly up the leaderboards. With the second place finish alone, that's 12 points. Got some really good solid kills. I know they were looking for that double-digit kill finish, but Furious Gaming said, we're gonna take that chicken dinner papa today. So, man, we're gonna see some huge movements in the leaderboards today. So we're seeing a lot of teams that didn't perform well in day one really start to pop off here at the start of day two.
I'm curious, INTZ, I was just looking over there, 71 total points, 21 of those are from kills. INTZ, they're a type of squad that just like to show up in the late game. They're really good at reading these zones and going for those placement points. My only concern though, how far can that get them? Because we've seen in other PMPLs, like you need to be able to have that good golden ratio between 50-50, 50% kill points, 50% placement points. So I'm really interested to see how far INTZ could kind of move, progress in this finals with that strategy.
You're gonna move, right? Alpha 7. Where are they going to go? Because they have definitely started to put the stress onto kills. When you do that, though, in order to get those kills, you got to win fights. And what happens when just a couple games, you lose that fight early on? You're going to pull up a goose egg, really low points. And other teams, they're not doing that. They're making it happen here as we go into the highlights here for match number 2. Starting things off, oh yeah, Knights. Speaking about the number 1 team, right? Just getting caught super early.
Caught in a nice little dip too. That's just perfect to have some underhand grenades laying right at your toe steps. So this is another thing, very interesting. What we've seen in the past, if you're a solo member on your team, what we tend to see is like that insurance policy. They try to just remain undetected, play that snake game, get as many placement points as possible. So in that situation, not sure, did we have the proper scouting, right? Because rolling up to a compound like that, up close on the wall, getting called out guard like that, just not what you want to see.
I'll tell you what though, snaking it to make it at this level.
Hi guys. Shoot, my chat's all messed up. Give me a second. Hey guys, I don't have Facebook on here. No, it's not patched. Tyler, they told me it was patched. I'm sorry. Hold on. Sorry, Seabass. Oh shit, she's talking on intermission. I made this fancy slide. Yeah, my mic is not fixed. And I don't know where the tool is to fix it. These are highlights, Ernesto. Here, I'll turn it down. Hi, Pothead. Bro. I had a tool to fix it. Why does it do this? It doesn't work. I don't know how to do this. I lost the... I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat. No, I'm not playing duos, guys. I'm just doing a watch party today. I don't know what happened to my thing, my tool. Give me a second. No, I don't need a handyman, but thanks. This is so embarrassing. Y'all, where could it have gone? You doing customs this weekend? Those are always fun to watch and play. I might. I'm thinking about it. PUBG, I did get some room cards, so... Is it 1,000 degrees where you're at? It's 74 right now. I don't know what I did with the tool to fix this. I just had it, but I don't stream enough to... Give me a second. Don't know. No, the cable's not gonna snap. There's like enough. It's just like I have a loose nail right here, which I could. And I usually have like these pliers that twist it. 107 where you're at? Oh, hell no. Yeah, I'll pass on that. It just makes me mad because usually I'm so organized and I know where everything is, and I don't. It's not in the spot that I put it, so I don't know where it's at. I should do like a UC giveaway, huh? How many people are in the chat? 25? Wouldn't it be fun to do a UC giveaway, guys? Probably like $5 though, or 10. Here, you guys could read chat real quick. Yeah, I don't know where it's at, so I'm gonna have to hold my mic like this for a minute until the next break. I don't know what happened to them. I did switch my desk around. Did I hear McLambo giveaway? Seabass. Get this. Slick got the McLaren today, and guess how much UC he spent? This is so sad. Hello? Trying to think of what I could do here. This almost works. Oh, hello? That'll do. He spent 90 UC. Slick spent 90 UC and got a McLaren today, guys. 90. He did like the free one and then got to level 2, right? For 90 UC. Did a normal acceleration and bumped him up 3 levels to level 5, and then did another normal acceleration and it bumped him up to level 8, and he got a mythic. Sorry, this is like... Anyway, imagine that. Who won the second game? The last place team won the second game. I'll turn it down a little bit more. Which, I mean, that's awesome. Good for them. Yeah, he got the mythic scar. Is he in the chat? He left. But yeah. Hi, Nawaz. Welcome. I'm dead. I hate PUBG. Yeah, I didn't get anything for that cheap. Let's do it. You like my little intermission text? Oh, right there. I made that. I made that myself. That's BS. He's a hacker. Let him know. I'm like so confused at what happened to these tools too. Also, PUBG followed me on Twitter today. Feel pretty cool for that. So I'm officially super cool. Where are you from? I'm from the United States. Where are you from? Hey, but also I'm not free in the YouTube chat. I seen that one. Oh, did I just exit out of it? You guys are still popping up on here. It's just that Basic doesn't pop up on here anymore because I have to stream a different way so they don't cock block me. I just did it. No. That look right? Have you stopped playing? No, I still play. I just don't stream as much. Be my woman tug glitter. I don't even I don't know her. How are you? I'm good. Jaskaran? Am I saying that right? I'm good. How are you? I basically just got depressed and didn't want to spin at it. Honestly, I've probably put like... Well, I've put over $100 into it just from like UC I've gotten. And like, that's just like not even trying. I just spin and I hit normal acceleration. You spent $700? Oh, sorry, my things aren't on. So wait, the team that just won, what place are they in now? Because they were in 16th, right? Hi, C's, this is Fred. Hi, Fred. Thank you for the compliments. I turned it down a little so he can hear me talk. I'll turn it back up. They started with how many points? I missed it. Oh, they're just not getting points. So Furious Gaming went from 16th to 12th. Sheesh, they needed that. No, I didn't get my hair done. This is my natural hair, Fred. What is this game? This is PUBG Mobile, but this I'm doing a watch party for the championships. PMPL Championships Americas. I'm good, Madra. What clan, Scar? Someone let these commentators know I'm ready to get featured. I'm just kidding. Look at their fancy mics. They have like the ones with like that goes in front of your face. Mario Kart? Yeah, we should do Mario Kart. See, the Knights have 5 more kill points than Ghost. Yeah, it does. But so, I mean, when we play scrims, we play for placement over like kills. Oh, that's funny, Scar. Alright, bye guys.
I mean, it's just based off what I've seen, like, for the entirety of my casting career since it started. Ghost Gaming, they've always been a really consistent team in the beginning, and then they just start popping off afterwards, and it's exactly what's happening today. They got a first place, and then they got a second place. Like, that's popping off.
They are definitely popping off. I remember NA PMPL, they got, what, like 3 chickens in a row? So when Ghost Gaming, when they are popping off, they are definitely gathering all those points. And talk about one team or 2 teams that have to pop off. Yes, 19E versus Alpha 7. We got another drop over here for boot camp.
They're going back to their roots after, you know, they gave up boot camp. It did not work out. I love the confidence. They're back here on the hot drop. 1 knocked from each side. It looks like 19E will be able to get the revive though, and Alpha 7 is spacing out.
Ooh, Xenox trying to get that spray down, but ladies and gentlemen, back to us. Digon called for the podcast, and Zute, we're getting that podcast, my man.
All right, I guess we're back to the podcast, because we saw Alpha 7, we saw one of them knocked, and Dave is like, hold up. That's not in the podcast itinerary. They're not supposed to get knocked at all. They're supposed to just kill everybody. So we're back to us talking. And what's great to see, though, is Alpha 7's back in boot camp. They had a rough game 1, a rough game 2. It did not shake their plan of we're going to contest 19E and boot camp, because to have 2 bad games in a row and then go into the 3rd game for a hot drop, like, that takes a lot of confidence.
That to me is a little concerning, though. Also, though, like on the flip end of that one, because there's a lot riding on the line. If you get taken out in 16th this game as well, that will be like 3 games in a row where you get maybe 1 or 0 points. And I don't know if they can continue to afford that when it comes to the finals in particular, because maybe back in the league play that they had, it was a marathon. You had a ton of games you could definitely flex with getting taken out early, but this, a sprint, right? We're already on day number 2 after today's games, officially halfway done with the finals. Like, I feel like there's a lot more on the line to be risking a drop like this, Zute.
I gotta agree with you, but the thing is, it's Sandhawk, right? With Miramar and Erangel, you could give up your drop spot. The strategy, the rotations is very flexible. It like really depends on the zones. You have so many different ways to rotate with vehicles. But on Sandhawk, like if Alpha 7 is a team that drops boot camp and that's what they've been doing, their whole entire like familiarity with rotations, which areas to take fights and which spots to set up in on circle shifts, it all revolves around one central location. We saw them drop outside of boot camp, still pretty centralized, but it just did not work out at all. So, yes, you're absolutely right. If they mess up on the 3rd game in a row, it's going to be a huge detriment. But I think it's more so important that they try and claim Sandhawk back as their territory, or else they're going to struggle on all the Sandhawk maps going into the next 2 days.
Yeah, that is true. And this is something, this boot camp fight is something that I actually, you know, spoke to Carnage a little bit about. And I was even asking Carnage, like, is it worth it? Like, is it worth, you know, getting this spot? It's a nice spot on the map with Sandhawk, of course, but like, is it worth risking? And Carnage said, we got to go for it. Like you said, Zute, this is their area that they're comfortable playing with. They know most of the different corners, the angles or whatnot. So it doesn't make sense that now they're at like one of the biggest tournaments of their lives, or at least leading up to this, to give up that spot that they've been practicing so many games with. And then Carnage even mentioned like their goal to really make it out alive is to try to section off maybe one player at a time on the enemy team. So if they can catch out one member of Alpha 7, they're all going to focus on that one member, make sure to take them out, and then right then and there, they already have the numbers advantage. So that's kind of the strategy that at least Carnage was talking about that they're going to try to implement.
That's definitely the best strategy for a boot camp fight. And actually on day number 1, we saw Alpha 7 do that strategy. They sectioned off the players, and I think it came down to a 4v2, 3v2. It was Acer and Xenox on the defense, but their defense was just too strong. So even with sectioning off players, you gotta make sure you do it in a way where it's not too rushed either, because you could isolate a player, but if you get yourself stuck after taking out that player, and then 2 of you get knocked down, I mean, it changes the game back around.
And, you know, back to your point, like not being too rushed, they're pretty much dead center, right? Right there in the middle. So they really don't have the time crunch of circle number 1, maybe even circle number 2. That crunch comes in when we get to like zone number 3. Say, for example, Ghost, they need to push out of that Paradise. Then you got that time constraint. But really, I agree with you. They could take their time in boot camp, play it nice and slow, and make sure just to be on their P's and their Q's.
100% agree. The only thing they need to watch out for if they take their time is their exit, right? You know, these teams, when they see those 2 teams fighting for an elongated time, if you're a team that's close to boot camp, you're setting up on those hills and you're just waiting patiently for them to finish that fight. The second they step out, bam, knock and free kill point for you.
Yeah, I remember NA, PMPL, exit, I think. They were always up on that hill, just a little north, or no, a little south of that, and they were always playing that role, right? Just waiting for them to exit boot camp. So, ladies and gentlemen, we got that remake. We're getting back into the game. Will they hot drop once again? We had a nice little discussion about it. Well, let's find out.
I 100% think they're going to hot drop again. Like, it might have been different if we saw them drop and just instantly get wiped, but that was not the case. It was an even fight when it was one knock on each side. So, like, I think they're just going to go at it again. We see 19E hop off the plane, and I do think I see Alpha 7 in that cluster going right towards boot camp. What is your prediction, Dave? Alpha 7 or 19E?
Hey, I just told you, I'm on the Alpha 7 hype train. Like, I'm the conductor. I love Carnage. I love 19E. I love the squad. I love the energy that they bring. But when it comes to just being that hype train conductor, I got to be the leader, right, for Alpha 7. They only got 1 point here today. I think after this drop, they can maybe get 4.
I gotta go with Alpha 7 too. The very first hot drop was it was in Alpha 7's favor. They were winning that, and then it just got scuffed, right? And right now the fight's already started. We see Sam L knocked. Revo is knocked in third. Senatexa also getting knocked. It's a 2v3 situation now for Alpha 7.
Acer jumping out, but popping on over to Xenox. AKM in hand, getting traded, and here comes the collapse. Swagwin with the UMP, getting that confirm, and looks like Carnage back against the wall. Last one alive right now, and Alpha 7, they know exactly where Carnage is. And they got him. They got him. Hey, 4 points. Alpha 7, hype train. Let's go. Let's go, Zute.
That was over so quickly. I mean, it was a 2v3, and then I think Alpha 7, each member of the team in that 2v3 got a knock at the same time, and then before we even know it, it was just Carnage stuck against the wall, you know, just like, what happened, guys? What happened? And then, oh man. Well, Alpha 7. All right, Dave, I guess I am in your podcast, and your podcast is where it's going.
Remember, Carnage, they're in the same room too. Xenox, same room. that's going to be a tough cookie to chew after that one. And I think, you know, it comes to the decision, like we were kind of theory crafting, like, yes, both teams, they're definitely comfortable with dropping here. This is their spot. They're trying to stake it as their own. But in the format of this tournament, how many games can you realistically afford to get 0 points? And I know you mentioned, you know, it's a smart decision for both of them. But just looking bigger picture-wise, like there's other areas to drop still here. Like, why not just throw in the towel, Sute?
It's like okay, specifically Sandhawk. I think on the other maps, there's no real reason to hot drop and fight. On the other maps, like there's just so many rotation options, right? But on Sandhawk, there's really only one, and that's all determined by where you drop on the map. So, like, to answer your question, like, yeah, you can't afford those 0 point games, but I would rather you get those 0 point games specifically on Sandhawk than the other maps, right? Because we've seen Alpha 7 get 0 points on other maps, so they got other areas to work on. But if you're specifically, you know, just Sandhawk's dedicated for that hot drop fight, I don't mind it, right? Because you still got other maps to focus on and play well. So there's rooms to gain back your points if you mess up on Sandhawk in those other games.
You could see this fight kind of just playing out every Sandhawk map then, for the most part. Like, there's no changing it up then.
Alpha 7's not changing it up.
Yeah, and neither is 19E. Like I said, I spoke to Carnes, they're not changing it up. So at least we know for a fact, every Sandhawk game, we get a fight right out the gate. So, hey, that's something for us to look forward to. And maybe we'll start to keep a little tally on who's winning that boot camp fight at the end of the day. And getting back into this map, though, checking in with Ghost Gaming, doing a little bit of looting action. Currently, second place, only 6 points behind. Looks like they already moved out of Paradise Resort, and they're looking for somewhat of a off-center position right now.
The cool thing about Ghost Gaming is their first rotation on any game is very crucial, and that is all because of their drop spot. They drop the center of Erangel and Miramar, right? Pachinki and Picado. And oh, speaking of which, the Knights, we're tuning in on the Knights right now. Knights with 2 players knocked right off the back. Boca Juniors Gaming taking it to the Knights right now, and the Knights just going downhill after day number 1.
Coops, Chico, both separated right here. If there was a player that can pull out that clutch card, it will definitely be Coops, but he's going to be getting surrounded from multiple angles. Looks like Chico from behind will be taking some shots onto Scream. Scream, looks like their attention will be directed towards Chico, and it looks like Coops going to have the opportunity to try to reposition in this situation. Did we get Bishop up? No, I don't think so.
Bishop is bleeding. That was actually huge for Chico. Chico really needed to get that knock. They had no idea he was there. If he just was a little bit more patient, he would have got that knock for Coops and probably even a thirst, but now they're focused on him. They're aware of his position. Now Chico's got to win his 1v2. Good pre-nade. If he gets this one, it's huge. Scream climbs to the window, but it's actually Coops from the other side that gets the knock.
Coops from behind is like, that's my boy. You're not going to get to Chico. Now Coops with that knock. At least it's going to be a 2v3. Chico trying to get that pre-fire through the windows with the Tommy gun. Connected on, though, from that flank, and instantly thirsted. Now it's up to just Coops. Do you go for that retaliation, or do you just try to get those placement points? It looks like Coops full-on eject mode right here.
I feel like Coops had already started running before Chico even went down. So I was looking at the mini-map, but I mean, that's huge. It goes to show where their mental state is right now. Like, that confidence is not there anymore. The same nights that we saw on day number 1, it is not the same nights we see on day number 2. And to be frank with you, Dave, like, I don't think we're going to see day 1 nights in either day 3 or day 4.
And that was something that, you know, pre-show, we were kind of talking about. Coops coming out the gates swinging, right? 50% of the team's kills, right? Day 1, the Knights had 40 kills. Coops had 20 of those kills. That's amazing when we come down to, like, look at individual players. But when you look at the team as a whole, you kind of want to have that divvied up, right? You kind of want to have that spread out. You want to be able to say, okay, everybody on the team has the gunning power. Everybody on the team can put those numbers with damage. So if our star player gets taken down, we still got 3 other players that can hit them shots. And that was kind of my fear when looking at the Knights here. And man, yeah, first couple games, it's kind of rough out here.
Yeah, we're already halfway into the day, right? And the Knights are already tapped out. I mean, we do have Coops still alive, but 1-person army on Sandhawk, even if your name is Coops, man, like I don't think at most the Knights will pick up 1 more kill point from Coops with him snaking somewhere. But it's not a good way to be, you know, finishing off half the day already.
Yeah, because those big plays when we hold up though. Pedro not making a sound, waiting patiently. I don't think they have a clue. Pedro's right here, no clue. Surprise! Oh, don't you just? Man, I can only imagine the comms right here. Like, what the heck? There's a guy here.
He almost got turned on.
Yeah.
It's like he almost 1 more bullet and he was done for. I want to see if
he pushed this.
Rage push. Yeah, because comms wise, it's only 1.
They're not pushing it.
I'm surprised they're not pushing it. You might think it's a trap, like there's more players on top of the hills. But it's like, no one's shot at you. If he was going to spring up, if Pedro was going to spring up and shoot, right, and you guys are stuck in the open where that truck was, the people on the hill would immediately start shooting you. Because no one shot, like, that should give them an idea, okay, it's just a one-off solo. But that opportunity is soon going to, you know, pass them up with that next circle shift. Now they're just trying to prioritize rotations.
Yeah, kind of fortunate for Pedro, at least for the time being, because their 3 squad mates are far down there to the south across the water, so they can't even help if they wanted to. But now Influence Rage, they kind of get to gatekeep Pedro, and then Pedro also has Lazarus pulling up behind them as well, so Pedro kind of stuck in a pickle. And looking over here, Team Queso setting up a little bit of a camp over here. ISG a little bit to the north. Ayala doing some scouting. We might have a fight here.
Ayala on that bike. Oh, he got off the bike. That's never a good sign when you see, wow, quick shots back, pushes 1 member away, but the rest, Fear, Pappy, all just crushing right into Ayala. And Ayala doing the scout work for Team Queso. Unfortunately, a little bit too far up by himself there, and Team Queso down to 3.
What do you see when you see that kind of play? Like a scout going up, getting caught off guard, obviously. Like a scout's doing their job. They're getting that intel, but they're teammates. They're really not moving behind them, right? Like, what's the point of scouting if your teammates aren't ready to go if the spot is clear?
Honestly, that was the scout's fault. You saw where he pulled up. He pulled up in the middle, the dips between the 2 mounds. If he's there to scout, he pulls up on Marco's side. You see that first hill? If he stops on that first hill right across Marco, he sees the same thing as he would have when he pulled up into the middle of the dip. But he has cover from his teammates and he's on a safe side. Like, so that was just bad scout work, right? Like the scouting, the idea, it's good. The team setup, you know, behind him, covering, everything's good. He just pulled up in the wrong area to scout that section of territory.
Just moved a little too far into the zone, out of reach from the sight lines of your teammates there to be able to even provide that cover fire. So interesting. Hey, I love this, Yute, by the way. I'm going to be picking your brain, bro. I hope you don't mind. Knowledge. So back to Alpha 7, though. They lost Revo, right? Yes, they got the 4 points, but Revo yesterday put up 2,000 damage in the 6 games. Strong player. How does that play a role, right? Like, yeah, you get the 4 kills, but now you're down to just 3 to kind of play the rest of the Sandhawk map out.
Yeah, Sandhawk is definitely a rough one to be a man down. Sandhawk is all about that manpower because everyone's running on foot, everyone's gunning in, and at some point you're taking a fight, and there is no like flanking around. There's none of that. It's just raw gunpower face to face. So being down to a 3-man is a huge detriment to Alpha 7. But on the flip side, they want boot camp. So,
true.
You know. And they got 4 points tucked away already. And Sandhawk being one of those maps where it's like, it really depends on the zone. Having 4 points tucked away is pretty good. Trading one player for 4 points on Sandhawk might be worth it.
In the bank, son. The only thing that worries me is that I did call for them to get the chicken dinner, though. So I'm a little nervous, right? Like, obviously, I would like to see them with 4 up, but we'll see what they can do, as it does look like B4 going to be getting awfully close to them, just a little west, as all these players just kind of waiting to see where this next zone goes. We see Lazarus all the way out there going for a wide rotate. We'll see if that pays off in this next circle shift.
Yep, circles popping. Ooh, hard shift down south. So I don't know where this podcast is going, but your boys Alpha 7, they're still in zone, but I don't know, man. That zone shift isn't the best one for them.
Ooh, Boca Juniors. We saw them earlier on. They're on the defense right here, as Fear going to be tossing a smoke to block the sight lines with the follow-up molly. Boca Juniors, the 3 alive, trying to full-on retreat over here. They're getting caught left and right.
Great angle by Scream, slowing down the pace of Isurus Gaming. Isurus still with 3 up, Boca down to 2 now. It is a 3v2 situation. Asta continuing to bleed out, and they might just secure that kill point. Asta actually is, I think Asta's getting revived. They will not secure that kill point. Now Boca pressed really hard, separated on this defense.
Yeah, Poppy, no breaks. Saw this enemy go into this building, threw 1 grenade, chunked them down about 50%. Now trying to follow up with the drop shot. Do you drop shot, bro? Bringing it back here to the America's Championship Finals. Poppy, my man. Oh, that's what you love to see. The drop shot.
That was comical to see. I mean, the drop shot was great, but he drop shotted into somebody with a grenade out of their hands.
Come on.
Good mechanics, good muscle memory mechanics, right? You always want to, just have that drop shot ready, even if the opponent is holding a grenade or not. It just looked funny, on screen. Nice drop shot, but that guy is just holding a grenade. And then that grenade, by the way, bounces behind you and knocks your teammate that runs in. He's like, I'm here. Do you need help? And he just eats a grenade. But
he got the grenade off, though. It went off on his teammate.
Boca down to 1 now. Boca still has 1 up, but Isurus Gaming has taken over that compound. That compound is probably the strongest compound left on this map, given where the zone is placed.
I love me a good drop shot, though, Zute. I get hype for a lot of things, and drop shots, one of them. Wow. Wow. Spec, I mean, I saw a little toe, a little foot right there.
Yeah.
Wow. What an angle.
I mean, Rivas, he's got something better than 20/20 vision. Let me tell you, these players are playing on phones, okay? If he was on a giant 72-inch TV screen, that still would have been hard to see the toes of Spec, but great shots too. Those little taps, real quick drop Spec, but I don't think that team's going to be able to push off it. That it is a long distance push to make, but at least they get the info on where that enemy team is now.
More or less a love tap, like, hey, I see your foot, I'm gonna knock you out. One other thing, though, that was important is that we saw the pull up, the support to get the revive. The McLaren, the back tire wasn't behind the wall, so Rivas was able to pop that back tire. And to me, that's just Rivas taking away that utility from Ghost Gaming moving forward.
And talk about moving forward. Ghost Gaming definitely does need to move forward some more. We get another circle shift down to the south. Coops still alive, chilling in that shack. Boca with 1 up, chilling on the hill right next to Coops and Isurus Gaming. And back to your podcast, Alpha 7, they've got to make a move. What are you predicting, Dave?
I'm predicting that they're definitely going to get pinched here. A sandwich very shortly, because they need to push down into the zone, and then right behind them, Influence Rage, right? So that's 2 teams to the north, and then a little towards the south, you got B4 already relocating, and then the name. So they're going to have 4 different opponents, at least, kind of surrounding them here. And it really comes down to, what type of cover, what type of div they can find.
Okay, so I was saying Ghost Gaming, they need to keep moving forward. It looks like they use that vehicle, press straight into INTZ for a quick fight. Spec goes down. I believe it was a 1-for-1 trade. Tensa also gets knocked, though, by Furious Gaming. And look at this on the screen. Sleepless, not sleeping anymore. The M4 spray. Rivas goes prone behind that motorcycle. Does survive for a second longer, but I don't think he's going to last much longer than that.
You know what I see right here from Passion Fruit? The communication. They saw Rivas behind the bike, and immediately all 4 members of Passion Fruit started to take them shots, working together as a team. We didn't see that yesterday, and now here comes the push. DLC in the open, though, trying to toss out a grenade. Sleepless trying to provide that cover fire, was able to do so successfully, and Wancho from behind coming in clutch. They might be able to get the pickup onto DLC, but the blue zone right on top of them.
Blue zone is chunking. They should be able to get that revive, but the fight's not done yet. We are on Sandhawk, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be fights around the clock at this point. Team IM fighting with Furious Gaming, and a quick recap on Ghost Gaming. Ghost Gaming down to 2 down in that quarry area now.
Yeah, and I see INTZ got a little 2-1 split with Ghost right between them, and I'm not sure exactly what type of sightlines Coops might have on Ghost. It looked like they did go into the quarry, if I'm not mistaken. So this is going to be interesting to see how Ghost kind of play this one out.
Ghost Gaming keeping their heads low. They made that power move, right, with 4 players, try and break into the INTZ position. Did not work out. Now they got to lay low. But not laying low is, Lazarus. You're absolutely right.
They're pulling up there too. Yeah, this is surprising to me. A lot of times I feel like teams try to avoid these trenches of core, and they try to wrap around the outskirts, but this zone just not going to allow that.
This zone, it shifted down to the south once again. We got hard shifts on hard shift down to the south side. Now all these teams that we see on the screen, they got to fight each other, or they got to try and move in and still fight each other.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, there's going to be one team that wins, that fought the hardest. And before we get there, all these teams up here to the north, they need to move down here to the south as Pig U doing some cleanup action over here in IM.
Fierce Gaming wrapping around, finally taking the fight towards IM. They see that zone shift, right? This is forcing all the teams to get a move on and start, taking their fights. Looks like IM's gonna give that fight up. They're jumping right off. They're like, see you guys, we don't want to fight you guys up there. And they're gonna run into Ghost Gaming, or INTZ is absolute mayhem. ISG gatekeeping everyone right now. Beowulf goes down, and there we go. Furious Gaming wiping that team out. Still has to press on in, though.
And we're kind of seeing right there why some players, they just hate being in the quarry trenches, because that water, it does slow you down, right? It slows your movement down just a little bit, as Sleepless DLC pushing across the road, trying to close the gap between them, Corey and Lazarus. They're going to be out here taking some more blue damage. Med situation not looking the best.
I think this is pretty much over for Passion Fruit, but I love the way they committed to what they were doing. They knew they were late on rotations, so they literally just fought everybody on the way in, and they picked up 5 kill points, so not too terrible. But speaking of kill points, Boca's still up. This player, Sare, 4 kills. Bye-bye.
See, but you made a great point, right? Passion Fruit, they had about 5 kill points. Boca, 5 kill points. Kill points are so critical, especially here on Sandhawk, because 8 teams still remaining. Zute, if you get taken out now, 20 minutes in the game, that's only 1 placement point. So you definitely want to have those kill points to offset that.
Speaking of kill points, on the flip side, you have placement points, right? And Team Queso, they are chilling right now in the zone. We got B4 moving on up. So B4 and Team Queso, 2 teams that we have yet to see do well. This is it. This is their game. Either one of them could take the chicken dinner here.
Team Queso definitely needed a lot more, in my opinion. The first place team from Latin America not really showing up so far in the Americas Championship Finals. So if they can get a huge performance, that confidence booster, that winner chicken dinner, the solid 15 points in their pocket, that should definitely set them up pretty good for the rest of the day. It's Alpha 7 going out to the blue zone. They got pinched. You called it.
Ghost Gaming made it in, though, with 2 players, HH and Bayo, and Coops still alive. Might just get that 6th place finish. No, 5th place. Coops goes out. 5th place, that's pretty good. That's a lot of placement points.
Yeah, considering that they could have gotten taken out in 16th position. So right there, Coops, that was the clutch finish in this Sandhawk map. And now all eyes on Team Queso. Doo-doo in the grass, in the smokes. Nitsu definitely suspecting somebody's over here, as Vitu bleeding out in the blue.
Look at how thick those bushes are. Nitsu finds one, but Dudu, the close range player, the one closer to him, has got that grenade in hand. Army crawling.
Oh,
and there it is. The nade by Dudu, cooked to absolute perfection. Meanwhile, Ghost is chill. Hold up. Ghost is chilling right now while these two teams fight it out. Ghost has a chance to win this one just as well. We can't count Ghost out just yet.
2 members alive for Ghost. They're in a top 4 situation. It's coming down to the snake battle. The snake game here is Poppy behind the wall, trying to heal on up before pushing on in. Dudu, after that one grenade, that definitely turned the tides. Team Queso need to be aware of their surroundings, as Mitsu's still gonna be bleeding on out right there.
Yeah,
oh, Bayo though.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Axel with the grenade. Onto Bayo.
Good.
Clean grenade.
That's good. HH, now it's up to you. It comes down to who can hit those grenades, and hey, Dudu might have got the first one, but Axel with the double. The chicken tenders right there.
And they're going to get that revive onto Nitsu. It's going to be a 3v1 situation. HH can't afford to run across in the open to go for that revive. And we still got a third team alive. Istris, meanwhile, is just racking up those placement points, healing out in the blue. But they fought so many teams, so they have the first aid kits to do that strategy. And it comes down to this, the 1v3 for HH24.
You know all about that healing too, Zute. We know it, man. The clutch healer right here on comms. So we'll see. Will Poppy get second place? Will HH be able to win this 1v3? Flash in hand. Looks like they're just going to get taken out to the blue zone, and that will most likely secure Poppy the second place finish with healing alone.
Nice, and Poppy still got one more for good measure. That came down pretty close. But Ghost Gaming, you know, first, second, and third. And let's talk about Queso. Oh, let's talk about Poppy as he's
hey, the moves.
Nice little dance right there. And there we go. Queso with the much needed chicken dinner. They put one in the books. Is this the comeback for Team Queso, the #1 team coming out of LATAM? They finally get that chicken dinner. They get their placement points. They get their kill points. Is this where it turns all around for them?
I don't know. We did have 3 southern shifts though, Zute. I'm just gonna put that out there, right? Like, trust me, I want Team Queso, Latin America, definitely want some to be popping off and slaying. But they did get favored a couple of zones in a row, and they had some hard cover. But regardless, they came out on top. They hit some nice grenades there at the end when there's so many different snakes all around them. Definitely aware of their surroundings, and that's something that everybody is used to seeing from Team Queso, and we know how they can perform. A lot of expectations behind this squad. So back to your question, is this that turnaround moment? I think so. Getting that chicken dinner. Yeah, that first chicken dinner. I'm a true believer in getting that first chicken dinner. It just, it releases that pressure off your back. So we'll see what they could do here moving forward.
I 100% agree. I'll tell you what, when I'm starving and I eat a chicken dinner, oh, I feel so rejuvenated. And here's that fight again with Alpha 7. Like, we were talking about it, right? Before this rematch happened, it's about the patience too, and you saw Xenox hopping out of that window. That was not the play, not patient enough, took it a little too aggressive, and I think that's what cost him the fight.
Too much Little John, man. To the window, to the wall. That's what they're saying. Boca Juniors Gaming, though, nothing but fights all game long, right? I mean, one, they were the aggressors. One fight, they were the defenders. But right here, the drop shot. Hey, I'm impressed. Zute, I know you said he had a grenade in his hand, but I'm impressed, man. I love me a drop shot.
Oh, this was even more impressive. Oh, what? Just the vision. The vision of that player to spot out spec. And by the way, Ghost Gaming, they had it cut out for them, and they still managed to get third place that game. Like, you saw their rotations, it was not easy. And Passion Fruits with the opposite, they just fought their way in. Furious Gaming, the winners of the last match, not doing as hot, but they picked up the kill points too on this game of Sandhawk.
And it's so important, you know, for Ghost Gaming, because they came to this match second place, about 6 points behind the Knights. Ghost, all day long, nothing but consistent points. If it be placement points, if it be kill points, And honestly, with how close they were within that striking distance, those consistent points might just be all they need to take that first place spot.
Consistency is key, but if you're talking consistency in the top 3 every game, I don't know if that's consistency or if that's just you guys being a really good team. Like first place,
true,
second place, third place. If they finish the day off with 4th, 5th, and then 6th, that is still extremely good when it comes to points.
That doo-doo nade right there, that was clutch. And then that double chicken tenders right there. But I agree with you. We talk about teams being consistent, getting maybe 3 kill points, maybe a top 5 every game. Ghost Gaming, though, they're just an all-around, well-rounded, good team. I definitely agree with you on that. And that's why they finished #1 PMPL NA. And they're considered one of the big 3 here coming into this tournament. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 3, Sandhawk. We are going to send to a quick break, followed up with a Team Queso interview. Be right back.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
This feels really good.
And HyperTouch basically makes response time on this thing when you're gaming next to instant.
Buenísimo. ¿Qué debemos esperar también de Team Queso ahora en PMPL Américas?
Y yo creo que, mira, con las 2 semanas de preparación que hay, con todos los entrenamientos, y todos los chicos estamos con un hambre terrible para salir campeones, y yo creo que se puede lograr porque hay tiempo, hay preparaciones que vamos a tomar y nada, yo creo que es posible un campeonato de PMPL Américas.
Buenísimo. ¿Y este año se vienen sorpresas para Team Queso este año, para los seguidores?
Y sí, se vienen sorpresitas lindas, que bueno, todavía no puedo decir nada, pero siempre está bueno generar un hype ahí a los seguidores, que sí, que se queden tranquilos, que vienen sorpresas lindas.
¿Algún mensaje que le quieras dejar a la gente, a tus seguidores, a los seguidores de Team Queso para este evento que viene?
Y nada, les quiero decir que estén ahí bancando, agradecerles también el aguante que dan día a día. No me canso de contestar los mensajes que me dejan, que me pone muy contento también. Yo, como soy nuevo en este tema de las redes sociales y esas cosas, tener gente que te escribe y te pregunta acerca de, bueno, de cómo arranqué o cómo le metí, cómo llegué a Team Queso, que nada, seguramente vaya contando un poco más adelante, pero quería agradecer también a mi novia que me hace el aguante todos los días, ella estando allá en mi ciudad y yo acá cumpliendo un sueño, a mi familia igual, que mis tíos, mis viejos, siempre mi vieja siempre estuvieron, mi hermano también. Y nada, decirle a los seguidores que estén ahí, que hay en qué confiar. Y vamos a dejar arriba a Latinoamérica. Como campeones de Latinoamérica que somos, vamos a dejarlo bien arriba en el Mundial.
Buenísimo, gracias Rema, jugador de Team Queso, en estas entrevistas para PMPL Américas.
Dale, Met.
I'll turn it down. Who's got the juice in the PMPL Americas? Did I fix it? camera's like... I've been messing with my setup. Yeah, Juice, why aren't you commentating this right now? Just mute them seeing I cast it. Imagine. Yeah, because my comms are going to be way better than all of theirs. For sure. It literally says viewer party. No, it actually says watch party. So we're like watching it together. Choose to do the smoking at the same time commentating. Imagine. I don't. I'm not even listening what they're saying. Alright guys, I'm gonna be commentating this. These guys are all professionals. I haven't even casted scrims. What makes you think I'm gonna be a caster for PMPL, bro? That makes no sense. Ooh. So the team that heal stratted for second place actually got first. Because they had more kill points. That's interesting. This would be cake. I'd be yelling right now. Dude, someone would probably be like bullying me in chat and be like, you're doing it wrong. I don't know. Damn, casting easy 10k viewers. Yeah, I'm just here for the party. Yeah, Sparky, get in Discord. Pull up a camera and your mic. Imagine. Yeah, someone else get their face. Who? I should have a guest, huh? A guest, and then like put their camera above mine. Me and icuCi Wifey are gonna co-host customs, but I guess there's two different ways we could do it. Like, oh my gosh, there's two different ways we could do it. Like, we could have both of our like cameras on the same screen, or we could just host it from each of our different perspectives. Yeah, let's cast it together. Sparky, you want to cast the last game? Imagine. No, you have scrims in an hour. They make it seem hard with their word selection, but it's easy. See, it's just personality and character. Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm like such a white girl that I say like every other word when I'm talking. I'm really trying not to. Welcome to my watch party. If you guys haven't already, I just posted a new video on YouTube, and it got featured on PUBG Mobile's YouTube channel, so make sure you guys could give that a like. Can I get your snap? How old do you think I am? I don't even use Snapchat anymore. And no, I'm not single. CC, kill points matter. Yeah, I know. They do matter, but I'm just saying, like, so does placement. She's 49. I'm not even half that. Yeah, no, it's not easy at all, but for someone who has the drive to do it, they have a vision, you already know. Jeez, that's why you'd be good at it. Imagine using Snap, bro. Imagine using Snap. Ouch. Yeah, go yell at him in the YouTube, Sparky. That's funny. He started crying because his mom was sick and he didn't have the money to pay her house. Wait, what? They're using a voice changer right now. A slight echo.
So please keep that up. Especially, I mean, they have to live up to all the hype. They came out of their region first place. You gotta let everybody know why.
Represent for South America and let come on now.
Yeah, follow me on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and Trovo. Is it a bad echo? Sounds like they're in a big ass place. There is an echo, I hear it.
They're looking to try to do what Misfurus has been able to do today. You take a look at this roster here. They've had some substitutes in and out. Papi being the final man standing today in the Sandhawk match in that second place finish. And Glitter, you get a whole
They banned him?
Okay, now obviously, when you average things out, generally everybody's stats are actually incredibly impressive. But Poppy,
I think they're using something. I don't think it's you at all. Yeah, I hear it too. When Zute is streaming, I kind of heard like a... like some background noise from his mic. Not background noise, but you know, it's like... fuzzy, almost? I don't know.
we just need to highlight that because this is a team that won, that came out of yesterday a little bit lower.
Sorry, do you guys want me listening to this?
Completely lit up the leaderboard, so huge shout out to them.
And Glitter, I do want
What's
to
the next
say,
match? Ariel?
Poppy is
The Miramar,
newest
the
addition
Ariel
to that
again?
team as well, and he is
You guys want to
IGLA
watch
for
the
them
whole
too.
thing?
So it's great to see those kind of numbers from him.
Yeah, great to see that.
I
from
know,
an
I wanna see the
organization
rankings
that's
too,
had success
Sparky.
across multiple esports titles, now finding their foot in here.
Congrats, you made it to level 1. That girl commented just like Matilda. That is... What's her name, guys? Glitter? Something?
What are we naming ourselves here? I'm sure it has something to do with player experience, maybe something with North America. Please surprise me here, Jukes.
I'm gonna go. No, never mind. I was gonna say something, but it's gonna sound like something else. I'm gonna go.
Zute and Hot Jukes are back.
Go with what? Exactly. Okay, so a great first start to the day.
Here's a better one. How about the One Size Fits All podcast?
Oh, baby, let's go. I like it. I like it. All right. Well, hey, you know what, dude? We just saw the wonderful analyst talking about Poppy.
Hot Jukes doing it for the Spanish culture. Hot Jukes is so funny. His YouTube videos are all hilarious. Alright, bye guys.
Gale, the One Size Fits All podcast. Zute, we're back in Rango, baby. Let's get it.
Speaking about One Size Fits All, Erangel would be that one map, right? That fits everybody. Everybody's favorite map. We're back on Erangel, and the plane path is quite nice. This is a One Size Fits All plane path, too, because everybody could get to where they want to go. And it just all depends on the circle now. But Jukes, what do you think so far? We're halfway finished with day number 2. Do you think any team is going to like change up towards the later half today? Or is what we've been seeing in the first 3 games just going to kind of carry through to the last 3 games?
I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little biased. I want to see 19E change things up because, you know, I know what this roster can do. I think I had a lot of high expectations coming out of them. I feel like this should be a top 5 squad, player-wise, you know? At the same time, they just haven't been able to get it done. We just see little tiny mistakes, little separations, little hesitations, I think, that are really putting them behind. If they can kind of get that out the way now, I think we'll see a good progression from them in the next couple days to come. At the same time, though, man, I mean, look at Ghost. Ghost has 113 points. 19E has 49. That's over 50 points already. That's how much of a gap some of these squads are starting to set already. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, speaking about gaps, we get the first circle, and there is a huge gap between military base and the main island, and it looks like it could potentially shift down there. We'll have a better idea after the second circle shift. But to go back to your point about 19E, Hot Jukes, if you think back to it in the North America tournament, right? 19E during the league stage struggled. 19E during the league stage struggled like the whole entire time almost. They even missed one of the super weekends. We mentioned it a little bit a while ago on broadcast, but they missed a super weekend. They barely they qualified for the finals, and then in the finals they really showed up. They did really well in the finals. Now, if this is the same thing that's kind of being transferring over, where it takes them a very long warm-up period, that may be the case. But with a 4-day final, and we're already well into day number 2, I don't know if 19E's got enough time to turn things around.
Well, I'll tell you what, speaking of time, they're going to have a little bit more time to warm up here before this next game gets started today, because we got a little remake here coming up in the next one. So, I mean, yeah, when it comes to 19E, talking to Carnage, we saw the interview with him. I really love to see how they're starting to change their entire strategy of playstyle. I think before the whole one IGL, everybody else just follow that leader strategy, I think we're slowly starting to see that shift. And you're someone who is definitely, you've coached international players, right? You've seen some of the best go at it. Do you agree with that shift in that strategy of like having 4 IGLs? What do you think?
It's not necessarily 4 IGLs, just 4 people with a brain. That's what I would like to call it. I would like to have a team of 4 players who can all have a brain and can make plays happen when needed, given their positions.
Okay, all right. All as one, right? The one-size-fits-all squad. That's what we're going to have to see coming up here, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll be right back here. First, let's go ahead and take it to a wonderful interview we have with Team Queso, they themselves, especially after a nice dub we saw in the last one.
Hola gente, ¿cómo están? Sean todos bienvenidos a unas entrevistas que tenemos para PMPL Américas. Mi nombre es Emmet y el día de hoy estoy con Rema. Rema, ¿cómo andas?
Hola Emmet, ¿cómo andás? Bien, todo tranqui. Un poco nervioso de tener la primera entrevista como jugador de TQ, una entrevista oficial, así que nada, ahí andamos.
Sí, y ahí caemos de una vez porque la pregunta me la pusiste de una, me la plantaste como que dice por ahí. ¿Cómo fueron tus inicios en Team Queso? ¿Cómo llegó Rema a Team Queso?
Y es una historia larga, bueno, voy a contarla breve seguramente ahí. Pero nada, arranco jugando, preparándome a full, decido tomar la decisión de comprarme un celu bueno y empezar a invertir un poco en el tiempo que le daba al juego. Y nada, decido ponerme a meterle un poco en el nivel individual que yo tenía, ganando experiencia en equipos. Y bueno, cuando se da la oportunidad de que falta uno de los chicos, sale uno de los chicos del equipo y bueno, yo venía parchando en una de las competencias de los chicos que Axel y Marcos habían ido a China. Me contacta Gabo, me dice que le falta uno, que les parche el torneo y bueno, ahí arrancamos y un poco ahí empecé a como generar la sinergia con los chicos. Y me dicen de que bueno, cuando vuelven los chicos, listo, tranqui. Sale uno del equipo y bueno, se me dio por escribirle al Axel y decirle, che, yo venía parchando con ustedes, por ahí me podrían dar una oportunidad para ver qué onda, cómo entran en sinergia con el equipo, cómo nos va. Y bueno, ahí se fue dando y bueno, por suerte salió todo bien y acá estoy de quinto jugador.
Here we go. We're back. We are back, man. I mean, all right. What a wonderful interview we got to see from this squad. And, dude, I mean, the second I see Team Queso play, I mean, the squad has played together for a long time. And I think that's one thing I love to see from prominent teams. The fact that they are not doing any crazy roster switches. They've had that veteran squad all the way back to Berlin. I remember instantly. Remember that day we saw them? They ended up moving on. We saw literal tears come from this squad eyes. So they have the experience of playing at a stage of this high level.
And it's not just experience of playing. They were the champions coming out of LATAM, right? So whatever they were doing, it's been working. And just like with any tournament, when you move on to the next stage, like we're on a more global stage now. This is PMPL Americas. There's that adjustment period. And just unfortunately for this format in particular, you don't get that much time to adjust, and maybe Queso has finally had enough time to adjust. You saw that chicken dinner they got that last game. Sure, they kind of got a few zones, you know, favored towards them, like Dave mentioned, but the mental, you know, like getting that chicken dinner, finally getting on the board, that could be what Team Queso actually needs to turn it around.
Yeah, we saw right there in that graphic. Ayala with 9 matches, 6 kills, Mitsu with 7. I mean, these squads, they definitely have the potential to pop off at any moment. I mean, hey, we saw our last place team get a chicken dinner. So anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. Keep on rooting for your favorite squad. Represent where you came from. Bring the hype, baby. Because let's get into it. Match number 5. Let's go.
Match number 5, we're back on Erangel, once again back on the plane, and this time around the plane path is not as nice. We're going north down to south on the western side. Some teams will have to stretch just a little bit to make their drops on the east, but all in all, it is Erangel. We haven't seen any shenanigans really on this map. Maybe, you know, one early kill. We saw 19E on the first game. Erangel, they got one quick early kill, but other than that, like it's going to be looting. And then it's going to be teams rotating in the first 3 circles, like all the teams rotating everywhere, and then no one dying. And then it's just all chaos, right?
And then after that, we're going to see some teams die and then one team not die, dude. That's the crazy part, Zute. And the problem is...
I didn't even think about that one.
I mean, but the crazy part is all you have to do is not die. I've been saying this since the beginning. And we're telling these teams, but yet they don't listen. I don't know why, Zute.
Yeah, I don't know. You're absolutely right. When the goal of the game is to win, and the way you win is to not die, when you put it that way, it becomes very simple, right? Just don't die.
Yeah, well, it seems to be harder for some squads than it is for others. I mean, on a serious note, I mean, it's ridiculously difficult. And for anybody who hasn't had a chance to play a competitive game of PUBG Mobile in your life, do it. Do so. Check some of these influencers, you know, Twitters, bios, even all the official channels. You'll see some opportunities, some chances where the next open comes up to be able to get your chance to play in one of these. Because I'll tell you what, it is a whole lot of fun. But I'll tell you, when you get to this stage, a lot of fun can turn around real quick because the pressure is going to get turned on. And we're going to see, look at this, 2 members from Passion Fruit. Oh, 2v1. It's a 2v1 now. Is he able to find a gun, though? That's the question. Oh, he found a UMP. That's not bad. Pump shotgun, never trust it. Never trust the pump shotgun.
Though, these guys are aggressive. These guys know how to fight. And it's a 2v1 down to a 3v1. We got Furious Gaming actually getting a knock in the kill feed right there. And 1v2 situation, maybe 1v3. He pops open. Steve-O. Oh, no. It was actually DLC with the Uzi getting that opening kill, getting that point.
Dude, where did Juancho find an AK? Like, he came storming down the hill with an AK in hand. I mean, that's like literally the best gun you could possibly get to start things off. And he found it. I mean, that ended up working out well for Passion Fruit. Passion Fruit, I think we're definitely seeing a little spark of life. They still have a lot of work to do because they are very far behind. They're in 14th place. Irmaos Metralas in 15th. B4 all the way down in 16th place. At this point, I'm going to say, honestly, this game, I think that if you're looking to turn around and possibly get like a top 3 position, if you're any of these squads, you need to have pop-up performances this game and the next one. That way kind of offset some of the things that are happening in day 3. Yeah, I don't think you have any more time to slip up.
Yeah, no more time to really slip up. You need like at least, like the worst games at this point, you got to get like 4 to 5 points, right? And then get some huge games in day 3 and day 4. But like the difference though, right? We saw day number 1. We saw the Knights. We were like, oh, the Knights, they are owning it, right? And then you go 3 games into the next day and it's a completely different narrative. Now we're talking about Ghost Gaming. They're on the top. The Knights are falling off. All the teams on the bottom that did bad in day 1, they're getting chicken dinners. They're climbing up. So it's just like day by day can change so fast. And it's like you feel like you got the narrative down. You feel like you know what's going to happen the rest of the days. And then it's a completely different story.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, any of these squads can pop off the next 2 days and end up in first place. The thing is, though, we have to look at us as speculators, right? We have to do the math in our head and assume what the possibilities are. And to have those kind of pop-off games, that means you have to do better than everybody else. And you got teams like Ghost, Knights, Lazarus, Alpha 7 in there. They're not going to make it easy on you. They're going to still put up consistent points regardless. So you can't just match them. You have to far exceed them in points, especially if you have a really big point gap. So that's what I'm saying. You don't want to leave that gap too thick. Otherwise, they'll be too far no matter how good you do to catch up.
Catching up is a hard thing, but let me throw you a question real quick. Is it harder to catch up? Or, I mean, Dave kind of asked you the same thing already, but or is it harder to hold first place?
Right now, it's hard to hold first place because, I mean, you got, if you're Ghost, Knights is only 1 point behind you, Lazarus, Alpha 7, any one of these teams at the top. Well, there you go. Hold on first. Let's watch the shots go down.
Got that DP once again.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's hard to hold first place because it's so interchangeable, but we're talking about bottom teams even having a chance at first place. And they're not going to have a chance at all if they don't pop off now, in my opinion.
True, that is true. And we see Ghost Gaming Spec doing some scouting there. And I don't know if it's rotations that are super fast that Ghost is not expecting, but Ghost lands Pachinki, right? Those mountaintops are literally right outside of Pachinki, and both mountaintops are already occupied by 2 irrespective teams. So maybe Ghost Gaming, like, not realizing how fast these teams have been coming to, like, you know, on their rotations, they kind of miss out. But they're still chilling in Pachinki. Ghost, a very versatile team. They can play from any position on the map, really. So we'll tune back in. We're down to 62 alive, by the way. We did have some casualties you saw in the early beginning, but now you see all these teams rotating, you know, starting to make friends, starting to be neighbors for a couple circles at least, and then it's just no more nice guys.
Oh yeah, no more Mr. Nice Guy, that's for sure. And you know, back to what I was, circling back to what I was talking about earlier. You look at team because all of these squads, they're the best. They're the best from their respective regions, the best of the best, right? You look at teams like Team Queso, who just had a chicken dinner, so that's a big move up in points, right? Yeah. Well, that moved them up to 10th place, 59 points.
That's big.
I mean, that's big, right? But all their fans, they're expecting a top 3 finish from this squad. I mean, these are the LATAM champs, right? Yeah. So, in order to get to there, you look at first place, 113 points. That is a 50-point difference already, you know? And there's still plenty of time to do that, but you got to hope at some point that you are able to get big chicken dinners in the next 2 days coming up, and you kind of hope that Ghosts and Knights don't have crazy days, you know? Sure. And considering how well that Ghost is performing here, that's not something I think you want to bet on, you know? That's for sure. Might be.
So what you're saying is, if you're not near the top now, you got to just start winning games. That's pretty much it, right?
That's it. I mean,
that's it.
50 points, bro. I mean, 50 points. You could either do decent and have the top teams throw, or you have to do insane. That's really what it comes down to. And to have consistently insane points is so tough when you're playing against the best teams on the planet. You know, you look at Ghost, they had a rough first day, but they still put up some solid points and then had this pop-off day where they got some good, positions. But, if you put yourself so far behind, you're putting yourself in a position to have nothing but Carnage's head is about to get popped off. Yep. See ya!
I was listening to what you were saying, but I'm not gonna lie, that whole time I was just like, Carnage is gonna peek this. Carnage is gonna want to peek his head out just a little bit and challenge this. And Carnage, I love you, man. I hope you keep.
We love Carnage to death. I mean, Zoo and I, we've been playing with some of these players since the beginning. Literally for 3 years, no Carnage. Met him multiple times at LANs. The guy is very, very capable. So sometimes we can chuckle at his expense since we know him so well. At the same time, though, one of the best players to still do it here in North America. And that's why I really want to see 19E bring it, and I think they have to, just like Team Queso, because they're just 10 points behind Team Queso, so 60 away from first place.
Right, and with this circle shift, it does kind of favor them now. Like, they're holding down Gak up. Gatka is huge. They got a lot of options to play in. This circle, they're probably not going to move, but the next circle shift, they'll have good ideas on where they could rotate around them depending on the hard shift. And this shift does favor the west pretty hard, so you see a lot of teams from the east moving in. We see the Knights driving on by past Influence Rage. Ghost Gaming's probably also going to make a rotation at this point, and the Knights, they have fallen off after the first 3 games. Like this one, I mean, we're back on Erangel at least, a map that everyone's really comfortable in. Maybe they could claw back a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good thing for all these teams that are really needing to put up big points, is the fact that we're playing Erangel so many times. And this is I think the least amount of RNG map out of all of them, because it's just so consistently played. Sandhawk, yeah, that's that wild card map. You know, I think anybody can win that one. So that's what I was talking about. Like, if you want to have non-stop consistent days, if you put yourself so far behind, you can't depend on Sandhawk zone. You know, like that's a roll of the dice. And if that zone, you know, that dice rolls snake eyes, whoo, it's gonna punish you big time.
Definitely. And like Sandhawk that last game, we saw like how the circles are super unforgiving. It just shifted south every time. And it rewarded though, with just one team, Team Queso. They got their first chicken dinner with that. But on maps like Erangel, like we're watching now, even if a circle keeps shifting down south or west, whichever the case it may be, you have vehicles on Erangel. You can make those rotations. You have longer sight lines where you can play with someone covering, someone pushing. You know, there's methods and tactics to play this map out so that even if you're not in a good position, you have a way of fighting in. And that's why I think, you know, Erangel by far are the, you know, players, one of the players' most common favorite maps. And that's why I love the fact that, you know, going into the 4th game, after 3 games are done, we're getting like a little reset moment back onto the Erangel map for everybody to reset, re-strategize, come in new, come in fresh.
Yeah, I mean, Erangel, a tree, few cars, boom, that's an instant, you know, huge wall that you can just put up out of nowhere. And Sandhawk, he ain't gonna be able to do that. Not to mention the timing in Sandhawk. Sheesh, that zone moves so fast. So you get a little bit extra room to breathe here. You can just see one of the members from Boca using that extra room to breathe to, you know, refuel their dossier, getting it prepared, setting up to set up possibly one of those future call walls that you mentioned. And we'll see how they opt to play it. But right now it looks like everyone's just trying to take their time, set up, get ready for the rest of the match.
They're playing their splits, and right there we see DLC going down in the kill feed. That's 1 down for the side of Passion Fruit. I think that's on the eastern side. Yep, they lost 1 player on rotation. We're back to the map overview. Something I noticed with A7, they play the edge a lot on the first few circles.
no
See
lo
how
puedo
split they are on the edge. They got a hard western shift cover. They got a hard north shift cover. And speaking about north shift, we do get one to the northeast. Now, teams like 19E that I was talking about that were chilling, now all of a sudden, they got to move on back. And Ghost Gaming, they were chilling in Pachinki. They get blessed with it. They get blessed with it. That circle goes right back towards Pachinki.
I mean, that's the benefit of being one of the top teams in the lobby. You get to drop center map every time, and Ghost is always the squad that gets to do that. And with the zone going towards Pachinki, they haven't had to move a bit for a good minute. 19E looking to take these buildings outside of circle. Oh, nice shots there from Sam on the Chico, piecing them up a little bit, but they're going to have to get moving here shortly. I love this spot here from Knights. To me, this is one of my favorite positions in all of Erangel. You can get so much sight lines, so much ease to be able to rotate away from it. So I think this is a good position for them. If the zone goes in their favor, they're going to be set. That's for sure.
Yeah, from this area of the map that we see the Knights have, they pretty much, they have options to control everything up to the center of the circle. So even if the circle hard shifts to the east, they got that middle point to work with. But speaking about hard shifts, we are getting into a fight. Passion Fruit with 3 players taking a fight with Furious Gaming. They get the opening knock with the nade. Sleepless got another one cooked. Trigger with the nade just as all. It's going to be back and back for nade. Woo! Close one for Sleepless.
Tasted that one. He tasted that one. You know, put that pin right back in, but guess what? Trigger's got one right for him. One good bounce is all it takes. Is he going to be able to find it? Nope, not going to at this point. So that knock from Sleepless, a solid one, but great work from Furious Gaming to get that reset. So they have everybody up again, and they're just trying to find some positioning here. that up for the rest of the match. Yeah, Passion Fruit losing Sixless early on. That's a tough loss.
Especially when you're playing defense, right? You see Sleepless. He's got no one here to support him because they put 2 on the hill, which is good. 2 on the hill is stronger than 2 in the compounds. But when you're down to 3, it's like, it's hard to play these split defenses. And now Juancho doing the best he can to support Sleepless. Sleepless is just getting surrounded right now as his teammates can just watch with, you know, dismay.
Yeah, that plateau up top is a really good place to be able to fight teams that are down up in here. But, I mean, at this point, you're having to kind of play a little capture the flag because Sleepless is at massive risk, and there's no way he's going to get moved. 19E pushed up onto the Knights and bullied them out of the buildings. So that's it. This is a very, very interesting fight at the end of the zone. They're both in circle, so I think they can kind of take some time to breathe a little bit. At the same time, though, if that zone shifts, you know they're going to start popping into a fight really quickly.
Yeah, we were talking about this position earlier, how it's one of your favorite spots, and with good reason. Like, that's why you see the Team 19E potentially taking a fight here, even though it's the edge. They know they can control a lot from this position, but the circle shifts, that's a hard one to the east. I think the Knights and 19E, they might just disengage here. 19E, they could disengage more easily because they don't have guns trained on their backside if they leave. But let's see what Knights decide to do here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, that's for sure. They got 38 seconds left on the clock, so they either have to start this fight or they both need to kind of shake hands and say, hey, we'll fight you later on and get into the next circle. I guarantee you, though, if 19E do get a knock with this nade, oh, they're going to full send it. Alucard, he felt that one. Xenox on this roof, really trying to find one of these players from the Knights slipping.
Xenox out of nades, throws the smoke to smoke off the support angles for Alucard. You see that smoke popping down at that window. Knights can no longer use that angle to support Alu, but it looks like 19E, without making any further progress and with the zone closing in, they are going to go ahead and leave first. Both teams breathe a sigh of relief because no teams like to fight in the blue.
This is exactly what you were talking about, right? They have a perfect, easy opportunity to be able to move away, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, this is a really strong location. They're going to move on over. The Knights are going to move on over. The problem is, though, they're going to have to do it very, very carefully and not with a lot of time to scout. It looks like Acer's going to spend some of that time trying to catch the Knights on the rotation. Doesn't look like he was able to get any connects, though, on the way. Knights are just driving in here blind.
Completely blind. You know, 19E, at least for them, they got a chance to stop and scout a little bit, but everything is pretty much taken in the circle. Knights are going to have to take a fight with E-Storm. E-Storm's already set up here. You see them getting their grenades ready for that defense, and TU pulling up on just on the side of the Knights. This is the kills, though.
Bishop hitting that spray. Really nice getting that last headshot, and now the unnamed, oh, they are feeling the punishment, getting shot from both Lazarus and the Knights. They're in big trouble. Getting caught from behind. Looks like it's just Bucky up left, I believe, for the unnamed. Huge break there for Lazarus. I mean, the Knights really relieved all that pressure off of them.
And the Lazarus, they're only down to 2 right now. That's why you see them outside here, not yet in zone. They're trying to make their way in with only 2 members. Ghost and the kill feed popping off now.
Bishop.
And ooh, what's that DP? Oh, DP, it's so hard to laser someone with a DP that's in a vehicle, though, because that bullet speed is a little bit slower than the 5.6, and not a lot of players are used to that.
Especially when you got this adrenaline pumping. I mean, hitting every single shot, not too easy, but it looks like they were able to hit some big shots onto Alucard. Fade. Oh, man, he knows that he's got nowhere to run. I mean, this is, yeah, he's done. I don't see him getting out of there alive. That would be crazy. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. Last-ditch effort.
Playzone gets the last tick, but I think they did pick up that kill point. Now, what's happening to 19E? 19E drove right into INTZ, and it's down to a 1v2 Xenox in a 1v2 situation, about to be a 1v3, as INTZ is getting that revive. Xenox going aggressive on push, peeking downstairs, not getting the opening he needed.
I think INTZ ran into them because we saw a run over, dude. INTZ ran over Sam on the way in here, and here comes the fight on the inside. Xenox, so good at doing these kind of fights up close, wins that fight, but he's got to run straight into zone. He has no choice, and INTZ rotated and was waiting for him. So, wow, what a huge fight between these two squads, and 19E go out in 15th.
Oh, that is not good. Not good for 19E whatsoever. We're back on the fight with the Knights, and the Knights actually have rotated around E-Storm, left one player back, so automatically they have like a flank around E-Storm, and with this zone shift, they gotta make a move, but oh, straight through the smoke. That grenade by Zohan gets Alucard. That's gonna stop everything down for the Knights.
Yeah, that was a beautiful nade right there. They're starting to get picked off from the back, so they're gonna have to be careful. Influence Rage, putting some shots down range. Yeah, the Knights have a pretty severe split. Those shots are gonna be huge for the Knights, because it looks like they are gonna be able to use that to pick up Alucard. And we're just seeing Chico try to catch some of these members from E-Storm on this massive off angle, and he's gonna get shut down.
Zone's closing already. Like, we just tuned in on this fight, and the zone is coming in. These guys are covered. Oh! Beautiful.
Baby!
Gotta love those bolt action knocks, man.
Oh, that was beautiful right there. That's the kind of shots you need to give your team an opportunity to get into this next circle, and E-Storm are feeling themselves after that one. Bishop, 1 HP. He can't afford to let the blue zone even touch him. He knows he has to just run up. Oh, I get shot out the vehicle. E-Storm, they are just on a rampage this game.
They are, but they picked up that kill. They're about to lose Zohan too. Zohan not able to catch the car ride. He's gonna die out to the blue zone. And by the way, we have shifted up north into the Watertown.
And he gets caught. Yeah, Zohan not able to catch that vehicle. Oh, that thing's on fire. Achilles gonna jump out, hit the laydown. Crazy plays. You can just see this was still in this bowl, this beautiful bowl. So they have a great position. B4, the team that's currently in last place, they need a chance here. Isurus does go down, so now B4 have a really good position on this side of the map. And it looks like E-Storm is going to be able to live just a little bit longer with the solo.
Yep, E-Storm with a solo, not yet in the zone. He's probably going to die to B4 here. B4 with already 4 kills and a good spot in the zone. They got a lot to work with this dip. They could see a lot, but I think the team with the best position in zone has to go over to Ghost Gaming, right? They got that mountain. This is Pride Mountain here. It's the tallest mountain in this type of zone, and it gives you the most control of the entirety of the map that's left open.
You can see Achilles there from E-Storm. He's going to go out to the blue zone here. Yeah, no way he's going to make it. Not enough heals. So there they go. 10 teams still remaining. You got Ghost getting a big fight with Influence Rage. Here comes the nades, and they are hitting. 2 main... Oh, they have all the sights right here. It's all about Tensa. He's going to get the peak. Hip fire. Rest of the squad there to support him. They are not going to last long. Yeah, here comes Spec on this off angle. Only a matter of time. And there goes Influence Rage. Ghost doing what Ghost does best. And they got the next circle.
Yeah, that's what they do best. Not only do they win fights, Jukes, they don't do what they do best until they get zone blessed, because that is a staple Ghost play, getting the circle. But before we continue on, though, that was actually Coops from out in the blue that knocked 2 of those players that let Ghost Gaming do that easy press in. So Coops, even though he's out of this game, he still went off with a bang, getting 2 knocks right there.
And Ghost's gonna have to send Coops a check after that one. They're feeling themselves. They got the zone. This should be another massive game for Ghost Gaming. And this is what we're talking about, right? Ghost, yeah, when they don't get zoned, they put up some, solid points. When they do, though, they just have their way with the rest of the map. So that's what I think we're expecting everyone else to do. Alpha 7 on the opposite edge. They're gonna have to deal with quite a few squads surrounding them. We're going to see right now what's their strategy. What are they going to do to be able to get into this next circle?
Yeah, it's absolute mayhem for all the teams on the Northwest and Northeast. They all got to rotate in. And the teams on the Northeast, yeah, you're seeing it here. They got to fight through the ruins. A lot of corners, a lot of angles. Carrillo, though, getting aggressive. He doesn't care if you got a grenade in your hand. He's just going to put a gun right to your face. And Carrillo popping off, and he steals his buggy.
ETA! I mean, what? This man just straight gangster. Just shoots him up in FPP, takes his vehicle, moves on over. Bit2K's on fire, as it looks like, as he gets a nice little knock there. 5 kills for B4. They need a huge bounce back game. They need it now. And they have some real estate to work with, but they got some serious squads still up and running. Ghost, Alpha 7. I mean, wow. There goes Boca. 7 squads left. Still 7 teams in Zone 6. 24 minutes.
Yeah, and B4, they got 4 players up at least. TQ only down to 2. I think the 4-man teams left are only B4 and Ghost Gaming and also Furious Gaming, they could that player could backstab B4 really badly and then open the fight up for Ghost Gaming.
Yermayo's taking out Alpha 7. Alpha 7 going out in 6th place. B4 Ghost just making light work of B4. And they are racking up the kills. Oh, here comes Furious Gaming. That's a nice knock.
It's
knock down from Ghost.
It's going to be a 1v3. That revive is going to come through. He's going aggressive. He knows he's got to make a play right now. Can he do it?
Gotta beat HH24 first. Gonna go from the other side. Took a little too long, man. Ghost so quick on the revives and the resets. 13 kills. And this is what I was talking about. How hard is it to kill Ghost? They've been getting knocked after knock, but they are so quick to get everybody back up. They have the full lay of the land. 13 kills. They're not done yet.
I don't know if it's harder to kill Ghost or harder to get
Oh my
circled.
goodness.
Because, I mean, like, Ghost Gaming, man, they 13 kills. They're about, how many players are left on? There's 6 other players left in the lobby, and there's a good chance that Ghost might pick up all 6 of these kills.
And they're all like just saying, Ghost, por favor, let me get 2nd place at this point because they're getting first. They have the entire lay of the land. This should be an easy dub. The only way Ghosts lose this, in my opinion, is a massive mistake.
Such as, like, HH grenading his whole entire team because he wants all
that will do it. That is correct.
That's the only thing I can imagine that could go wrong for Ghost at this point. I mean, they have, look at this. They have all the high ground, and then all the enemy teams here are forced to fight each other because they can't even peek up over the top, and Ghost could just have their way with the whole entire rest of the lobby. Oh, and he's gonna steal that kill point.
Oh, easy. Thank you. Tensa's just gonna give a quick little thank you note on over to IM. And oh, look at this nade. Oh my goodness. Tensa! Calm down, sir. Oh, goodness.
Tensa again.
Tensa! Putting on a show, ladies and gentlemen. 16 kills. Let's make that 17. Oh my god. It's just one left.
Yeah.
One player, I'm sorry, 2 left. From INTZ. So INTZ able to secure 2nd place. They were in 6th before this. So a good game for them, but it's just Ghost Gaming dominance that we're just seeing.
And this is the Ghost Gaming that we were all expecting. Good knock, but trade knock right back. It's a 1v3 situation, and he's on the low ground. There's absolutely nothing he can do. And that is Ghost Gaming in typical Ghost fashion, right? Oh, Tensa with 8 kills. That is also very typical of Tensa, putting up those kill numbers. But my God, conscience, Ghost Gaming.
Tensa with 8, HH2 with 5. This was just a massacre from Ghost Gaming. Today, day number 2, is all Ghost. It's Ghost Gaming Day. They have shredded the entire lobby, and they made it look easy from that side. Once they got that control of that position, even though there was some other teams that had a possibility of contending with them, they just make it look so simple. And anytime they get knocked, like I say, it's like they almost all just, like Bayo's hair turns even more blonde and he just goes Super Saiyan, you know? And just like goes like into straight mama bear mode, saves his whole team to get them all up so quick, and they just continue to do what they do best.
Man, I love that reference you just made, because Ghost Gaming, if they were an anime team, right? Like, yeah. I could definitely see Bayo just turning Super Saiyan.
Because they get better during the fight, right?
Yeah, Tensa will be on some ninja type stuff, you know, just like taking his inner chakra and just going beast mode. Like we've seen Tensa clutch up so many times. Like this Ghost Gaming team is looking phenomenal. And it all started with game number 1. I called it. I was like, today is the day Ghost Gaming makes a comeback, because all they need is just one good game in the beginning, and then it's just rest of the day. I mean, we're 4 games in. We got 2 games left. I'm not going to be surprised if Ghost Gaming does well in the next 2 either.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, we're going to see a great performance from the squad. I mean, they just make it look so simple every single time. It's crazy to watch. I mean, it's a beautiful game to just see how they operate when they get some good positioning going. And yeah, they had a rough start, but almost everybody said that this is a squad. quick.
When we say rough start every single time for Ghost,
Yeah.
they finish top 5.
That's
Just so
true.
the audience remembers, when we say rough start for Ghost, that means they're not in first place, okay?
That's correct.
That's
Yeah,
how
if they're
good
not
this team
top
is.
3, what is Ghost doing? They're in 5th place, you know, come on now. And then afterwards, they're like, hey, don't even worry about it. We're just going to get a couple zones. We're going to do what we do best and put up, you know, 15+ kill games like it's nothing. So let's go ahead and rewatch this after we saw that wonderful game. Check out some of the highlights. We're going to start off here with the unnamed, getting some good shots down right. Oh, that beautiful headshot. Yeah, Carnage eating that one. And just, man, overall, just craziness. A lot of good use of utility here in this Aaron Gale match.
Yeah, really good use of utility. The DP always, you know, putting on a show here. Lazarus, we didn't really see what happened on screen when they lost 2, but they managed to pick some of TU off. And here's that fight that we missed. It just, I can't tell who crashed who pushed through, but you're right. Like, INTZ came out on top and they ran one of the 19E members over.
Beautiful, beautiful play. So INTZ taking out 19E, it was a really big one. And that fight was decisive because they were able to win that fight with 19E.
Right.
That let them get 2nd place. So that was a big fight right there for INTZ.
Yeah, I love that aspect of the game too. One fight, when you take out a team in 15th place, could mean you just landed yourself 2nd place after, you know, everything is said and done. So these decisive fights, there's so many of them that happen on screen all the time. We're not even sure, like, which one's decisive, which one's not. But that one definitely was for INTZ.
And that's why we get so critical on these little micro plays. Some people will be like, oh, don't even worry about it. But sometimes that little difference could be the difference from you making 2nd place or, like you mentioned, you know, last. So well played overall. INTZ, once they got into this position, this could have easily been 19E, but they took them out and they were able to just make things happen. And then, well, I mean, we're only talking about other teams because we saw what Ghost just did. I mean, Ghost, once they got that hill, they put their crowns on. They said, we're kings of this hill. And it's only a matter of time before we start eating that chicken, baby.
And they have had 2 chickens so far. 1st place, and then they got 2nd.
Again.
And then they got 3rd.
I still haven't fixed my mic.
That was a tough one for Ghost.
Those
were like a lot of hardships.
So I was thinking about it.
Still got that 3rd
If
place.
I,
And on the
oh my
4th game,
gosh,
you know, you give the
if I were to
Ghost,
cast,
a little bit of a circle bless, and you know, Ghost.
and I would like to turn them, like I can't turn them down
Let's
without
not give it all to like just
turning the game
we still
sounds
have
down.
They picked it up.
Then we wouldn't have game sounds if you wanted
Gotta
me
be able to get it
cast.
done when you don't got
So,
circle, and you have to certainly
thought about
get it
it
done when
already.
you do. And with Ghost, their win rate when they do, it's 100%, baby. They do not.
Yeah, make some
mess
popcorn,
around.
Brody.
So a wonderful
I was gonna
game.
I was
Number
actually gonna
4.
make dinner
We'll be right back
and
with
then
you
just
guys
eat,
right after this
and
break.
you guys would never know. Or I mean, I could make dinner and do some ASMR.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best
Just
processor.
remake the sound.
120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM,
Like the
and
gun
a
sound?
Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
Pew
The
pew
hyper
bam
touch
knock.
on this bad boy
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
phenomenal.
Alright
The
guys,
best
let's fast
model
forward
of
and do
one-
this. Ready?
Playing with some of these players.
Ready?
Since the
I'm gonna commentate now. Hi, sweet girl. This is me practicing my commentary. Out of zone, down at military before. No, I can't do it. Imagine. They have... I think it's easier for them to do it because they have, like, angles on everyone. I'm pretty sure, like, a camera's watching every single team. Like, there has to be, right? In these rooms. And you would think that they would do it set up that it would hide. Why aren't they hiding the people's names? You know when you get a knock that it's like knocked player 1 or knocked player 2. It's like when I did the PUBG event, I didn't like against Alesso. When we were knocking people, it didn't tell us like what team we were knocking. They got wiped. There's 15 spectators.
All right, another map in the books, and it's Ghost Gaming on top. But none of this tournament would be
Is that really
possible
loud?
without the help.
Sorry, I'll turn it down. Bailey, thank you for the stars. Bailey, you're awesome. I put my star goal up here. So I'm doing a Facebook star challenge right now, and I have 28 days to hit 100,000 stars, which means I have to be streaming more, I guess. But once I hit that many stars on Facebook, I will get a bonus. So that's what that is up there. So Bailey, thank you for the stars. They have like 40 spectators in these rooms. I'm trying to remember when I... Sorry. Sweet girl, I miss you. How are you? What are you up to? Bailey, thank you again for the stars. The freaking goat. Oh, I guess I'll move that. Chat, why is no one talking? We have 31 people in here. Guys, get my watch time up. Get my watch time back. Because I'm going to lose Cho of 500 because I've streamed like 4 days this month. Invite everyone to watch my stream. Don't watch it on the PUBG YouTube. Watch it on mine. Hi, Alex. Hi, Angry Dog. 9 a.m. Ronnie, thank you for the follow. Nothing, just chilling. Yeah, I'm chilling too. I'm just, I'm looking. Well, have this one job lined up right now that I'm like praying it goes through. So we'll see. No one likes a limp mic. Yeah, I don't know where the tool is to fix it. And my room is clean, so I don't know where I threw that shit. Hi, DM Shadow Gaming. How? I can't cast it. There's going to be no game sounds. And plus, there's already 2 casters. So, like, I don't know. 19 kills. Oh, what's up, 9 a.m. fam? Hi, Arab. You're doing an awesome job, Bailey. Ah, thank you. So right now I don't have my alerts on my screen because I guess I could have them on the intermission screen. I just don't have them on the screen because I didn't want it to get in the way of the watch party. But thank you. Yeah, I remember in the Alessa rooms, I was like, you can't fire in these lobbies without someone noticing. Oh yeah, can they hear your team too, Seabass? They had, so in like these events with these big rooms, the PUBG Mobile, like, people can hear your comms, right? Hi, Arab. How are you? Tensa got 8 kills alone. Oh my gosh, imagine. With 3 assists. Yeah, they went off. Sorry, I guess we're not even listening to them because I muted them. Can't even hear them. I turned them down, right?
The ghost that we're seeing today doesn't even need the chicken dinners with how good they've been. But when
I'm gonna make some food in between this.
They are scary good, decisive chicken dinners. So
if they can, I want to... Hold on. If they can, I want a copy of us rolling up on you and Jesse. Who was our third that game? Was it Sparky? Sparky died early? I'm trying to think, Seabass. Because then Pickles was off on his own. I remember that game. But yeah, that was awful. You guys straight bullied us. Me and Jesse are like, why is there 4 guys in one car? What kind of strat is that? It's funny though. A shorty. Hello. Hi, Spray. Hi, sorry, I'm back. You want me to sum up what you missed, Spray? Last game, Ghost had 19? They had 19 kills? They had 19 kills last game. And they won. The game before that was Sandhawk. Who won the Sandhawk game, guys? Team Queso? Was Sandhawk before that one? And then before... my memory. So we went... Erangel... There's 2 matches left. Next is Miramar, that's Erangel. So it's been Erangel, Sandhawk, Erangel, Mira, Sandhawk, Queso Team 1, Sandhawk. So the one before that was Miramar, right? Who won Miramar? The team in last place. The team in last place. Before? No. Furious Gaming. Furious Gaming won. No. Oh my god. We need that buggy y'all were trying to steal who lands at the pier. I don't remember Seabass. Game before was Sandhawk. So it was Ghost, Team Queso. I know Furious Gaming won one, right? But who won the first match? Guys, I could rewind. Why don't we just go look? Ghost won the first game? Did they actually? I forgot. Oh, that's a highlight. Oh, yeah, I was against Passion Fruit. So, like, Ghost and then Furious Gaming, right? Sweet girl. I like that you pay attention. Thanks. We're skipping through it. There's literally no sound. I'm sorry if you guys want to listen. There's no... Oh, wait, never mind. It was Furious Gaming. I got that one right. Alright. Watch the game have started. Oh. I was just kidding. I didn't think it actually started. Fingers crossed they don't do another remake. But bye.
Gone, but before we take it away, why don't we bring it back to the studio, dude? Dave, what do you think so far, man? Bro. We gotta just bring it back real quick, dude, because I think that we need to give the fans a little extra time to breathe, just to sink in what they just...
No way! I was kidding! They're definitely doing another remake.
1000%. You know, last match, Ghost dominance. They had
they're definitely doing another
position,
remake. That's
and
the remakes in a row.
Favoring that spot.
Why do they keep
played
remaking the rooms?
So
Can someone ask?
They kept pushing, taking out those enemies that were in those trenches, one at a time. Right? They went for one squad on the left-hand side. They made sure to no squad can wrap around behind them.
I think I did jinx it.
They got a ton of kills doing that.
Yo, what?
And Ghost Gaming, I mentioned, I know I joked about it, 28 points as of right now in that first place spot. If they can just continue on with that momentum that they've been showing here today so far, they're just going to widen that gap at the end of the day. And then after today, we're officially at that halfway mark.
How many people did say were on the plane?
Let me ask you this, right? I think out of all the studio, dude.
You didn't even see the flight path.
Shot calling, utilizing their skill set of close quarters combat once it...
Thank you so much.
It didn't even show...
Dagon, but before we take it away, why don't we bring...
That's so funny.
They are behind big time. And we saw their strategy of playing this edge. Do you think it's time for them to start switching that up, or do they just stay strong with what got them here in the first place? But like, how bad would you feel if they like
Alpha 7,
remade the whole room for you?
They're known to be those edge sweepers. You know, they take advantage. But what I've been seeing here today, and kind of just, you know, rewinding back to that last Miramar map, they had the unnamed dead to rights. Like the unnamed, they had nowhere to go.
I'm happy that any team's in the top 5. I know,
out there to the west, or drive into
I think it's more exciting to watch.
Alpha 7, yes, the zone did shift. They went down there to the south. But if you're going to play that zone sweeper, you got to make sure to sweep the zone. Instead, Alpha 7, they let the unnamed be there, and then they reposition. I think you're already committed to playing that strategy, that you just need to make sure, take out that team, get those points, get those consistent points playing that edge sweeper role. And that isn't something that they have been doing in the first couple games. That's my opinion. To answer your question, I think they should continue with their strategy, but just execute it to the fullest. Believe in it. Alpha 7, I believe in you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, when we set up the next game, we got a sweet interview coming your way.
What are they playing now?
All right, well, let's hope that practice pays off. And now, talking about the finals, you guys have been preparing every single day, getting ready for this. What are the goals? What are the goals that you personally are setting
Bailey?
for the squad here this finals?
Well, imagine the A7
our main goal is,
boot
of
camp
course,
fight,
to
how
get
that
first
outcome may have
place.
changed.
I
They
think
literally
with the
both
team we
landed boot
have
camp
and
again
then
and
the
fought again.
competition we're against, it's very possible, and
I wish
that's
it was
always
Tuesday
going to
on
be
today,
on
though.
top of
I like
the
watching
list of
Stand-Up
goals.
over
But we
Miramar.
also would love to get
It's gonna be a Miramar and then another
most
Ariel.
kills.
I've not streamed this long in a minute, guys.
We
Been streaming for
usually
like 3
do,
hours
and
already.
hopefully we
And
can
plus
do it in
there's
this
2 more
tournament.
games.
We like playing
Like
very
4.5
aggressive,
hours.
and I think we can achieve that too.
Yeah, because I've been.
And then, just real quick off the top of the head here, looking back at your squad during the
Knights did good.
PMPL
Not today,
North America,
actually.
just the entirety of the
Not
tournament.
as well as they did yesterday,
What's
for
one
sure. They
thing,
won
if you
3
had to
yesterday,
pick
and they
one thing
haven't-
that you guys really want
they
to
haven't
change
even
as a
gone, like, top
squad
3
coming
today,
into these
have they?
finals to improve on,
Or top
is there
5?
one thing
Knight's
that
gone
comes to
top
mind?
5 today, guys.
Sorry.
The
thing that comes to mind.
Turn that down. How are someone tell me how the Knights are doing? We need to play using our head, not our foot. What? What's everyone gonna have for dinner? I'm gonna go make food in between this. I might not have an intermission between the next 2. I also might take a nap. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna run to Chick-fil-A. Mustache Dave follows me on Instagram. Let me flex. So does PUBG Mobile. And PUBG just followed me on Twitter today. I already said it once, but I'm finally cool enough. Steak and chips? You spelled steak wrong.
Talk about the volume, that hair. Whoo, what kind of conditioner does he use? That's what I need to know. Let me know in the chat if you might have an idea.
Oh, here's them comparing
but
the
ladies
two.
and gentlemen, we're back, and guess what? We're looking at Ghost Gaming and the Knights head to head. What stands out to you, Hot Jukes?
I mean,
KFC?
obviously, just
I haven't had KFC in so
you just see
long.
the difference in damage, and that
You
has
got
to
your
do with the
fluids
amount of
and
kills
snacks,
that they've had overall.
I
One thing that I
drank-
think really stands out the most after looking at this graphic,
Yeah, I
though,
need to go get more water.
it's gotta be
I had a
the healing,
LaCroix.
right?
I want LaCroix to
That's what I
sponsor
think
me.
separates Ghost than any other team. What
I
they
had a
do, they are
LaCroix,
the best
and then I'm gonna go
team
eat dinner.
in
Let
this
me have Thai
lobby
food.
at recovering
What,
off a knock.
Harvey? I think PK needs to step it up a bit, but they're playing well. Yeah, they did awesome yesterday. Uncle Sam's bacon shark? What? What? Okay? Harvey, I'm gonna remove your mod again, bro. What's a LaCroix? Sparkling water. LACROIX. This is tangerine flavored. They're really good. Oh, fancy? Yeah, I guess. Better than soda. I don't really drink soda. But it has like the carbonation, you know? Pulled pork sandwich from a local barbecue place. That actually sounds delicious. But I have Thai food downstairs, so I'm gonna have. I don't know if you guys know like what pad Thai is. It's almost pad Thai, but it's called pad siu with flat noodles. Gonna be a LaCroix model now. Yeah, someone contact LaCroix and ask them if they'll sponsor me. Let's get LaCroix into the video game industry. You know the vibes. I can't believe they've had so many remakes. There was no remakes yesterday, right? Are these guys just in their bedrooms right now? Well, they have matching headsets. Do they? No. They have green screens. Thai food is so good. Peanut sauce, everything. Yeah, Thai food is good. In Thailand, oh my god, it's the best food I've ever had. I don't like sparkling water. I didn't like sparkling water at first, but I drank it enough to force myself to like it. It's dumb water. Yeah. I mean, it's just like my alternative to drinking soda, so. Yeah, they chilled in their rooms. Yeah. could have fooled me. Well, Zute, when he went on, like, he had some kind of like background like static in his mic every time he talked. I thought it was me. Pad Thai is noise. Yeah, fire. My mouth is like watering thinking about eating right now. I'm like, I should do a giveaway. I should really do a giveaway for you guys watching. I'm just figuring out how I would do that. I could do like how do I do a UC giveaway on here in my chats? All right. Bye guys. I'll see you next intermission cooking stream. Nah. All right. Much love. Bye guys.
Todd Hughes, you watch, man.
Not even a secret.
You remember what you said live on air? Watch. I might as well live up to it now, man. Good luck. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in the game. We see the unnamed dropping down here to El Pozo. You brought up the interesting question. Alpha 7.
That's the win.
Should they continue? You asked me, should they continue kind of playing that edge? Or is now the time to switch it up? They're in 5th place right now, so they're not that far behind, right? But if their goal is 1st place, yeah, they're almost, what, halfway behind 147 points, Ghost Gaming. So what would you do? Like, if you're their coach, you're their hype man, what would you tell them here on Juice?
I want to see Alpha 7 start prioritizing zone. I really do. Because the problem is, I think, like I said, I think their strategy works tremendously in previous stages because they are such good gunners that when they're facing against teams that are just not up to par at this level, they destroy them. They like wipe the floor with them, and they start off the game with 10 kills. The problem is that this is the PMPL Americas. No squad is like that. No squad is an easy wipe finish. At best, sometimes you're able to get that wipe if the scenario goes perfectly, but if it even goes slightly off, guess what? You're gonna lose 1 player, maybe even 2. Yeah, you got the 4 kills, but now you're gonna go with the duo into the rest of the match against some of the top teams on the planet, and you risk yourself of getting taken out early, and you can't afford that goose egg of point loss, especially with so few games available. So Alpha 7 strategy, it's very, very strong, I think, in earlier stages. At this stage, I think it's just too risky. I think I want to see Alpha 7 get zone. I mean, we saw how Ghost can put on a clinic when they get it. Alpha 7 needs to put themselves in a position to do the same, in my eyes.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Not kind of, I definitely agree. Like, the Alpha 7 strategy definitely paid off back when they qualified from Brazil, right? Because, you had those lower echelon teams. But here, you have to remember, yeah, we have B4 15th, yeah, Passion Fruit 16th, but each of these teams qualified top 5 from their region. And they played plenty of games, a ton of games. Yeah, a bunch of games to even get in that top 5 position. So the difference between like the league play bottom teams and the America's Championship bottom teams is these teams, they might be at the bottom, but they definitely bite back. And I agree with you, like, you could take out Passion Fruit, but most likely you're going to walk away losing maybe 1 member, maybe even 2 members, and then that just sets you back when we get to that late game where obviously you want to have the whole team alive.
I mean, look, I think the best way to possibly compile all of what we just said is you look at the first game. And the second I saw this from the first game, I called it. I was like, this is a team I really want to look at, is icuCi. This is a squad that is now in 6th place. They've had a great day today in day 2. And Alpha 7 pushed up onto them 3 versus 2. And this is Alpha 7, right? Like, that should be an easy wipe. But guess what? I mean, if you just get a little lazy at this stage, if you think you just have it in the bag and just rush in, you're going to get wiped. And that's exactly what icuCi did. They wiped the floor without this Alpha 7, took them out super early. And after that, they've been definitely starting to show some signs of confidence and building themselves up. So, I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You just can't get comfortable at any second, and fighting here at the edge so many times, you're going to lose some players, or you have to get revives and the zones come in and you get taken out on the way in. It's just it's a tough strategy to use, that's for sure.
That a lot of people would say Alpha 7 best team coming out from Brazil, right? Best team, hands down. A lot of people would say that. Isurus, Latin America.
I'd say that.
You say that. Brand new IGL, right, for this tournament. Poppy coming in hot. And for that type of team synergy, brand new IGL, they weren't the first place team from Latin America as well to be able to defend themselves and even take out the best team from Brazil. I'm just kind of, you know, tagging on to your point here, how every single squad here, they got them skills. They know how to hit them shots. They had the team communication. Like, they made it here for a reason. These are the best teams in the Americas. Like, let that sink in. I have to let that sink in. Like, just watch this. Sure. Like, we're watching some high-level gameplay, and it's been good so far. I'm not going to lie. Ghost Gaming back up at the top. One team, if I had to say one team I am surprised with, Lazarus. Lazarus, third place? Yeah, and, you know, we'll have to get back to that because the unnamed, the invited team here, looks like they're going to be losing 2 right here. Pulling up. McLaren, Alpha 7.
For Alpha 7.
Wow. But back to my point. Lazarus. They lost a member, you know. DLC went over to Passion Fruit. Sixless. He was the IGL for Lazarus. So guess what? You lose an IGL, somebody else has to step up to the plate. Telly stepped up to that plate. Telly's goal here, though, what they told me, speaking of Telly before today's games, is that they wanted to change the play style from Lazarus, who are known for being passive all game long. He wanted to flip the script and be a more aggressive squad. And right now, new IGL, new game plan, 3rd place, Hot Jukes. Like, you got any thoughts on that?
I think that sometimes just having something new can reinvigorate the team to work harder, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense, yeah.
Sometimes when you just make a little slight change, it doesn't necessarily mean that the player that left is bad.
I don't know. No.
Or was the problem? I mean, it doesn't, because, I mean, look at the Knights, right?
Yeah.
The Knights, you know, have Russell on their bench, and Russell was one of the top fraggers in the, you know, in the past PMPL, and without a doubt a starter, right? At the same time, you look at the Knights, they've had a crazy performance. Lazarus, right along the same side. So sometimes when you have that little slight adjustment in player, you know, the teams realize that, you know what, we have to put a lot of work in because we have a whole new player in here. We got to rebuild the synergy. And sometimes that level of work that they put in is what makes the difference. And I think, in my eyes, when I see that kind of change and seeing these kind of performances, that's what I see. I see a squad that has solid synergy now, that are working together, that are happy, and just putting in the hours, man. That's what you got to do, put in the hours.
Yeah, new mindset, new strategy as well. Telly said that they want to focus on just taking it one game at a time and let that leaderboard speak for itself. And talk about speaking for itself. Is this the game that I've been waiting for all day? Alpha 7, 2 clean, quick kills very early on the unnamed. Now they're pulling up on the Team Queso, trying to get some more points on the board.
Well, they're sticking true to their OG strategy, and they're just going on the hunt early on. You see Carrillo there with that full M4. That is one of the rarest PUBG mobile skins in the game, and he's got that thing fully maxed out. And I think if you're going to give anybody that type of M4, it's going to be him. That man is a beast with it. Moving on over, fight's still going on here at the early stages on all these rotations. Passion Fruits getting into it with Influence Rage. Little boy gonna have to win this 1v1. He's in trouble.
Steve-O going for the revive. Okay, sticking to it. Little boy, looks like they're gonna be healing up possibly as well. Little boy, the MVP from Brazil, by the way. We just haven't really seen that clutch factor here so far from them. If I had to be honest, we'll see what Little boy could do in this 1v2 situation.
Yeah, we're able to get that revive. Steve-O's going on up now. Yeah, 2v1. Little boy just took too much time. You got to send it, I think, at that point. Otherwise, 2v1 is not the way to go. And now Passion Fruits will definitely have the advantage here. Juancho going to throw out a smoke. I think right now he's just trying to buy some time for his team to come help him so they can get these last 2 members done and thirsted. Get that loot and those kill points. Oh, that's a nice position, though, for Mythic.
Nice spot, but, you know, you're by yourself, though. Essentially, Law going to be running around the outskirts of all these little trailers, these shacks, as we see right there, giving away their position. If I'm Influence Rage, I might want to try to back off of this and try to go for some placement points. I know that sounds, you know, kind of scared. and that's not what everybody wants to see when it comes to play styles. But honestly, they just gotta count their chickens and be like, hey, we lost this engagement. Now let's try to regroup and try to make up for lost ground.
I tell you what, if you're Influence Rage, what you got to do is crouch down. You got to tie them shoelaces. Oh! I think you got to run for your life, but that jump shot will prove to be pretty good. They do catch Mystic on the angle, and yeah, nothing you can do. I mean, this is when you got so many players coming at you, especially at this high level. They're not gonna make those mistakes and let you take that from them. No way.
I know I would like to see them kind of pull off that one, but was that even an option? Like, in your opinion, Hot Jukes, for Influence Rage? Like, even if they had a vehicle,
the option was run. That was your. I mean,
like, could they
vehicle,
realistically pop out? You think so? Okay. Okay. Cool.
If they had a vehicle in that position with how much time they had, I think they could have had a chance of getting away.
Right? Yeah. Like, at least one would have survived. And I'm a true believer in that, because we saw in Sandhawk, like Coops, their squad, the Knights, lost 3 members very early on, but then Coops was able to survive to like a 5th place, which is 6 points. So important to try to get as many points every single game, even when things aren't looking the best. And talk about looking the best, Chico just able to get on out of there, missing a tire in the process.
Yeah, that's what you need to do if you want to end up on the top of the leaderboards. So when you don't get those favorable zones, you got to put up some consistent point. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's get into this. Alpha 7 crossing the bridge on the south side. We do have a south circle here. Bucky hiding in this, and not to mention, this is a very non-traditional zone. So a lot of teams are not going to have a ton of hours practicing here as we watch this replay. Look at this, Steve-O.
Mid-air shot. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Respect. And during this replay, it looks like, remember we used to call him the Bucky? Looks like the Bucky. Their bush position. They responded from Alpha.
Off. Poor Bucky. Poor Bucky. Yeah, that beautiful fight between Influence Rage and Passion Fruit. Man, that one really went on. Juancho on that off angle. Once he was down, it was all over. Yeah, it's a great
mid-air shot. Pretty good, though. Pretty impressive.
That was clean.
That was clean.
It's clean right there. I want to see this zone go all the way south. I want to see a Minas del Sur circle. What do you think?
Let's do it. Let's go all the way south. Like, let's just send it down south. Let's get some of that water in play. Let's really spice it up and make it interesting. We saw that island finish the other day, yesterday. That was crazy. Alucard with that grenade that you and Zute are casting. I've never seen that island be the final zone. So maybe we'll be able to get some more interesting zones here, as blue zone almost closed in all the way. We will have that next ship, Lazarus, playing that coastline between the channel over there, INTZ, a little north of them, but it seems like for the most part, a lot of our lobby going to be on those hills, those mountaintops.
It went up.
And it does favor them.
Oh, it did go up, man. The reason why I wanted to see that island or water circle specifically was because I've played this game for, a long time. And out of all the games I've ever played, I've only seen a circle end up on that South Island 4 times, Dave. 4 times in my whole career. So that would have been nice, but it looks like we are going to have a Chumacera circle. And that is honestly one of the worst circles to play in if you're a competitor, because of look how difficult it is to drive through this thing. So many hills, so much terrain. It's very difficult to rotate with a vehicle in this area, but you got to get it done regardless.
A warning shot's coming out from Spec as well. Like, hey, we're here. You better pump the brakes on those McLarens, or else we're gonna take them out. Bayo, Bayo hitting them. Jives and those jukes, not really taking much damage. Was able to pull back, as it does look like Doodoo is gonna be on that off angle. B4 got a little split going here, right here. But Ghost Gaming, I feel like they're in the better position because they do have the hard cover of the compound, even if Doodoo is looking right on top of them.
Yeah, they're chilling on the south side right now. They definitely are going to want to make sure they secure their vehicles, because if the zones does shift north, they're going to need them to rotate. This is not Miramar's a map where you got to always have a vehicle on you at all times if you're looking
for success.
Looks like he is. He's really up close here. HH24 right across. Yep, right on top, right below him. Got that. Got those targets. But look at this. Look at Ghost. Always in a 2v1 situation. And it's just too easy. We saw someone get run over as well in the kill feed.
B4 I don't know. I don't know what that was, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. Dudu kind of making the press. Their teammates not really providing that support in the tail end. But you said there might have been a run over. This might have been it. Looks like DLC trying to pull off of this fight. That Alpha 7 might have just straight up crashed them, surprised them. DLC gonna be the last one alive right here, trying to salvage what they can.
Another one. Another run over. We just saw from him, Irmaios Mitrala. What is going on? These rotations are absolute craziness. Another, yeah, right there. You see DLC where? Look at that. Yep, ran right over him with a buggy.
Oh. He's dead.
Craziness, and they get the finish, and there goes Boca Juniors Gaming. Oh, that's, you don't want to, you hate to see him go out like that.
Right now, Boca Juniors Gaming, that mid-pack team, 10th place coming into this match, around 36 kills. So they have been somewhat aggressive, but if we have to look at Latin America teams who have been really aggressive, you cannot ignore eStorm. The squad from Mexico, like they have just been non-stop taking the fights, and they're going to be forced to take some more fights as next zone goes up. 19E, got a nice little split going. They're going to be favored. ISG also down here towards that south.
Well, I'm going to be really looking closely at 19E here because this is another time where they get a pretty solid zone. They have to do the best with it. They got to make sure that they have a pop-off performance considering that they're in 13th with only 49 points. Got a lot of catching up to do. Here's a chance to definitely do it, but it ain't going to be easy. Still got Ghost, Lazarus, Alpha 7, and the Knights. Pretty much all the top squads still up. And they are looking to continue that. Oh. How did they miss that?
They're going for it.
How did they miss that? No, they 1-2-3 Fate. They 1-2-3. You know what I mean by that?
1, 2, 3. We all take our shots.
That's right. That's right. They were just all there, just waiting, like 1, 2, 3, pop, and it didn't look like somehow they ended up not being able to hit it onto Fate. So yeah, good lucky break for him.
Lucky break, but Fate is going to be straggling behind. B4, we see them on the move in vehicles. Ghost Gaming, IM. A lot of teams are going to be piling right on top of each other down here towards the south. Right on top of G3. IM are already going to be taking some shots with E. Storm.
Oh, look at this. Ghost just doing great positioning of supporting each other. They're playing a nice split, but it's a split to be able to cover each position that they are holding. Lazarus up top, trying to get something done. He's getting shot from all angles. Gabby, G3, just trying to hide behind that buggy for now. And yeah, unable to do it for long. Lazarus eliminated in 13th.
Yeah, Fate ended up getting caught out from B4, so they ended up getting that kill point after all. And just kind of all getting separated in that mix, in that mayhem of this new circle shift. And talk about a team being proactive this game. Alpha 7, since the drop, nothing but pushing, nothing but taking the fights. 8 kills so far, knocking on the doorstep of 19E.
It's a big fight. This is a huge one. They need to take out 19E, and they need to have a pop-off game here. This is a great position. 19E have to defend this against them. Some good support shots there. Acer is kind of stuck a little bit too far ahead. The rest of his team are covered in smoke. Sam can't see anything. So Alpha 7, if you look at the way that they're playing this, aggressive-wise, I think they definitely have the advantage. It's really up to Xenox. He's the off angle. Yeah, he's got to hit those, and he does. That's a big knock, and not to mention, that's on the Carrillo.
Big knock, and on the flip end of this one, we got Ghost trying to defend their terrain. They were able to take out IM. Coming out on top, they should be able to get the pickup on the Bayo. They have all these nice little ravines to work with for cover, and popping back on over to this engagement that we all know you want to see. Carnage looking to wrap around, get that off angle, get that surprise. Was spotted in the approach in the process.
Very interesting decision from Carnage to go all the way down there. It ends up working out for now. Carrillo got picked up, but he's knocked right back down. Acer had a huge advantage. They're feeling themselves. Got 2 knocks, 2 finishes, 3, 1 left. It's just Revu. Does get 1 knock, but he gets finished. 19E taking out Alpha 7 Esports. That is a massive finish for them.
Huge confidence booster, and I have to say, that Carnage distraction play definitely caught the attention of Alpha 7. And once when they started taking shots onto Carnage, the squad mates started pushing over that ridge. So if that was the play, Huge brain coming out from the squad.
What a beautiful one, and they did it just in time because this next circle is going to shift on over. It looks like the Knights are the only ones in it, so 19E is going to have to go ahead and pick up that loot and get moving. It looks like Coops has got his eyes on Team Queso, though right just barely outside of the zone.
So the Knights, they needed the zone. They needed it bad. I want to see Coops group up with their squad mates, though. Still playing out there. We saw game number 1, Coops playing the same strategy. Coops was caught off guard, taken out, and that right there, that's your hired gun. Knights, they hired Coops to frag out, but they need to be with the team. So we'll see what they can accomplish as looking around. Knights, like you mentioned, in the zone. ISG in the zone. Now, 19E trying to fight their way and gain some territory for themselves.
Looks like Sam able to catch Trigger. Oh, did they catch that other member of Passion Fruit? Yep, Xenox is able to do it, and there goes Passion Fruit down in 10th place. 5 kills for 19E, and I definitely want to see what the chat is discussing, and of course our analysts after this, of what their thoughts are on that Alpha 7, because Alpha 7, they were crushing it the whole game. Tons of kills. Fought 19E, taken out with what? 1 placement point? Craziness.
8 kills though.
Team Queso, yeah, 8 kills.
Oh,
8
not
kills,
too
I think
bad.
you're gonna need to get both. Because look, the Knights, they're still in this game. Ghost, they're still in this game, and they're looking to add some points to their total. Here comes Coops, putting the pressure on a Team Queso.
Yeah, it looks like Coops calling for that support from their squad mates. Chico going to be the first one trying to help out as we get this nice little grenade exchange back and forth. Team Queso, though. Ooh. Getting caught off guard right there. Beautiful. This might be the collapse. This might be those kill points that Knights have been looking for all day long.
And that's shots from Bishop all the way across. He has the nice sight lines. Chico does get pieced up from the other angle, though. But that's tough. I think that was on the side of 19E.
19E.
Yeah, 19E ended up getting that. Yeah, I can't even see where they're at. But it looks like they ended up catching one of them. But they are going to go for the revive. So the Knights, okay, Team Queso eliminated. That is huge for them. Now it's time to reset and focus on inside the circle.
All right, there's a good old-fashioned third party. 19E, completely opposite end of the map right there. Beck trying to get this final blow on the snake from in the grass, but caught off guard, being a little too greedy in the process. That is a big oof. That's not what you want to see. Next zone, that was a rough one to watch, not gonna lie. Next zone goes up, though. Hot Jukes. Knights, they got it. They got the zone.
Huge one for the Knights. This could be that real bounce back game for them. The Ghost not favored in this circle. So the zone magnetism finally leaving their way. So it's going to be a good look to see how they end up performing, even though they didn't get circle. That's a big opportunity to look at how they do it. Knights, all they got to do is hold on. 19E, they're on the other side. They have a good position as well. It's anyone's game. It's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, seriously. Ghost 7 kills, and they have all 4 alive, and 2 buggies to work with to kind of close the gap. Looks like they're going to be picking this location for the time being. Bishop, though, trying to hold steady, tossing out a grenade, connecting one on the spec. That should open this one up. Go for another one. HH needs to watch out. ISG also trying to get involved.
So here comes Tensa with it's Tommy Gun Tensa. When all else fails, you know that he's gonna come in strong. The Knights are gonna have to press after this, and they smell blood. They know that Ghost is hurt. They're gonna start confirming these kills, and now it's just Tensa just left. They see him. 2v1, 3v1, Tensa with his Tommy gun doing all he can, but it's not gonna be enough. So Ghost trying their heart outs to be able to get into this circle, not able to do it.
Bishop said, you wanna bring the Tommy gun to my doorstep? Well, I'll show you my Tommy in return. So regardless, though, big game for Ghost. They got 10 kills. 10 kills this game. So they're going to be smiling all the way to the bank. Knights, though, 6 kills, 4 up still. You called it. This is definitely the game that Knights have been looking for all day long.
I think that's going to be the same for 19E. And not just all day long, the past 2 days long. They need a good performance. Another nice kill for the Knights. So 7 kills in total. 19E matching him with the same amount. They're going to look at this last remaining member from INTZ. You can see Carnage pre-firing that smoke. Carnage, such a great long-range shooter with that M4. And yeah, he's just stuck heel stratting at this point. He knows that he's done and dusted if he tries to get in this zone.
Ooh, oh.
Nice knock from Chico.
Ooh, yeah, Chico with that grenade onto Sam. That's going to allow this last solo member, Ren, to make their way into zone. Ren could just chill and let these two teams duke it out.
Great knock there, though, from Xenox. Man, so good up close, and he's going to have to be holding the front line for 19 Esports.
What?
Trying to catch. Oh, Ren gets the thirst. Critical. Becoming a thorn in the side. That might be the big opening that they need. Those nades, though. Beautiful from Alucard. Taking out one remaining member from 19E. It's all up to Ren. Ren is the help that 19E needs if they want to turn this around.
Yeah, but Coops recognized that. Coops heard those shots from behind and pulled back more towards the edge, and now it's looking right on top of Ren. So that thorn in the side, we'll see. Coops tossing out a molly on that thorn, trying to burn as looks like Coops going to be pulling back just a little bit.
So 19E there, they have the high ground, but the thing is, they have the blue zone to their backs. Knights literally have the entire lay of the land of this map. So they know exactly where they are. 19E have no choice but to just use this one little position to their advantage, and this nade from Alucard could do it. Does he have it again in him? A little short.
But 19E, they got Carnage still alive, all right? Carnage, Xenox up there on the hill. Carnage. I'm really curious what Ren's going to do over there. Very fortunate for Ren that Coops kind of gave up on that that mission to take out that solo. That thorn. Oh, but look at this. Still popping off over here. Whoa.
And now they know. They know that they're down. And the Knights just pushed up, said, thank you, Ren. That was the opening that we needed. Let's go ahead and take them out. So look at this. INTZ stealing away second place from 19 Esports. And Ren's not done yet. Okay, yeah, shut down after like, that one. Still.
Yeah, close.
A little too close for comfort, I think.
Dude, Ren right there. Definitely the MVP of INTZ. And this is something that we talked about earlier on. INTZ, if you look at like the total leaderboard, they have been just accumulating a bunch of placement points, consistently find themselves in a top position, top 5. Jeez. And I'm really happy that this came around. Instead of Ren just kind of snaking it, not doing nothing, Ren was putting in some damage, putting in some work, and really dictating who is going to come out on top of that final fight between 19E and the Knights.
Dude, Ren had the tiniest little bit of cover. Like,
okay, you guys ready for some commentary? Look at my mic, bro. This is not okay. Alright, that's fine. The party pooper? Who? Oh, the third party? They're calling me a party pooper. Yeah, that was really good. See, can you come push with me and fish? Alright. Oh, so you can come push with me and fish anytime. Oh, I'm honored, Kayla. Thanks for the invite. Oh my gosh, is that Crybaby in my YouTube chat right now? What? Hold on, is this too much this way? Or I could just do, oh. There. See, cast the last one. How do you want me to cast the last one? You guys don't even want to listen to game sounds? Hi, Clifford. $2G? What do you mean, Bailey? Let's hear some commentary like you do custom rooms. Dude, you guys want to see something exciting? Hold on, let me show you. Let's see if my iPad will even connect. Give me a second. So yeah, if you guys are just tuning in, there's one more game of the PMPL America's Championship. It's going to be in Erringel. So it'll be pretty exciting. I don't know who's in first place right now. It's good that Knights won. They needed that. Alright, let's see. My main. Alright. So, not only do I have... Okay, so I got some 7-day room cards for being a PUBG Mobile VIP, but they're advanced 7-day room cards, so I could boost loot with these, because I have room cards. just regular room cards, but these ones are advanced settings, so I'm excited. So next time I host rooms, I'll have advanced room cards. But yeah. See, go look at Crybaby stats. Okay. Are you in lobby? Can you get online so I could... Oh, you want me to look at your stats on stream. I see. I see. Guess the last one and we send it to PUBG to hire you as a caster. Easy. Alright, we just have to mute Hot Jukes. And who else is he casting with? Mustache Dave? So you finna cover the analysis of the last game? Guys, what? You doing rooms too? Probably not tonight. So I was supposed to go out of town tomorrow, but I'm not anymore. So there's a chance I might do rooms this weekend. I think my next stream regardless will be rooms. It just depends what day. And it's nice because now all the people, like the kids are who are in school or have summer right now. Goosey, why are you yelling at me? Oh, awesome. Here come the 1v1 challenges. I don't know why people always want to 1v1 me, dude. I am like, is it because they want to be on stream? Because, like, I don't know. I wish I had 5G. Oh, geez, Bailey. I would not be able to play on that ping. Like, that is impossible ping to play on. Ghost in first, right? Knights in second. I don't know. It sounds about right. I think. And then it's what? So Lazarus was in fourth. Third was A7. Alpha 7. I don't know. I'm kind of bummed my Facebook chat's not up here anymore. I don't know how to connect it back. Ghost still in first. Yeah, Ghost is going to take the dub. They're going to win the whole thing. Oh, are they, sweet girl? I wish they would show the scores right now. $590 in Asia, imagine. Oh my gosh, no. I'll pass. Hi Jeremiah, welcome. If you guys are just tuning in, there's only one more match left of PMPL America's Championship, so I am just doing a watch party for PUBG. They asked a couple of VIPs to do it, so I volunteered for today. There is two more days. 2 more days of games. 2 more, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know if I had that switched. Yeah. Imagine that, Seabass. TVHA7 probably gonna change things up soon. Probably. They've been doing well though. Hi Julian, welcome back. I'm still here. I mean, I'm not playing, but I'm here. We're watching together. I don't know, I think it's super cool watching like the competitive side of PUBG like this. Before, when I like didn't do scrims, not so much, but like now, yeah. A7 putting kills after Ghost getting 19 kills. How many kills did they get? Or how many kills do they have? I want them to show the freaking results so I could see it. My clan's an Asian clan? Bailey, what clan are you in? Eight. Oh, I see. Show it. Yeah, you guys, this is the longest stream I've had like in months. Hi, Gizzard. How are you? I'm not playing today right now. I'm just doing a watch party for the PMPL America's Championship. I keep saying that because for people who are tuning in, so if you've heard me say that like 5 times, then I'm sorry. Seahawks? Oh, that's cool, Bailey. I'm still an ace after playing a bunch of Asia server matches. I'm not even ace yet. I'm like Crown 5. If you guys haven't done so already, make sure you guys go like the stream on YouTube and on Facebook, and go sub to me on YouTube, and go watch my last video. My last video was featured on PUBG Mobile's YouTube page. PUBG Mobile subscribed to my YouTube channel today, and they followed me on Twitter, and they follow me on Instagram. How's the duo grind going? I honestly haven't been playing that much because I've been like really, hold on. I've been focusing my attention to like other things because my lease is ending, and then like I'm getting a job. So I play here and there, but I'm like consistently getting positive points. It's just a really slow process. I'm like Crown 5 right now. Let me see. Are you ranking right now, Gizzard? Ayo, I'm on PUBG Mobile page. Imagine, yeah, you are, Goosey. That was a funny video. I worked forever on the editing, partially because I'm not much of an editor, but like I have this idea in my head, and I just like, you should see my search history. It's like looking up, so the app I edit through is Photoshop, was it Premiere? It's like iMovie on Windows, and it's like literally Googling like the simplest thing. It's like, how do I slow down a video? How do I like, what else did I Google? Like clipping it. It's the dumbest things that's so easy. Oh wait. Oh, this is the match mirror. I thought this was the total. Hold on. I'm like scared that I gotta make sure it's live, everyone. Alright. Oh, wrong one. I didn't want to mess it up. Last place. Influence rage. Oh, look at all those zeros. Oh, Lazarus got 13th. I missed that. Been trying to rank solos, but it's been really hard because I got banned last season. Did you get banned for playing with Boat? Solos gets like hard just because you get lonely, you know? I'm sorry, Goosey. Let's name Goosey for fun. Yeah. I thought that was funny. 19E got kill points. I missed it. What was that kill points? And puts them in second place. Oh, shoot. I'm really bad at it. I missed it. Can you guys hear it? Because my headphones aren't on. Yes. That's going to be the best way to learn, though. What do you mean, Seabass? So do you think they, like, take these pictures in front of, like, their mirrors? They set up their phone and then they pause like this? Like, they put their phone on self-timer? Because who would take these pictures? I mean, it's just a question. Editing? Yeah, it's true. Like, I have learned a lot, Seabass, and it's cool because I've looked back and I know how to do all the basic stuff, which is cool. I donated to a bunch of streamers instead of buying alcohol last paycheck. I earned myself some Alaskan beer this time. Jeez. Bailey, your heart is so big. That is awesome. And thank you for all that you've donated to me too, Bailey. I really appreciate it. Like, helping towards my star challenge. You're awesome. I've got like 128 matches with an 8 KD. Jeesh. And like, that's how you know like you're OP, especially in solos, because you're not getting help. See, what's a good Bluetooth headphones to play pub? Honestly, before I had like my gaming setup, I would use AirPod Pros. But like, if you're used to wired headphones, people say that there's a delay with AirPod Pros. So I don't know, but I still love my AirPod Pros, especially, am I saying that right? It sounds funny. But like, especially like on a plane, the noise canceling is amazing. But I don't know, who here uses Bluetooth headphones to play and can suggest them? Because like this headset right here connects straight to my PC. I think you have it muted. No, it's just turned down.
Today, they did struggle a little bit.
I don't know if you can hear that. I just turned it down so I could talk. Do you want it to talk? Imagine Wires in 2021. I use AirPods. Yeah. The teamers are just really bad. Oh, yeah. Who have I known that's ranked solo? I just remember that being a thing. Average survival time is 16 minutes out of the 5 matches. I play with regular AirPods. They're so bad. I want to be able to hear people from a good distance. Dude, I love the AirPod Pros. I literally have mine right here. Like, especially like with these little cushion pad thingies that go in your ear. Never experienced latency on my AirPod Pros. Yeah, everyone always complains, but I love them. So, like, who did I recommend these to? I recommended them to a friend, and he got them and was like, I hated them. And, like, he used it once. YouTube, AirPod, top 5 or 20 or Google. I use Bluetooth ones off Amazon. They were great, $30. Yeah, everyone's different. But, like, I use these for, everyday use. Apple, sponsor me. Oh, are they? Oh! You guys see this?
They've been clawing their way with top
Look at
5
that point
performances
difference.
over and over again. Now in 3rd, Alpha 7 at 4th, and then Lazarus, who was our 3rd place finisher coming into the day, slipping down to 5th.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted
That's
to mention in
crazy.
regards
Look
to
at the
Ghost
kill
Gaming
point
is yesterday
difference
they
between
were able to get
Alpha 7 and
points. So
I don't know what
far,
this team
they
is.
have 98 points and we
icuCi.
still have
But do you
one
guys
game
see
left.
this? 57
Well, most
versus
points scored
29
yesterday by
today.
Knights was 97 points. And Ghost has already passed that. With still 1 game left, so I'm hoping that they have another great
Yeah,
performance.
you're right,
I want to see
Sweetgirl.
if they're going
You're
to get
smart.
a chicken dinner. We do have Alpha 7, as you mentioned. Team Castle making an appearance.
Seabass,
here
that's
in the first
exactly
page.
why
I'd
I
love to
use
see that.
wireless.
As we're going to be going here towards the 2nd page, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some teams that we're definitely going to be calling out. We did see them though. 19 esports.
Passion
They
fruit's
decided to
getting
wake
kills,
up,
just
currently
not
tied
placement points.
in 9th, 10th, and 11th place with the unnamed Boca Juniors with
Ghost
66
trying,
points.
frying
That's
the
something
lobby
that
and
we want to keep
kills.
an eye on.
Yo,
Remember,
dead
these teams
ass.
are fighting for money. The higher you are, the more money
It's funny
you'll
that
be
they
able to
put
get.
matches
And Glitter,
right here.
B4
Like,
esports being able to move
of
up to a
course
12
that
spot
they're
there
all
with
going to
58
have 11
points.
matches.
Yeah, this 2nd page is so insanely close. All of these
When I
teams
first
that
used the
were
noise
on this
cancellation, it
page
made
have picked
me
up their
nauseous.
performances tenfold
Yeah,
today. I mean,
no, I know
can-
what you mean.
can
I have to
see
do it
how much
through
IM has
the
improved their
transparency
placement
one.
points,
So you know
right?
it's
They've
like
still been
noise
really strong in
cancelling
the
off
KP,
or
but they're
transparency.
really
I do
picking
need
it up now in placement
transparency.
points, becoming more
Well, if
consistent
I'm
in that department.
flying.
Passion Fruit is not only no longer in dead last place, but they are slowly
on an
catching up
airplane,
to
I'll do
everybody
noise
above them.
canceling.
I mean, to only be
Raycon or
separated
base heavy
by
or
7 or 8
so-called.
points
Raycon?
to move up 3 places and then,
Raycon.
you know,
I don't
to
think I've
continue
heard of
moving up from
Raycon.
there. That is so much better than sitting at 11 points while everybody else is in the 30s. So a huge shout out to Passion Fruit for
That's
being
how
able
I
to
feel,
pick it up
Bailey.
today as
Like,
well.
my
And this is
AirPods
what
are
I
my
was
only
talking
set.
about.
I've only used
Today was the day
AirPods.
for those teams on the 2nd page to really start pushing.
I bet. All right, we're going to go back to me talking. Let me commentate for you for this last game. I'm going to prepare you guys. Ready? All right, so we have Ghost Gaming heading into this last match. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to commentate, but I'm not listening because I hear them talking in it, so I turned it down. Everyone place bets right now if this match will have a remake. Everyone comment right now if it's going to have a remake or not. I want to see your bets. Last 3 of the 5 have been remade, right? Yeah. All right. We're waiting.
Are you Zoof or am I Zoof? I'll just say I'm Zoof. All right,
We're both Zoof. Mustache
You guys want me to
Zoof.
watch it like this instead? No, I won't.
We've combined the ultimate form right here this game, man. We're ready
I'm
for
like
it.
patiently waiting to see if they're
That
gonna
Dragon Ball Z.
Bailey with
what was
1,000
that
stars
even
on
called? That
Facebook.
fusion-
Bailey,
that
you're
fusion
freaking
hop? We got some
amazing.
fusion.
Look at that.
We fused,
One step closer to my
man.
goal
We're
up there.
fused. So final
This is the
game of
final game. Okay,
today
bye,
that we
guys.
are officially halfway done with the championship finals out here. It's crazy. Games have been just flying by. We saw right there the breakdown of the leaderboard. INTZ, hey, 3rd place. Brazil showing up. 4th place. Alpha 7 I was looking at INTZ's numbers. They got a 4th place today, a 3rd place, a 2nd place, and a 2nd place. Talk about being consistent. Yeah, with placement points. Like, looking at kill points, they got 29. Placement points, they got 74.
Yeah,
So
I saw that.
yeah, we could definitely tell they
Big
like to get them placement points.
Yeah, huge big difference. I think all around them, like 1st, 2nd, and then 4th and 5th is all around the 30 to 40 kill mark, right? And they're at
29.
Did you say it was?
29 kills. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's working, it's working. They're in 3rd place right now. And like you said, ooh, that circle.
That zone, though.
We got that far eastern plane path and then the classic hard western circle. We might see more early fighting on due to that. You know, we always get those fast rotations, especially when the circle's so far away sometimes, where teams just, you know, just run into each other like unexpectedly, and we'll see what happens here. But coming into the last game, right, we're almost officially at the halfway point. Can I say right now, Dave, that NA is better?
No, you cannot say.
Not yet.
Come on. We're halfway. Nah, listen, Ghost at the top, 161 points. Okay, you guys are cool. 72 kills, you guys are cool. Oh, what is going on here? I guess this is what you were talking about, that these early clashes because of the zone, as Xenox, Uzi in hand, the unnamed, all grouped together, waiting behind this wall, preparing for this battle. Acer trying to get that wraparound. Oh, not able to do so in time. Acer, AKM in hand. Fanboy, 2nd floor, peeking down. Bucky, really low. Sam trying to work around the outskirts here with the double barrel shotgun. We hear that thing ringing in our ears, and it looks like 19E. They love them hot drops. This isn't Sanok, this isn't Alpha 7, but it is the unnamed getting taken out at the hands of 19E. Like, okay, that's a way to start the game.
Check out Carnage right now. Do you see what he's got? He's got absolutely nothing. He ran into that fight with his fists ready. He was ready to trade his teammates with his bare knuckles. I love it. But I mean, that's the confidence play. You saw like 19E, they just went for it. And here's actually the first kill we missed. Team Queso onto TU. So TU had a 3-1 split. 3 of them died to 19E, 1 died to Team Queso. And that's that. TU out of here for day number 2.
That is that. Yep, that is. I heard the shotgun. I was waiting. I was trying to figure out who had that thing. Honestly, oh man, yeah. Hey, there we go. 19E, couple kills underneath their belt very early on. Maybe this is something that we should get used to seeing from the team, because they are 10th place, right? And if I know Carnage, he doesn't want to be in 10th place, right? They want to be top 3 easy, end of the day, right? Maybe even 1st place. So in order for them to do that, I think getting these early game kills is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, these early game kills, they've been getting them. They got one in game number 1 of Erangel just as well. And speaking about early game kills, that is another early game kill for Team Queso, who, by the way, broke into the front page. Like, they're in 8th place now. After day 1, they were like nowhere to be seen, and we were talking a lot about it, right? When is Team Queso going to show up? It started with that Sandhawk game, and now they're just racking up the points ever so slowly, and now they're on the first page.
And the reason we keep talking about them, right, in case people aren't aware, they were 1st place from Latin America. They came in with a lot of expectations. So that's why, looking at day 1, a lot of people caught off guard because they were at the bottom of the barrel. So, yeah, I agree with you. Today, slow and steady. They've been getting these slow kills every single game, but that might be all they need. And, oh, no, Bayo, the IGL, what happened?
It looked like he might have been, I think he was going for a vehicle. Like, he was going for a vehicle over there, and it's the fast rotations. It's this hard shift circle on the west, and Bayo just got caught off guard from a team rotating by. And I haven't seen Ghost lose a player this early into the game, and it's also Bayo, the IGL, so this could hurt Ghost Gaming's, like, a chance at getting a good game in for the final one today.
Something that you said yesterday, just kind of analyzing the lobby as a whole, is that all these teams, compared to their PMPLs that they qualified from, this lobby, they're rotating a hell of a lot faster, right? Rotates are coming out very quickly, and that's only going to be amplified by this circle, right? A lot of players, a lot of teams, we're not in circle number 1, so I think we're going to see a lot of these kind of scrappy kills on these rotates for this game.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the few to start with. And here we see more rotations. You saw right there, DLC hopped out. Maybe might have gotten a pick. We're going to see more of these as the teams keep migrating in from the east towards the west. And one thing I'm noticing on the minimap right now, Ghost Gaming, they're not moving. Bayo went out, and Bayo's usually the IGL, meaning he's usually also the scout leading the rotations. And Ghost Gaming, they're just sitting now with 3 players. I mean, it could still work out for them, but losing that player early on definitely hurts. Oh, look at this. These teams are just fighting for these positions scattered throughout the map. Iramos does push away Isserus Poppy right there. Poppy forced to rotate somewhere else.
Yeah, everybody's just kind of going all over the place, trying to find somewhere that's safe and sound. And back to those scrappy fights. Law, another player, just a casualty of circle number 1 here of this final game. But Ghost Gaming, they might have lost Bayo, but they will be able to get 1 kill point underneath their belt early game right now. Trying to look around. And a vehicle, and a pretty sweet looking one, by the way. It's like that one for sure. I'm looking around here, just kind of trying to get a bigger picture of the map here. I see Alpha 7, they're rolling in. E-Storm rolling in. If you're in this game, Zute, if you were in this game, boots on the ground, where would you want to find yourself? Like, what spot, realistically?
If I could just teleport?
If you could teleport and, like, pick that spot and be like, this is the spot that's going to be in the next couple zones, I feel it. That's the spot. Where would it be?
I go with where Boca is. So they're currently south of North George Pole at that radio tower in the fields, right? They're south of 19E Esports right now. South of that little hospital building. You know what I'm talking about, Dave?
Yeah, I see him. Yeah.
Radio tower with the field. Yeah, that's where
the observatory, right? Little microscope.
Yeah, no, a little bit north of the observatory.
Okay.
Yeah, observatory is actually a good spot too, but like this is the first circle, Dave. Like there's never that one position in the first circle.
Come on.
You know, really get you going for the rest of the game. Maybe on Sandhawk when the first circle is on that northwestern island, you know, and then the one that mountaintop that Lazarus plays. But I mean, Erangel, Miramar, who knows where it can go? Like you've got to traverse quite a ways until you get to like the last ending circle. But we'll see the second circle coming out. I can maybe give you a better answer on the second circle, but that might be cheating.
Okay, hey, especially because you have the map stream.
Boca.
But Boca, yeah, solid spot. And the reason I asked you that is because that question is the same question that a lot of these teams, they were asking themselves because their drop spots just weren't in circle number 1. Circle number 1, it was open for the take, and anybody can gather whatever spot they wanted. And that's what they did as it quickly filled up. And, okay, Ghost, you lost Bayo. Zute, are you dropping a care package for him, man? Zute, how's that package landing right on top of him? I don't know.
I mean, we've heard of circle blesses, right? But have you heard of the airdrop blesses? I mean, Ghost Gaming taking blesses to another level, getting crates out from the sky, not just the zones, but also airdrops. But I mean, they are down to 3 players. Even with 3 more airdrops on top of them, it's gonna be tough. I'd rather have 4 players than 3 airdrops. But here's that Boca team I was talking about. This spot is so strong, and you see why it's being contested. You're almost with that opening in this team. One of the heaviest fragging teams, and they're proving why. Oh, Boca, though, shooting right out. Trades going back and forth. You're almost still with the advantage, pressing in onto Boca Juniors Gaming.
Yeah, they got the quick knock on to Scream and immediately just sent it in their vehicles. We saw Trap trying to get the run over. Trap confirmed from that off angle, and we see the drop shots coming on out. God had to go for that reload right there, and it looks like Boca where the last time I remember giving up the spot. That was that player that was playing that off angle. They did get the confirm onto one of the members from IM, so they did get 1 point out of that. But the spot, man, that's the spot that you like. They lost 3. They couldn't defend.
I'm surprised Boca gave it up like that. Yeah, sure, it's a 1v2 and he's got to press up, but if he makes that clutch, he gets the revive onto his teammates. Now he's just forced to play solo. I mean, don't get me wrong, playing solo sometimes really works out. Coops did a great job of it on the Sandhawk game. So we'll keep an eye on Boca. Boca right now still pretty center of the circle, but just down to his solo. And Yaramos, you know, I love the aggression. They went for it, got the 4 kill points, and they took the fight fast enough to not get third-partied by that's of the likes of Lazarus, right? You see them right here on your screen, creeping on up behind.
I'm curious, Lazarus, are we gonna have a repeat for the spot? Like, if you're Lazarus right here, are you just gonna kind of pump the brakes and just be content with your spot down here in the swamps? Or maybe if they get a knock, maybe they'll full send it as well, kind of like what we saw IM do just a couple moments ago. But for the most part, we only lost one team. That's the unnamed. They got taken out real early on from 19E, and now we get down to the final game, the waiting game. Where will this next zone go? That's the question on everybody's mind right here.
I got a second question. Where will the next airdrop go? Since since you brought it up.
Okay, Ghost got one.
I'm curious. Yeah, I'm kind of curious which teams get the airdrop blesses. But once again, look at this. Look at Alpha 7 on the edge. They love edging, but they play this wide split, so they get to control both the east side and the west side when they rotate on down. And the circle does go up north, right on to 19E. I'm curious to see if 19E does a little readjustment, seeing the circle bless, or if they are going to continue to hold that hospital ground area.
Pretty good circle, too, for Alpha 7. You were just talking about them up there to the north. They don't really need to lift that big of a finger. They could just move in for free down there in South George. So we'll see what they can do, and talk about not having the best luck. The solo from Boca definitely spotted out there in their little compound, receiving some gunfire, just hoping that they can survive a little longer. Meanwhile, INTZ is at the whole squad piled in one vehicle. Man, talk about a risky send. That is big risk right there.
Yeah, so INTZ, you were talking about them at the beginning of the game. We were comparing their placement points to their kill points. And I think that right there kind of shows the playstyle they are. They just go for those fast, risky rotations, and if it pays off huge in the form of the placement points. So they did manage to make it in without getting shot out. But are they going to get the circles continuing afterwards? Right now, they're chilling to the east of 19 Esports, who have the center of the zone.
Talk about crossing your fingers and just kind of like full pedal to the metal, hoping that your vehicle doesn't blow up. That's exactly what they did. And a 4th place, a 3rd place, a 2nd place, and a 2nd place, like, it's been working charms for INTZ. So whatever they're doing, when it comes to placement points, they got the keys to success. And popping back into the game with 19E Carnage, we see right there, taking some shots onto Influence Rage.
Yeah, 19E, they've continued to hold down their spread in hospital area, and now you just see them pushing teams off to the sides, left and right. INTZ picking up one of Influence Rage. Influence Rage now down to 2 players, and this is a spot that we don't commonly see where Ghost is hanging out at right now. It is a really deep dip, and it's deep enough that the mountaintops actually can't see down into this angle. So for all the viewers watching that are aspiring competitors or just really interested in competitive play, this dip is definitely one to take note of, because Ghost is making good use of it.
And not only that, you nailed it on the head. The dip is so steep that the mountain above, it can't get the sight lines onto them. And you notice how they position their vehicles down there to block the sight lines from the northwest. So they're covered on all angles down there in that dip. So that is textbook coming out from Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, that's one of those spots where, like, not a lot of teams would think of to play in at this stage in the game, right? So if you remember that one, maybe your team can make use of it. Ghost definitely using it. Will they get that circle, though? They do get the edge of the circle, so they are still in. It's just back down south. And honestly, that Boca spot I was talking about earlier, which is now taken by Team IM, that spot is looking so strong right now.
Big strong. They could gatekeep from that spot. Multiple teams. We see Furious trying to work their way in before ISG going to be playing the edge, and Team Queso maybe even thinking about wrapping down there to the south. And you're talking about this steep dip, the bowl that goes for holding. Well, they're going to defend right now from E-Storm trying to roll down here.
Yeah, I don't know if E-Storm knew they were down here, but now that E-Storm is pressing in hard, let's see if Ghost can handle this 3v4. They're starting off strong. They have already taken out one member of E-Storm. Now it's a 3v3. E-Storm, I still say they have the advantage with that high ground. As long as they peer up close enough, they can still see Ghost. But Ghost, such a strong defensive team.
Yeah, Zohan was the one to do that scouting, rolling down the hill, was spotted and taken out from Ghost. And they have the high ground. And it looks like 19E over here also going to be distracted with INTZ all in the shack. Xenox using his smoke wall for soft cover to get up close and personal. Gonna be tossing in one, tossing in another. Duck already gonna be bleeding on out from that first grenade. Xenox looking to connect some more. Got him! Got him!
There we go.
All three, baby, all day long. You know that feels mighty fine. 7 kills this game for 19E.
19E finally popping off here. 7 kills in Xenox. Beautiful grenades, but action's not done yet. We still got all these other teams that are rotating in right behind 19E. Passion Fruits, 4 players up, rotating onto the mountaintop of Hospital, where 19E just previously were. Is this area in zone, though, or is Passion Fruits going to have to push into 19E once the blue zone starts closing in? We'll see if they could get an opening here. They're definitely eyeing that compound.
That is the question, and honestly, Passion Fruit have been demonstrating some solid teamwork here today, at least comparing them to yesterday, day one. Day one, kind of scattered, but today, definitely playing a lot closer together, having each other's backs, and just working as a unit. As we see Steve-O trying to get some of that information, scouting, taking shots on multiple enemies out here in the distance. And kind of just to recap that fight between Ghost Gaming and E-Storm, it seems like it's at a standstill right now. I'm actually a little surprised with that, Zute. I am.
Yeah, so E-Storm, they have the advantage, like, you know, from the top, but the problem is they're at that top to a point where these other teams can see them, shoot at them, so that's the standstill. One team not at a standstill is Furious Gaming. They just popped off, and I think Potsuro just picked up 4 kills right there, blowing B4 up on that pull-up with the car.
Yes, vehicle explosion equals death. Furious Gaming getting a couple points in. This was that fight that we were kind of questioning. When is it going to happen? Well, it looks like Spec was traded on, and here comes that instant smoke that Hot Jukes likes to talk about. Tensa going to be trying to defend their squad mate, buying some time as Tonka popping in this vehicle, looking to send it down the hill.
The zone just went up right onto Ghost Gaming. But, oh, just imagine if they did not lose Bayo early on and they had a 4th player here. Because that 4th player would be getting the revive on Spec. But with only 3, oh, the grenade.
That was close.
HH Ghost Gaming.
Oh, from behind.
Oh, no.
Passion
Fruits. Oh, this is looking very dire for Ghost Gaming. It's only Tensa up. But if they had that 4th player, Spec would be up already. Someone else could be on, you know, HH getting that revive. Man, that 4th player makes such a huge difference. But now it's just up to Tensa.
Passion Fruit, they got a knock onto HH, and they're full sending it, but little do they know, there's 2 teams over here. Steve-O, DLC up close and personal. Rebus already on their knees, bleeding on out. Now it's down to just 2 members of E-Storm up there on the high ground. It's gonna allow Passion Fruit some time to reset, heal up just a little bit. Same thing with Ghost Gaming. They might be able to get that pickup on HH downhill.
Oh, this is working out so perfectly for Ghost Gaming. Now that the fight stalled out long enough, now you have all these other teams pressing in on the sides, meaning that deep dip is going to be isolated and they can just chill down there for the next circle. One team not chilling, Team Queso pushing onto IM and scaring IM off completely. And Boca's still alive with that 1 player at that compound. Now he's got to defend it all by himself.
For real, a lot of solos here as we see Coops in the kill feed. Oh, pulling up that deep dip. making some big plays because Ghost's still going to be alive while Knights trying to climb their way up that hill, trying to get that final kill onto Tonka. Tonka, see you later. That is what Coops is saying here and now. It's the fight for the hill, the fight for the high ground as Knights trying to claim it as their own. Passion Fruit return the favor with some grenades. 7 kills on Passion Fruit this game alone. They're doing phenomenal.
Phenomenal indeed. And with that position, if they could get that revive onto DLC and clear out that low ground and push over to Knights, I mean, they have the whole entire Northeast for themselves. But the circle's about to change already, and I don't think there's enough time to do all of that. Team Queso pushing up onto Furious Gaming. Nobody pushing Boca. Boca, the one-man army, scaring everybody off.
Got some drop shots out here. We got some pull-ups. Marco trying to get up close and personal with that Dacia. Furious getting peppered just a little bit. Meanwhile, that solo from Boca just, hey, talk about big chill. We are trying to remain undetected, get those placement points as Axel trying to run over some enemies in the smoke.
Oh, Coops firing off some nice shots, and Ghost Gaming was taken out by Passion Fruit. So Passion Fruit, I think it was a nade, took out Tensa. But now we're back onto the fight with Knights, Alucard, Coops. They're all taking shots at Team Queso, the team that just pulled up. Furious Gaming still alive, trying to get that revive in the smoke, but the nades are also coming into the smoke, and now Furious Gaming just down to 1 player, and that's the wipe from Team Queso. Team Queso 8 kills on the last game. 8th place right now, and they're looking strong with 4 players up. This could be it. Coming into the next days, Queso might be making that huge comeback everyone was looking for.
For sure. Team Queso back into that form that we're all used to seeing, for sure. They're doing pretty solid over there. They're going to be right there on the edge. They got some vehicles to also use as cover. They can blow those bad boys up and try to heal up, reset. They got a nice little smoke tunnel as well to try to get into the zone as Chico. Hey, Carnage, you're laying down on my field? Nah, they got the DP looking right at you. Carnage instantly taken out from the DP on Chico.
Oh no, Carnage is being shot at by both sides. Didn't know which side to hide behind the car. And that's 19E down to 3 players. The only 4-man squad, oh, just 2. Passion Fruits on the high ground and Team Queso. Those are the only 4-member team left. And Team Queso looking strong, controlling the low ground. Passion Fruit doing the opposite, controlling the high ground. Chico with a nice DP knock with that headshot onto Steve-O.
Give Chico the DP from now on. Oh, the barrel spray through the smokes, by the way. Trying to connect, trying to get the thirst. Gonna be racking up some points. Okay, taking out Chico. By the way, the solo from Boca still alive. Top 5 situation for them in these buildings.
Okay then.
Loving it.
I eat my words about Boca not pushing that. So I mean, just if you're solo, run away, because you get them placement points. Boca Juniors Gaming, and we're down to 5 teams. It looks like everybody's kind of found their own spot in the circle. Team Queso, though, looking to wipe out this Knights team. Knights just down to 2, and they are pinched.
Yeah, this is a mega pinch. They got that US burnt out for cover, thankfully. But Team Queso, they're pushing up ever so closer within grenade range. And we just saw in the previous fight, Team Queso, they took out Furious with their grenades. They were able to loot those crates, get some more grenades, and now they're within range as we see the mollies trying to burn them. Getting ever so closer. Alucard's really gonna need to clutch this one out as Team Queso, they're getting so close to him.
Yeah, and closer, and the nades are just getting deadlier and deadlier. That one's gonna be good! Chico's looking at it. Alucard also just... Oh, there's more, though. That's not all.
Adam!
Alucard 1-8.
Look at all these grenades! What is this?
Oh, my gosh.
Dude! 12
How'd they get more grenades?
That is true.
Yeah, 12 kills, looking so strong. Meanwhile, the zone has shifted down to the southwest.
Okay, hey, Team Queso, you might have a billion grenades, but we're not gonna give you the next zone, all right? You guys gotta relax. Who's gonna get the next zone? 19E, Zute.
Yeah, 19E with that zone. 3 players only. Passion Fruits also with 3 players. The Passion Fruits, though, they gotta crawl a little bit to get into zone. And this Boca player, I don't know, does he? I think he has zone down there. But as soon as he comes out of that smoke, Xenox should be able to pick that one up. So we're really down. We're down to 4 teams, soon to be 3 after this grenade. Ooh, close. So close.
10 kills on 19E. Like, these teams are popping off, and can we get this? Can we get this? Oh, that wall providing just enough cover. Everybody is looking right on top of this. So, like, let them live. Let them live. Let them survive just a little longer.
I think he's good. TQ, though, taking casualties. That's Axel getting knocked in versus the Ayala also. Oh, wait. Team Queso down to 2 members, now only down to 1. Team Queso had 4, but this zone not favoring them. And now 19E getting shot at Passion. This could be Passion Fruit's game.
Could be.
Oh, that
it
nade,
could be.
Though,
Acer's got something to say, though. Acer's going to be pulling up 1v1 against Wancho. Wancho connecting those shots with the M4. Xenox trying to get close. And the grenade! Passion Fruit! Done! Taken out! Xenox! My goodness! The arm! The arm! Is it a 1v1? Is it Nitsu versus Xenox right now? It is.
It is. And Xenox isn't sure where Nitsu is. He's still worried about the right angle. Meanwhile, Nitsu has prone all the way around to the top. Does not matter, though. They will get the revive. It'll be a 2v1 situation. And Xenox right now, all 4 of his kills have been grenades this game so far. And Seven just told me earlier, Xenox only had 4 kills coming into this match for today. Xenox only had 4. So he just doubled the amount of kills he had with grenades alone.
That's what you love to see. The golden arm out here. The golden arm. Nitsu was the MVP from Latin America. So if there was a solo player that could really pull off this 1v2, it would be them. Both of these teams, Team Queso, 19E, a massive game. 12 kills on Team Queso, 13 kills on 19E. Points on top of points right now, but a 1v2 is going to be a challenge.
Do you know who the MVP coming out of NA is, though?
Acer, baby.
Yeah, so we got the 2 MVPs, but 19E's got that man advantage, and look, they're already just, they know this last player's a snake. They're already spraying everywhere, and Acer, with the Tommy gun, found Nitsu, and that is 19E, finally, 19 Esports, another team we were looking at to have a comeback, and I absolutely love the way day 2 played out. All the teams that weren't doing too well, they all had that comeback moment, and 19 Esports finally found theirs in the last game of day number 2, and it was a chicken
I gotta
dinner
raid someone
with a
now.
lot
Who's
of kill
live?
points too.
And we got to see Acer, you call it the MVP from NA,
was so OP.
square up
That
with the
was
MVP
so
from
OP.
Latin America.
Those
Nitsu,
nades,
yeah,
dude,
it
that
was a
was
1v2.
crazy.
Okay, but regardless, Acer got that final blow. Both these teams, massive points when it comes to placement points and when it comes to kill points. Not only that, both these
Thanks,
teams,
guys, for
they
tuning into
needed
my
that
watch
one
party.
extremely
I'll
bad
keep it on for a
because
little
look at
longer
day
while I
1,
figure out who
not
to
the
raid.
hottest. Even today, the first half of today, a little rough around the edges, but this final game, it's
Does
going to
anyone
set
have friends
them up
online they want me to raid
moving
on
forward,
Trovo?
because now, Zute, guess what?
I don't
We're
really know
halfway
anybody.
done. Like, we're halfway done with this event. That's, that's kind of crazy. There's not a lot more games to go.
Could raid
So this
TNG.
is exactly what both Team Queso and 19E needed to move into the second half.
We'll go raid Tangy.
Not just those teams.
Let's see
Those
stats.
two
All right,
teams.
we'll
Like,
wait.
there
I'll
were
wait till
plenty
we
of
see
other
like
teams that
the
were struggling.
stats.
That really,
Raid Salty?
came up day
Oh,
number
okay, I
2,
could
like
raid Salty.
INTZ with their placement points. You were talking about how consistent their placements were. They have
Okay.
a shot
I'll
at,
raid Salty.
taking first place now going into day 3 and day 4. And PK,
Yeah, DT
they
has, like, this
struggled a
background
little
noise
bit
on his
for
mic,
most
y'all
of the
hear it?
day, but they're still maintaining a good placement, in the top 3. And Ghost Gaming, that last game, knocked them down a peg, but I think it's to be deserved, right? Like they're already getting too
Bye,
far
Bailey.
ahead, and
Hold
so
on.
just knock them down, just
Look at my
notch to
mic.
keep things interesting.
Thanks everybody for tuning into the watch party. If you guys are interested, I probably won't do any, and I probably won't do it the next 2 nights. But this is streamed on PUBG Mobile Esports. You guys can watch the games there. There's 2 more days of games. I believe there's 12 games left. But it was fun interacting with the comments with you guys. So thank you guys for watching with me. Hold on. Yeah, so they're just gonna like probably do like a, I don't know, recap or something. So yeah, that was fun. Next time I stream, I'll probably do rooms. I don't know when that'll be though, so that's the thing. But yeah, right now I'm gonna raid someone on Trovo. And then yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. But thank you guys for watching with me. I love all of you. Next stop, I'm gonna be or next time I'll be commentating tomorrow night, guys. Tune in. I want to be. I'm just kidding. This is I'm lying, but I'm gonna send you guys all off to Salty right now. So Scar, I'll think about it. We'll think about casting. I need practice, dude. I need to like cast scrims first before I do Pro League. Hello. But yeah, everyone go show some love in this raid. Bye. I'm gonna end the stream for YouTube and Facebook now. Bye guys. Thank you guys for watching.